When Yimo suddenly woke up, he realized that everything around him seemed to have changed. He has been transmigrated into the modern earth where spiritual energy is scarce. His pretty master from his former world was nowhere to be seen. Most importantly, he found himself in the body of a young man who has been abandoned by his clan for an embarrassing reason. Chapter 851, Can't Resist, I'll Start Spirit Controlling the Flying Cloud Pike. Yangzhu and Yiling, burn all of the clothes on you right now and wash your hair too, Yimo said. Song Yangzhu was dazed, but she didn't ask anything. However, Yiling's face turned red. Brother, what did you say? It was just a small cave. Song Yangzhu was Yimo's wife, so it was fine for her to take off her clothes. But how could she? Yimo also realized that his words sounded wrong, so he immediately said, since Li Bailson managed to follow us here, he must have planted a spirit sense mark on you. However, I checked before and didn't find anything. No matter what kind of spirit sense mark he made, it should just be on your clothes. Hence, it should be gone after you take a shower and change your clothes, Song Yangzhu said. Husband, I can change clothes here, but Yiling doesn't have a place to. Yimo knew what she meant. It was her first time calling him her husband. He immediately said, we can't think much about that right now, change quickly. After you're done, get on the flying cloud pike with Yiling and run. I need to recover. I'll turn my back to you guys, hurry. Then, Yimo started to focus on spirit controlling the flying cloud pike. No matter the reason, the Zhang Yuan sword sect wasn't going to let things go easily when their genius member had been killed. All he could do now was get as far away as possible. Song Yangzhu and Yiling also realized the emergency of the situation and didn't dare to hesitate. They quickly changed their clothes. They washed their bodies and hair with a clear water spell and changed into a clean set of clothes. At this time, Yimo had already spirit controlled the flying cloud pike. By the time the two women had burned their clothes, Yimo could barely stand. The burst essence pill was very strong, but the side effects were huge indeed. Yimo gave the flying cloud pike for Yiling to control. He could only let Song Yangzhu carry him. Song Yangzhu carried Yimo onto the pike while Yiling controlled. She made it bigger as they dashed into the sky. Yimo said, keep flying south. Don't be afraid of wasting spirit stones. It runs on top-grade spirit stones and I have 3,000 here. Just use it. Other than the control room, the pike had a small room of about 8 SQM. However, it was pretty good for even ordinary golden core state cultivators. The reason Yimo allowed Yiling to control the pike and fly south was because it was so fast that an ordinary Foundation Establishment state cultivator wouldn't be able to catch up. An ordinary golden core state cultivator wouldn't try to rob them for a low-grade spirit artifact. 6 hours later, Yimo called Song Yangzhu into the room and left Yiling outside to control the flying pike. Just when she was about to go find out why her brother had called Song Yangzhu in, she heard Song Yangzhu's muffled moan. Yiling wasn't married, but she immediately realized what was going on. She didn't understand why her brother was in such a hurry, but she knew her brother wasn't lustful. Yiling could only pretend she didn't hear anything, but after a while she actually didn't hear anything. She realized that her brother must have set up a sound barrier formation. Yimo was doing this to remove the side effects of the burst spirit pill, of course. Moreover, the last time they had something intimate was half a year ago. Song Yangzhu was cold on the outside, but very fiery on the inside. Yimo hadn't even told her he needed her for the burst essence pill, but she was already grabbing Yimo excitedly. She had long wanted to do it, but she hadn't had the chance in the past half a year until then. They took off their clothes one by one. Song Yangzhu didn't even need foreplay, she was already uncontrollable. In just a moment, Song Yangzhu couldn't resist the joyful sensation and moaned. Yimo remembered that Yiling was outside and blushed. He quickly set up a sound barrier formation. A few hours later, Yiling saw Song Yangzhu, who had messy hair and a bright red face, walk outside. There was a sense of satisfaction on her face. Yiling was speechless. Were all women with husbands this audacious? Song Yangzhu saw Yiling's glance and blushed even more. She explained awkwardly, your brother had some side effects after taking the burst essence pill. We dash, Yiling burst out in laughter. Sister-in-law, it's your turn to man the wheel. I'm going inside to rest and prepare some food. Even if my brother hadn't taken the burst essence pill, would you have been able to hold back? Song Yangzhu heard this and instead, she no longer felt shy about it. She laughed and said, I wouldn't have. Yiling hadn't expected this reply and was immediately defeated. I will never discuss such things with a married woman again. I surrender. Zhang Yuan sword sect. Lu Jinyue had just gone back to her place. She was scared that Yimo would come to find her again. She wanted to get a mission, but thinking that she was about to reach stage 9, she no longer was in the mood. Just when she was hesitating, Huang Ping suddenly went to visit her. Huang Ping saw Lu Jinyue's worry and quickly said, Sister Zhang Yue, does Yimo know you're back? Lu Jinyue nodded. Huang Ping immediately said, Sister Zhang Yue, do you know what level Yimo is at right now? Isn't he at stage 8 Qi gathering? Is he at stage 9 now? Lu Jinyue said. Huang Ping said quietly, Yimo is at Foundation Establishment State Cultivator now. A newly ascended Foundation Establishment State Qianbei sealed off Yimo's place and his Dan Tian was destroyed. What? It has only been a few months. Yimo reached Foundation Establishment State Level 1 from Stage 8 Qi Gathering. Lu Jinyue was shook. This was too fast, Huang Ping said again. I heard Yimo left the sect a few hours ago. He took his sister and wife, what? Lu Jinyue was shook. How could Li Bison let them go? Huang Ping said. The strange thing is that he didn't send anyone to stop Yimo. Instead, he let him leave. He didn't even send anyone to follow them. Lu Jinyue calmed down and said, if I'm not wrong, Li Bison went after them personally. Zhang Yi and I are planning to get another mission. Do you want to go? Huang Ping asked. Lu Jinyue shook her head. She was too tired, she needed to rest. She believed that as long as she didn't make a mistake, Li Bison wouldn't look for trouble with someone like her. Seeing Huang Ping leave, Lu Jinyue suddenly thought of the pill Yimo had given her. Yimo had said it was a very precious pill. He was at Foundation Establishment State. It shouldn't be an ordinary pill. Foundation Establishment pill? Lu Jinyue saw the pill and exclaimed. Her hands shook, almost dropping the pill. It was an immeasurable treasure for Qi-gathering cultivators. Chapter 852, China Pharmaceuticals. River State City was a rather big cultivation city in the North Far State. It was one of those few cities that weren't managed by the big sects. It was managed by a few power factions. The city lord was from the Zhang family, who was said to have a hollow spirit state peak cultivator. He was one step away from body condensation state. Even a 5-star sect wouldn't easily mess with such a cultivator. At this moment, Yimo took Song Yangzhu and Yi Ling into River City State. It was half a month after they had left the Zhang Yuan sword sect. Brother, will we be living here from now on? Yi Ling looked at the grand city walls and asked. Yimo nodded. Yes, we need to find a place to settle. If we keep running around like this, our powers will never increase. Moreover, there have been quite a lot of people wanting to stop us on the way. But we're just faster. Then, are we renting or buying a cultivation home? What business will we do to get resources? Yi Ling knew that they needed resources to settle down and cultivate. Without it, they might as well live in a far-off place. Yimo already had a plan. Don't worry about cultivation resources. This city has a spirit meridian below the city and a spirit gathering formation. The spirit chi here is much better than at the Zhang Yuan sword sect, Yimo thought and said. We have limited spirit stones, so we won't be able to afford a cultivation home for sure. So let's rent a place first. You guys can just cultivate, I will go earn some spirit stones. Then we can buy our own shop and start up a business in this city. Brother. Yi Ling looked worriedly at Yimo. She knew her brother was very capable, but this was Luoyu continent and it was completely different to Earth. On Earth, he was the only cultivator, so he stood on top of everyone and no one could touch him, but there, everyone was a cultivator and there were too many people stronger than her brother. Yi Ling felt that it was hard to build their own power. Song Yangzhu smiled. Yi Ling, don't worry about your brother. He can do it for sure. When lived in Ninghai, he was also very poor. He started at an even lower position than now. Even an ordinary ancient martial artist could beat him, but he still built Luoyu City. How do you know about that? Yi Ling thought that Song Yangzhu had met her brother later on. Song Yangzhu didn't say anything. After she lost her virginity to Yimo, she researched everything about him. Yi Ling didn't pursue it. Brother, what do you intend to use to earn spirit stones? Yimo immediately answered. I'm planning to start a pill business. Although I'm starting from scratch, I believe I can do it, Yi Ling suddenly said. Brother, why don't I call it China Pharmaceuticals? This way, those who know about China will come to us. If Sister Luoying and Xingxue hear about this, they will come too, Yimo smiled. I was thinking that too, Yiling was dazed and said, Brother, you made a Luoyu pharmaceuticals on Earth. Did you come from Luoyu to Earth? Yiling then patted her head. I'm thinking too much, Yimo was shook. Yiling was right. He actually had done that. They applied for citizenship at the city management office and rented a small shop. It cost 20,000 low-grade spirit stones and they only paid for half a year's rent. The shop was small, but it had 2 rooms and a kitchen. The only inconvenience was that it was a bit far away. Regardless, after settling down, Yimo was left with no spirit stones at all anymore. He had a lot of valuable items, but he didn't dare sell them. Compared to the busy city, the tiny China Pharmaceuticals opening was insignificant. There were only 3 people in China Pharmaceuticals: the boss and 2 waiters. Although Song Yangzhu and Yiling were both pretty, in the cultivation realm they weren't really outstanding. 3 days later, Yiling couldn't sit tight anymore and said worriedly, Brother, we've opened our shop for 3 days and we haven't sold 1 pill. Most people don't know what China Pharmaceuticals is. Should we change our shop's name to China Pill Tower? If things continue like this for 3 months, we won't have enough to survive, Song Yangzhu laughed. We're just a small shop, we can't call ourselves Pill Tower. Yimo also realized that if they continued like this, they really might not get any clients. He might as well go out and set up a stall again then. On the 4th day after China Pharmaceuticals opening, huge news stormed the entire city. China Pharmaceuticals was selling Qi increasing pills, essence increasing pills, great essence increasing pills, rejuvenation pills, essence rejuvenation pills, essence benefit pills and many other types of pills. The first few types didn't matter, but the essence rejuvenation pills and the essence benefit pills were pills that foundation establishment state cultivators used. Essence rejuvenation pills were for essence recovery and healing. Meanwhile, essence benefit pills were for cultivation before foundation establishment state level 6. It was more precious. Both pills were spirit grade level 3 pills. Even ordinary pill towers might not have it, but this wasn't the most shocking news. The most shocking news were that the shop had 1 face-preserving pill and 1 foundation establishment pill. Both pills weren't hard to make, but the face-preserving pill was priceless. But to most, the foundation establishment pill was more important. Cultivation was much more important than looks. Even the big pill towers had limited amounts of foundation establishment pills. Even if they did, they would sell them in auctions. How could they sell them together with ordinary pills? Everyone rushed to China Pharmaceuticals to see how they were selling the 2 pills. The reason EMO had taken out these 2 pills was also for a matter of gambling. No matter where, those with little courage starved to death and those with big courage had plenty. He had to start off with a high profile to get China Pharmaceuticals' name out. As long as he got his name out, more and more people would come to him for pills. He would get to know more people and get more connections. The city was rather safe, and as long as he stayed in it, even if some people desired his fortune, they couldn't do anything. When he got more wealth, he would be able to turn it into power. In less than 2 hours, China Pharmaceuticals' door was filled with all sorts of cultivators. China Pharmaceuticals sells pills. Such a strange name. Yes, I saw this place open up a few days ago. I didn't think it was a pill shop. A foundation establishment pill? Is that real or fake? Unless they don't want to run a business anymore, it can't be fake. Wait, let me see how this foundation establishment pill is sold. Chapter 853, Recruitment. China Pharmaceuticals' prices were the same as other pill towers. Although Yimo wanted to sell them cheaper, he didn't have the power to do so. Without enough power, lowering the price wasn't a small deal. Offending the big pill businesses was no laughing matter. China Pharmaceuticals didn't have a big facade, but its advertisement was really good. It clearly wrote that the foundation establishment pill would be sold to the 300th customer for 100,000 spirit stones. If the 300th customer didn't want it, it would be sold to the next one. The face-preserving pill would not be sold. Selling the foundation establishment pill for 100,000 spirit stones wasn't very expensive. It was rather cheap, but GMO didn't want to earn money from it. He wanted to use it to bring fame to China Pharmaceuticals. So he would even sell it for 1,000 spirit stones. Almost everyone who had the money was rubbing their palms. Many Qi-gathering peak cultivators hadn't been able to reach foundation establishment state for a long time. They had all saved up spirit stones to buy the foundation establishment pill. It's opening. With a call, the doors of China Pharmaceuticals opened. All the cultivators waiting at the door went inside, as though if they arrived a little later, they wouldn't get the foundation establishment pill. Yi Ling and Song Yangzhu were dazed at the bustling cultivators at the door. They finally realized what madness was. It was just a foundation establishment pill, but it caused such a ruckus. The store's front, that used to be empty, was now filled with a sea of people. This. Song Yangzhu sighed. No matter where Yimo was, he would always cause a big commotion. Yimo stood at the door and his foundation establishment state-level temperament exploded. He has plenty of cultivation essence and his spirit sense was strong. The power he exerted was the same as a foundation establishment state tertiary stage cultivators. People felt his power and calmed down. If they offended a foundation establishment state tertiary stage cultivator, he could annihilate them at any time. Even if he couldn't kill someone in the city, one couldn't stay in the city forever. Furthermore, he could open a pill shop, which meant that there was a pill master behind him. A pill master's power was not simple. Even a golden core state wouldn't want to offend the lowest grade spirit grade pill master, everyone. Yimo waited for the people to be a little more quiet before saluting his fist. Today's the opening of our China Pharmaceuticals. My master left me 2 foundation establishment pills. I've used one for foundation establishment state and now there's one left. This one will be sold to the fortunate person. No matter who you are, if you're the 300th to come and buy something from my shop, you have the right to buy the pill. Of course, you can give up your right to. Shenbei, will your master be able to get more foundation establishment pills? Someone from the crowd asked. Yimo laughed. Good question. Although we don't have a solid foundation, my master has powerful origins. I'm not even sure if my master can get more foundation establishment pills, but I can assure everyone that my master will come to this city in a year. If there's more, we will sell them for sure. Yimo thought that in a year later he would at least be at foundation establishment state middle stage and maybe even tertiary stage. If he were at foundation establishment state tertiary stage, he would be able to deal with an ordinary golden core state. In order to not decrease the popularity of China Pharmaceuticals, of course he wouldn't tell them there would be no more. Okay, now let the sales begin. Please stay in order, those who cut in line will have to leave. Yimo waved his hand. There was just one foundation establishment pill, but many people wanted to see how the other pills were. After all, the benefit essence pill was also very precious for a foundation establishment state cultivator. People stayed in an orderly fashion. Yi Ling and Song Yangzhu were both very busy. Some people bought a bottle. Some bought a few. The supplies Yimo had were soon depleted. As more and more bottles were sold, joyful discussions sounded. They found out that China Pharmaceuticals pills were much better than the pills of other pill towers. They had less impurities and stronger effects, but their prices were the same as other pill towers. With this joyful discovery, Yimo's pills got sold even faster. Soon, the 300th customer arrived and he was a stage 7 chi gathering cultivator. He had come to buy the great essence increasing pill, but he hadn't expected that he would be this lucky. When Yimo saw that the cultivator was in a daze for a long time, he realized that the cultivator didn't have the ability nor the intention to buy the foundation establishment pill. The cultivator behind the stage 7 also saw this. He was a male cultivator in his 60s. He looked old and he'd gone in the line to see if he would be lucky enough to be the 300th customer. The old cultivator pulled the young cultivator aside and said shakily, "This is a bottle of great essence increasing pill. Move aside." That young cultivator agreed and moved aside. It was a win-win situation. Yimo saw the old cultivator buy the foundation establishment pill and said, "Everyone, the lucky one to buy the foundation establishment pill has appeared. He is this man. Let's wish him success in foundation establishment." Many people got disappointed and half of the long queue disappeared. But Yimo wasn't worried. He had reached his goal. It's Sunjit Sai, isn't he a pill master himself? Why did he buy pills here? Someone saw the old cultivator and said, "He's just a mortal level pill master." Hearing this, Yimo had an idea. He had seen Sunjit Sai excitedly hold the foundation establishment pill and almost start crying. Yimo walked up to him immediately. "Friend, hello, I'm Yimo, the owner of China Pharmaceuticals. Congratulations on getting the foundation establishment pill. I wish you a successful foundation establishment, Yemo said. Sun Jitsai put the foundation establishment pill away and bowed. Yi Qianbei, thank you. Thank you for letting me buy this pill. Yemo smiled. It's completely your luck that you were able to buy it. I heard you're a pill master, right? Sun Jitsai quickly nodded. Yes, I come from a pill-making family. However, my family passed away and I'd become a solo cultivator now. I can only make some mortal-level pills. Yemo waved his hand. That's fine, I'm saying this because we're in shortage of people right now. If you're still willing to make pills after you reach foundation establishment state, you can come to China Pharmaceuticals. Of course, although we have just opened, we won't mistreat you. You will have the pills you need for foundation establishment state. Sun Jitsai was dazed and said excitedly. Xianbei, I can only make some mortal-level pills though, Yemo smiled. If you become a pill master at China Pharmaceuticals, of course, I won't just let you make mortal-level pills. Moreover, I'm a spirit-level pill master, I can teach you a few things, huh? Sun Jitsai was dazed. Such good fortune had fallen upon him. Being taught by a spirit-level pill master was no easier than reaching foundation establishment. Yet, he had gotten both. Master, I'm willing. Sun Jitsai knelt down on the ground. Yemo was speechless. He pulled Sun Jitsai up. You're not my disciple, I'm just giving you a few pointers. Chapter 854, All sorts of powers. Boss Yi, nice business you have. A plain voice sounded. It was plain, but Yemo still felt his ears vibrate. That man's power was no weaker than Li Bison's. He was probably a false core state cultivator. Yemo turned around and saw that the man looked like he was in his 40s. He seemed astute and it looked like he had killing chi on him. He had just started his business, yet someone had already calmed. Yemo knew that he wasn't familiar with this place. In order to stay there, he needed to keep increasing his power and get to know the power distribution of the city. Yemo said to Sun Jitsai, brother Sun, go reach foundation establishment first. After you're done, come work here. Sun Jitsai bowed and left. However, when he walked up to that middle-aged cultivator, he bowed again. Greetings, All Pill Tower, Manager Pang. The manager sneered. Yemo nodded. He was having a better impression of Sun Jitsai already. Sun Jitsai knew what he had done would displease the manager, but he still told him who the man was. If he knew who this man was, it would be much better for negotiating than to talk with a mysterious person. Yemo knew that the All Pill Tower was one of the 3 big pill towers in the River State City. It ranked second and it was a franchise. There were many other outlets in the cities of the North Far State. It was rather strong. After Sun Jitsai left, Yemo saluted the manager with his fist slowly and said, Friend, what purpose do you have here? The manager was already unhappy that Yemo hadn't greeted him first and now, Yemo didn't even invite him inside. Manager Peng was annoyed, but his face was very calm. I'm the manager of the All Pill Tower, Peng Shiping. I have some important things to discuss with Boss Yi. What? Are you not going to invite me in? Yemo sneered. This guy clearly didn't have good intentions, yet he acted superior in front of him. So, it's Manager Peng of the All Pill Tower. Our shop just opened and it's rather small. If Manager Peng has anything to say, just say it here. Yemo didn't give a SHT about this Manager Peng. He was planning to build a business there. But he wouldn't suck up to someone like this. Even if the boss of the All Pill Tower went there personally and acted like this, Yemo wouldn't care either. Brother, we've sold out all of our pills today. Yiling quietly came up and said to Yemo. Yemo nodded and walked to the front door. He called, Friends, thank you for your support today. We've sold out all of our pills today. Please come again tomorrow. I'll also announce other news. Starting from today, this store will concoct pills for others. This created quite the ripple. Concocting pills for people was no simple promise. It was what big pill towers did. That little shop, China Pharmaceuticals, dared to concoct pills for others? Peng Shiping was about to rage when Yemo left him behind to make the announcement. However, after he heard it, he calmed down instead. I didn't think Boss Yi was a pill master. Respect, respect. Since you're helping people concoct pills, why don't you specify what grade pills you can make? What if someone asks you for a spirit grade or heaven grade pill? Can Boss Yi make it too? Peng Shiping's tone had gotten very soft now. Yemo sneered.
Did he think he could understand his plans? But he laughed. I forgot to mention it just now.
Yet if someone in River State City wants pills made, it would have to be at most a spirit grade level 1. Boss, you can make spirit grade pills?
Peng Shiping was shook now.
He hadn't thought this not very powerful boss was actually a spirit grade pill master. EMO didn't answer as he had heard two more people come to the door. One was a middle-aged man in his 50s who looked very handsome.
The other man had a goatee, but he looked like he was in his 30s. What shook EMO was that the handsome man was actually a Golden Core State tertiary stage cultivator, and that Golden Core State man clearly didn't know that EMO could see his power. He walked inside and saluted with his fist. Boss, he is so young, but he is already a spirit grade pill master. I really didn't expect this.
I'm the city lord of River State City, Zhang Chengfeng.
I came to visit you.
I hope pill master won't mind. EMO was shook.
He hadn't expected that the city lord would go to visit him personally.
This city was co-owned by many power factions, and the city lord was clearly one of the bigger power factions.
Yet such a person had gone to visit EMO personally and acted quite respectfully.
Even though EMO knew he had come for the face-preserving pill, EMO approved of this man's charisma. The city lord had come, so it was perfect for him to enact his plans. The city lord then pointed at the goatee man. This is Immortal Treasure Tower's manager Yen Zhang. We met on the way here, so we came over together. Yen Zhang quickly saluted with his fist. Yen Zhang greet pill master Yi. His tone was countless times better than Peng Shiping's. Clearly, in their hearts, EMO's pill master was much better than his boss, who was at Foundation Establishment State status. Although he didn't really like men with goatees due to Dongfangshi, Yen Zhang was really polite.
EMO knew about the Immortal Treasure Tower too. It was the biggest pill tower in the city, but it also sold magic artifacts and spirit artifacts too. EMO quickly saluted with his fists too and said, I didn't think City Lord Zhang and Manager Yen would personally come to my humble place. Please come in and have a seat.
Yiling, make some tea. Peng Shiping's face was green.
When he had walked inside, EMO ignored him.
Yet now he was so polite to Zhang Chengfeng and Yen Zhang. However, he still saluted Zhang Chengfeng. Peng Shiping greet City Lord Zhang and brother Yen. Zhang Chengfeng smiled and just nodded, while Yen Zhang laughed. I didn't think Manager Peng would be this fast.
He. When EMO sat down with these people, Yiling and Song Yangzhu sat by EMO's side.
They were a little anxious due to these people's power. EMO knew they had all come for the face-preserving pill, so he said, I believe City Lord Zhang and the two managers have come for the face-preserving pill my master left behind. Yes, pill master Yi is straightforward.
My wife isn't in town now.
But she heard of the appearance of the face-preserving pill and asked me to buy it immediately.
Please sell the pill to me, brother Yi.
Otherwise, it's going to be hard for me to deal with her, Zhang Chengfeng said. EMO really liked the way this city lord talked, but it seemed his wife had control over him. Peng Shiping quickly said, Boss Yi, our all pill tower heard your shop has a face-preserving pill, so our boss told us to buy this pill no matter what.
As for the price, Boss Yi, you name it.
Even a few millions or tens of millions is fine. However, Yen Zhang sneered, nice plans, Manager Peng, you guys are about to hold an auction.
A few million spirit stones?
You buy it here for a few million spirit stones and then you would sell it for a few million middle-grade spirit stones.
EMO hadn't thought the face-preserving pill would be worth this much money.
A middle-grade spirit stone was worth 10 low-grade spirit stones, but he still got up and saluted with his fist.
Thanks for your support, but the face-preserving pill is a treasure to the shop.
I wasn't planning on selling it. Chapter 855, Gift Pill. As soon as EMO said this, everyone was dazed.
Everyone who had gone to visit EMO today had an important background. Each one of them wasn't someone that the China Pharmaceuticals could reject.
They could easily annihilate China Pharmaceuticals. They hadn't gone there for the shop nor EMO, a mere spirit grade level 1 pill master. It was for the face-preserving pill. Although EMO had taken out the face-preserving pill for that day and never intended not to sell it, he wasn't happy with how they were passively coercing him. This was all because he didn't have power. If he had power, then even if he had the immortal face pill, no one would dare say anything. EMO saw their faces looked bad and quickly said, you guys misunderstand me. I don't plan to sell it, but after seeing how much City Lord Zhang loves his wife, I am deeply touched. Today, I would like to gift City Lord Zhang this pill to fulfill his wishes. EMO knew the importance of picking a side.
If he hesitated now, he would offend all three of them. He had already offended Peng Shiping. Hence Zhang Chengfeng had the biggest power in the city. Although he didn't know if Zhang Chengfeng's character was really that good too, he seemed okay. That Yan Zhang also seemed to be close to Zhang Chengfeng on the surface. The reason Emo didn't worry about Zhang Chengfeng just taking it and not helping him was due to the fact that Zhang Chengfeng seemed straightforward and didn't look down on him. However, he felt like it could be due to him coming here out of respect for his wife, and not for him nor the shop. If it was the latter, Emo was sure that Zhang Chengfeng would take the pill and not help him because he believed that China Pharmaceuticals was not worth his help. However, he had only known Zhang Chengfeng for a short time, so he couldn't tell. He could only try his luck. He didn't really care about one face-preserving pill. If it had been something else, then even if it meant that GMO would have had to leave the city, he wouldn't have done it. The three men were dazed. They hadn't thought EMO was that generous. This pill was worth tens of millions of spirit stones. EMO clearly didn't have enough on his hand, or he wouldn't have rented the shop at that far-off corner. EMO had decided to give the pill away in this situation, which meant that he was no short-sighted person. Zhang Chengfeng was dazed and reacted first. He quickly waved his hand. "Boss Yi, how can I let you do that? This pill is so precious, I can't take it for free. It's already a huge favor that Boss Yi is willing to sell it to me." However, his face didn't show that at all. Yemo's heart sunk. He realized that he had seen wrongly this time. Zhang Chengfeng was very handsome and straightforward, but he was the type that didn't care about others' survival in order to reach his goal. Although Emo had realized this, he still acted. "City Lord Zhang, I respect those who value relationships. Since you're willing to come here personally for your wife, I would like to know someone like you. If you look down on me, then pay me spirit stones, ha ha ha." Zhang Chengfeng laughed and got up. "Brother Yi, I admire your straightforward character. Okay, I'll accept your goodwill. Don't call me City Lord Zhang from now on. I won't call you Boss Yi either. We'll call each other brothers." Emo laughed. "In that case, Brother Zhang, I won't be so polite with you." However, Emo was sure that if the All-Pill Tower really attacked China Pharmaceuticals, Zhang Chengfeng would never help Emo. But thinking that the pill was still a symbol of goodwill, it should make the All-Pill Tower have some concern. That would be fine. He needed time the most right now. "Congratulations, City Lord Zhang, on getting what you desired." Yan Zhang congratulated him first. Peng Shiping was helpless and congratulated him too. But Emo saw clearly the bleak look he hid under his eyes. "Yangzhu, bring the pill," Emo said. Song Yangzhu got up to get the pill. They were shook. They had both taken it, but they hadn't thought it was this valuable. "Manager Pang, did you get the pill?" a voice sounded and a young man wobbled into Emo's shop full of arrogance. Peng Shiping's expression looked bad. He said politely to the young man, "Young master, it belongs to City Lord Zhang now." "What?" The young man frowned and looked at Zhang Chengfeng and Yan Zhang. He wasn't satisfied, but he could only salute Zhang Chengfeng. "So Uncle Zhang came personally. Congratulations." He only nodded at Yan Zhang. "Are you the boss of China Pharmaceuticals? A foundation establishment state level 3 cultivator? Not bad. Yet you dare to open a shop here with your measly power. You're quite bold." The young master was clearly unhappy that he hadn't gotten the pill. Zhang Chengfeng frowned, but he didn't speak. Peng Shiping coughed, wanting to remind the young master not to look for trouble with Emo. However, the young master didn't know Emo had just given the pill to Zhang Chengfeng. As soon as the young master said this, he saw Song Yangzhu, who was bringing the pill over, and his eyes brightened up. She looked even prettier after being nourished by Emo, and her body was exceptional. Her slightly troubled look because of thinking about her daughter made her all the more enticing. "I didn't think I would get a pretty lady instead of getting the face-preserving pill today." "Great." The young master walked up to Song Yangzhu. Emo sneered. He wanted the young master to do something now. He hadn't given him the pill yet, and he believed that no matter how much Zhang Chengfeng didn't want trouble with the All-Pill Tower, he would have to stand up for him. But just when Zhang Chengfeng was about to say something, Emo walked up, kicked the young master and punched his kneecaps. The young master didn't care about GMO, as he was at Foundation Establishment State Level 5 and Peng Shiping was at False Core State. However, Yemo's both punches landed on the young master, even. Though the young master was about to react when Emo attacked, Emo's cultivation essence was a lot stronger than his and took him by surprise. A thud followed after two cracking sounds. The young master was kicked out of the shop and landed on the streets. Chapter 856, What Great Pill Master Are You? Zhang Chengfeng smiled, as though nothing had happened. The moment Emo moved, he knew his purpose. Although he could stop it, he didn't. He didn't want trouble with the All-Pill Tower now, but he didn't need to go help them either. It was fine for him to give this little help for a free face-preserving pill, but that was about it. Emo knew that Zhang Chengfeng had had the opportunity to stop it. If he had, he would have known that there was no point in trying to connect with him. He would have immediately found an excuse to borrow spirit stones. Once he got the spirit stones, he would have left River State City immediately. How dare you attack the young master of the All-Pill Tower? City Lord Zhang. This Emo dares to attack people in this city. Pang Shiping hadn't had the ability to help at the spur of the moment. He wanted to attack Emo, but he knew Zhang Chengfeng had taken Emo's pill, so he could only settle things with Zhang Chengfeng first. If he chose not to attack, then he could do whatever he wanted to Emo. Emo said plainly. Manager Pang, City Lord Zhang also saw what happened just then. I believe City Lord Zhang will deal with things with justice. I'm just like City Lord Zhang, someone who values husband-wife relationship. Your all-pill piece of trash dares to assault my wife. It's his luck that I haven't killed him already, Zhang Chengfeng nodded. I saw what happened just then. It was indeed the All-Pill Tower young master's fault. I support what Brother Yi did. City Lord Zhang, this Emo is just a foreigner. Are you really going to side with him? Pang Shiping said. Emo laughed. I have a way to placate your anger. Your young master likes to assault wives, right? You can take him home to assault your wife. How dare you? Pang Shiping was about to rage. Zhang Chengfeng sneered, but he didn't talk. He was clearly unhappy. Pang Shiping heard this and realized it was impossible to teach Emo a lesson at that moment. He thought and got up, saluting Zhang Chengfeng and Yan Zhang, before taking his young master and leaving. Yan Zhang saw this and gave Emo a thumbs up. Brother Yi is indeed fearless. You even gave the young master of the All-Pill Tower a beating. However, his father Lu Jiucheng is the boss of the River State branch. He's at Golden Core State peak stage. It's said he's trying to reach nascent soul state. With the All-Pill Tower's abundant resources, it will just be a matter of time. Emo was quite shocked indeed. He had thought a branch boss would at most be at Golden Core State middle stage. He could stall around a Golden Core State cultivator, but against a nascent soul state cultivator, he wouldn't even be able to talk. As though seeing Emo's worry, Zhang Chengfeng laughed and said, Brother Yi, don't worry. Just develop your China pharmaceuticals in this city. I don't think that the All-Pill Tower dares to cross the line here. Emo saluted him. Thank you, Brother Zhang. I'll stay in this city. Please take this face-preserving pill. Then he gave the pill to Zhang Chengfeng, looking very willing. However, Emo cursed in his heart. None of these guys were easy to deal with. Zhang Chengfeng got his pill, yet he had only said a few meaningless words. Zhang Chengfeng got what he needed and immediately left Emo's shop, as though he had never said that they were brothers. This City Lord Zhang was a very pragmatic person. He wouldn't invest on something without getting a benefit. He was a Golden Core State cultivator and he wasn't going to lower himself to connect with a Foundation Establishment State cultivator. Emo sighed, wondering whether he should have left the city. After thinking about all of that, he found that Yan Zhang was still sitting in front of him and hadn't left. Yan Zhang saw Emo's expression change, but he didn't mind and instead saluted him with his fist. Those two are gone. Now let's introduce each other again. I'm the manager of the Immortal Treasure Tower River State branch, Yan Zhang. Emo was confused by Yan Zhang's attitude and replied, I'm China Pharmaceuticals Emo manager Yan. What do you wish to tell me? Yan Zhang smiled. Brother Yi, allow me to be straightforward. I can tell you're a brave person and I know why you gave the pill to City Lord Zhang. Yan Zhang's tone changed. However, I don't think Brother Yi understands City Lord Zhang. Your efforts might not succeed. Once Yan Zhang said this, Emo realized that Yan Zhang meant that the face-preserving pill was precious to others, but not so to him. Seeing Emo wasn't reply to him, Yan Zhang didn't mind. Do you know why City Lord Zhang called you brother? Just like how he doesn't consider us to be at his level, he is still very polite to us. It's all because we have power behind us. Moreover, Brother Ye's master is no ordinary person, Emo smiled bitterly.
He was no idiot, but he had just realized that Yen Zhang had called him brother because of that non-existent master he had.
Ha ha ha. What a pity for Brother Ye's face-preserving pill. Yen Zhang smiled and said, Emo didn't really mind and laughed. Brother Yen is really insightful. But, are you telling me these so I can ask to have the pill back? Of course not. Yen Zhang looked at GMO and said, the reason I stayed here is because I genuinely want to be friends with Brother Yi. If Brother Yi doesn't mind, I'm willing to take on the conflict between China Pharmaceuticals and the All-Pill Tower. Would I have that honor? Emo was already planning to leave the city after realizing what Zhang Chengfeng was thinking, but now Yen Zhang's words confused him. They had just met for the first time. Why did he think so highly of him and was willing to help him? Yen Zhang smiled and said, Brother Yi, our immortal treasure tower has always had conflict with the All-Pill Tower. Even without Brother Ye's things, we're still enemies. The reason I approve of Brother Yi, other than the fact that you're a pill master, is that you're someone that can be a true friend. I don't think I'm wrong. Emo wasn't going to keep pretending at this point. It would only benefit him to connect with the immortal treasure tower, so he said, thank you, Brother Yen, for approving of me. Then I'll be troubling you from now on. In that case, I won't waste time. Brother Yi, the place you rented is actually a property of our immortal treasure tower, and so is the land in a 10,000 m radius from here. If you don't mind, I'll make the decision to give it all to you for the starting step of China Pharmaceuticals, Yen Zhang said without hesitation. Ho! Emo was really dazed. The land prices were very expensive there. Brother Yi, I truly want to be friends with you. I don't think you're a mere spirit grade level 1 pill master, right? Let me guess, that benefit essence pill came from you? It's a master's work. I came today not for the face-preserving pill. I want to know what grade pill master you are, Brother Yi, Yen Zhang said. Chapter 857, Higher Pill Master, Emo nodded. He understood what Yen Zhang meant, otherwise he wouldn't be accepting what he was giving him. Yes. I'm indeed not a spirit grade level 1 pill master, Emo said. He saw genuine will from Yen Zhang and he didn't have any conflict of interest with the immortal treasure tower. There was no reason for Yen Zhang to harm him, it is so. Yen Zhang got up excitedly. What's the highest level pill Brother Yi can make? He seemed to have a high expectations. Emo didn't know what Yen Zhang meant, but he said, right now, I can make more than 90% of the pills below spirit grade level 6, if I have the recipe. Emo was confident he could make all of the spirit grade pills as long as he had the recipe, but he was being humble. What? Your spirit grade level 6 pill master? Yen Zhang was shaking with excitement. There weren't many master of this caliber, not even in the entire North Far State. Even the All-Pill Tower only had one spirit grade level 6 pill master in this city. The entire franchise couldn't have more than 5 pill masters with such skills. Emo nodded. He was certain that with time, he could even make heaven-grade pills. Yen Zhang suddenly grabbed Emo's hand and asked worriedly, Brother Yi, what's your success rate of making spirit-grade level 6 pills? 70%, Emo said calmly. The new pill concoction system birthed from the 3 birth chant had a 99% success rate, but 70% was very high already. You can reach 70%? Great, great, great. Yen Zhang said. Brother Yi, I was right about you. I genuinely invite you to join the Immortal Treasure Tower. Don't worry, Brother Yi, I'm not telling you to give up your China Pharmaceuticals, but just asking you to make some pills for us in your spare time in your name. So, we'd be hiring you to be our pill master. Emo looked at Yen Zhang. Brother Yen, China Pharmaceuticals is also selling pills. In that case, wouldn't there be a conflict of interest with your tower? Yen Zhang laughed. Brother Yi, the Immortal Treasure Tower has spread over the entire North Far State. Why would we care about a mere shop in River State City? Moreover, our business isn't limited to pills, but also magic artifacts. Brother Yi, you can rebuild your China Pharmaceuticals and take your wife and sister to stay at our place for the moment, Yen Zhang said, seeing that Emo was interested. Emo had already agreed in his heart, but he wanted to ask about the salary. However, they had just given him 10,000 SQM of land. If he still asked for a salary, wouldn't that come off as impolite? Furthermore, he still needed them to deal with the all-pill tower. Yan Zhang was very astute and said, "Brother Yi, as for the payment, I know it's half-half usually outside. We're willing to give you 10% of the pills, which means that you only have to give us 60% of the pills." Yi Mo knew this was rather good. Outside. Although the pill master and the customer got half each, if the pill master only had a success rate of 60%, he would still have to give the customer half of the pills that could be made with the resources. The extra 10% increase was rather good, Yi Mo said. However, "Brother Yan, I can't agree to this arrangement." Yan Zhang was dazed. It was a very good deal. They were just hiring one person specifically, and of course they couldn't do 50-50, like outside. After all, they supplied all the material. If they split it 50-50, it wouldn't be worth for them. However, Yi Mo said, "My success rate is 70%. I'll give you guys 70% and I won't keep any extra. If you approve of me, Brother Yan, agree to this deal." He was sure he had 100% success rate for spirit grade level 6 pills, which meant that he could get 30% for free. This 30% was enough for China Pharmaceuticals to sell. He was very happy with it already. Yan Zheng understood what GMO meant and looked at GMO in an even higher esteem. "Okay, I'll take it then. I'll get your pill master badge sorted." Yan Zheng closed down. Yi-Mo knew what the pill master badge was. Like the East Black State, the North Far State had a pill association. All the pill masters who could allow the association to approve their mortal grade pills were mortal grade pill masters. For example, a level 1 mortal pill master or level 1 spirit pill master. Those who could make heaven grade pills were called pill kings. There was no title for beyond that, as the highest level on Luoyu continent was only a level 7 pill king. Yi-Mo really didn't care about the badge or the title, but since Yan Zhang was willing to help, he wouldn't mind. Yan Zhang could only help him to be recognized as a level 6 spirit pill master. Beyond that, he would have to be tested by the association himself. With the title of a spirit pill master, it would be much easier for him when he dealt with the pill association. Not only could he buy restricted herbs, but he also get discounts. After releasing the news of the Foundation Establishment pill and the face preserving pill, China Pharmaceuticals released another piece of shocking news. They were going to expand their land and build a China Pharmaceuticals tower. The head pill master of China Pharmaceuticals, Yi-Mo, was also hired to be a pill master for the Immortal Treasure Tower. When China Pharmaceuticals Tower was being built, Yi-Mo took Song Yangzhu and Yi Ling to the headquarters of the Immortal Treasure Tower. He urged Song Yangzhu and Yi Ling to keep cultivating while he was concocting pills for the Immortal Treasure Tower. When Yi-Mo was concocting pills, he realized he could indeed concoct pills while cultivating, and this made him breathe at ease. He didn't want to waste too much cultivation time for pill concoction. It wasn't as good as focusing just on cultivation, but it was better than nothing. When Peng Shiping heard the news, he was dazed, but he could only watch Yi-Mo get stronger. Zhang Chengfeng heard these news and smiled plainly when he thought about Yi-Mo using the face-preserving pill to suck up to him. Yan Zhang looked cunning, but he was still too inexperienced. Yi-Mo had somehow made Yan Zheng hire him. In a matter of a week, the tower was finished. Yi-Mo took Song Yangzhu and Yi Ling back to the China Pharmaceuticals Tower. Song Yangzhu was now at stage 4 Qi gathering and Yi Ling at stage 5. What surprised Yan Zhang was that Yi-Mo made pills much faster than other pill masters, and this greatly relieved the demand on pills for the Immortal Treasure Tower. Due to this, Yi-Mo also got a higher status. With adequate cultivation resources in Spirit Qi, he was at Foundation Establishment State Level 3 Tertiary Stage. Most of the spirit stones he had earned were used on buying materials. They seemed like forgery materials, but Yi-Mo knew that he was buying formation materials. Yi-Mo believed that his strongest talent wasn't pill concoction, but setting formations. Chapter 858, Old Friend. Yi-Mo was indeed planning to set up a few formations around China Pharmaceuticals. The first was a spirit gathering formation. His formation skills exceeded by far formation masters there. Yi-Mo was also going to lay an extremely strong defense formation and an attack formation. It was all superficial, however. Yi-Mo was secretly building a teleportation formation. If Yi-Mo said he could build teleportation formation, perhaps the entire North Far State would be shocked. There were many people who could build formations, but rarely those who could build teleportation formations. It was only people who studied formations for centuries. How old was Yi-Mo? However, Yi-Mo's specialty was teleportation formations. He had studied it for many years in the small world. With Yimo's current level, he can only make a short distance teleportation formation of 100,000 kilometers. But that was enough for Yimo. He was building it as an escape, even though Yen Zhan was genuine to him. He wasn't going to let others be responsible for his life. The only pity was that he was missing two materials. A month later, Sun Jitsai successfully reached foundation establishment state and went to China Pharmaceuticals to help. With this, Yimo wanted to hire more people. Yimo felt that Jiling and Song Yangzhu's talent was good and their progress was fast, but working as a shop attendant also greatly affected their cultivation. Yimo had told Sun Jitsai to put up hiring notices. Two people were stumbling towards China Pharmaceuticals. Behind the two of them there were two cultivators chasing them. Yimo could tell that the people chasing them were from the All-Pill Tower. Yimo was speechless. They were too cocky. Yet, he knew that in this city, as long as you didn't kill overtly, it was fine for the All-Pill Tower to do this. It was a man and woman who were running towards him. The man seemed to be in his 40s and the woman seemed to be just 30. Her skin was dark and had a round face and big eyes. Yimo felt she was familiar. They were both injured. Yimo realized that they were ancient martial artists. The man was at black level middle stage while the woman was at yellow level tertiary stage. Suyu, look. This is China Pharmaceuticals. We're here. The man saw the words and called out in joy. The woman also looked up and charged immediately. Suyu? Yimo remembered who this woman was. When he set up the stall in Ninghai to sell runes, he sold one to Su Jingwen and another to the round-faced woman next to her. He couldn't have imagined she was here too. So what if you're here? Believe me when I say that if I want to catch bugs like you, even if you escape to the edge of heaven, I will still kill you. The two pursuers sneered. Oh, really? I don't believe you. I want to see how you're going to beat someone here at China Pharmaceuticals. Yimo sneered standing at the door of China Pharmaceuticals. The two All-Pill Tower cultivators saw Yimo as soon as they came out. They knew who Yimo was, a foreign wheat cultivator, but he was lucky and got hired by the Immortal Treasure Tower. He was very cocky and if he even dared to beat their young master, he would beat them too. Yi Qianbei, these two foreign solo cultivators have some conflict with us. Please don't intervene, one stage 7 Qi gathering said. Bullshit, these two are my old friends and you dare attack them in China Pharmaceuticals. Do you think I don't dare kill you? Yimo didn't move and just waved his hands. Slap slap. The two Qi gathering cultivators from the All-Pill Tower were slapped far away, each spitting out a bunch of teeth, but they didn't dare say anything. The woman covered in wounds recognized Yimo and immediately called out in joy, Yimo. Are you really Yimo? Yimo smiled and said. Hello, I didn't think you'd be here too. Go in first. Yimo then glared coldly at the two cultivators. Hurry up and piss off. Do you want me to break your dog legs too? Yimo knew he couldn't do anything to the two men. He was relying on the Immortal Treasure Tower. He didn't have his own power. Their face turned white, but they ran away quickly. Seeing that such powerful men didn't even dare to speak after being slapped, Suyu and the man next to her were even more shocked. They had been at the North Far State for quite some time and they knew that yellow and black level ancient martial artists were at the very bottom there. Yimo took them in and found out after asking them that the man was called Sheng Yizhong and came from the small world. He had met Suyu here and their point of connection was Yimo. Yimo dominated the small world and all of those who cultivated ancient martial arts knew of him. Apart from them, there were a lot more people who crossed the teleportant formation, but they only knew about truth cultivation here. They were old and their talent was average. It was too hard for them to join a sect, so they could only roam around. They heard of a shop called China Pharmaceuticals in River State City, so they rushed over immediately. Xiaoya, you're Su Jingwen's bodyguard. Why are you be here like this and how did you get into a conflict with people from the All-Pill Tower? Yimo sighed. He could tell that the ancient martial artists who had gone there weren't living very well. Suyu sighed. Brother Yi, I'm from the Su family and my master picked me to learn ancient martial arts because I had some talent. I later on became Sister Jingwen's bodyguard, but some time ago, I heard Sister Jingwen went through the portal, so I came. As for the conflict with them, they were looking for trouble when we asked about China Pharmaceuticals. Thinking about this, Yimo realized that the two martial artists had nowhere to go and he needed to hire people, so he said, if you have nowhere to go, then stay at China Pharmaceuticals. I was hiring people anyways. I can provide you cultivation resources and a cultivation method. They had no place to go anyways and with such an offer.
They agreed without hesitation. Yi Mo hired 2 more female cultivators, which saved time for Song Yangzhu and Yi Ling to cultivate. He taught Sun Jitsai some simple pill concoction methods and gave him the job of making ordinary pills.
Meanwhile, he dived into formation research. Even with support, the conflict between him and the all-pill tower was far from over. He was only lacking 2 materials for the portal: star sand and segment darth.
Yi Mo just needed ordinary ones. Extreme high-quality ones were very rare. In the second month, China Pharmaceuticals was on the right track.
Hence, Yi Mo was planning on going to search for these 2 materials outside.
Song Yangzhu was at stage 5 and Yi Ling at stage 6. Even Suyu and Shang Yizhang were at stage 1 and everything seemed fine. Yi Mo had found out from Yan Zhang that in a week at the Nanshan market, there was going to be an auction that might sell star sand.
Hence, Yi Mo asked Yan Zhang to look after China Pharmaceuticals while he sneaked over to the Nanshan market. Chapter 859, Pingyali family. The Nanshan market wasn't close to River State City, but it could be reached by teleporting to Gonyuan City and then go from there. Yi Mo knew that if he used the teleportation formation, the all-pill tower would know for sure. Although Song Yangzhu and Yi Ling should be fine, he still didn't want the all-pill tower to know he had left the city. Yi Mo used Li Bison's flying pike to leave.
It would cost him an extra few days, but it didn't matter. Yi Mo was at Foundation Establishment State Level 3 peak now. He was much faster than when Yi Ling and Song Yangzhu piloted the pike.
He spent 2 days to travel half the way.
On the third afternoon, Yi Mo stopped not far from Gonyuan City and found a white snow fox. The fox dashed and it reminded Yi Mo of the snow fox he had seen in the Mayani Snow Mountains. This fox looked the same, but it was countless times faster. Because snow foxes were animals that could find spirit items, Yi Mo chased it without thinking. However, the fox was very fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Luckily, it wasn't out of Yi Mo's spirit sense yet, so Yi Mo could follow it. Yi Mo thought it would be easy for him to catch the fox, but 2 hours later Yi Mo realized that the fox was taking him further and further away. He realized he had no hope. He wasn't as fast as the fox. Just when Yi Mo was about to give up, a wave of power alerted him. He took back his spirit sense, and even the flying pike. He clearly felt that both powers weren't something he could deal with. It was clear that the powers belonged to Golden Core State cultivators. Yi Mo used the 3 birth chance stealth ability and retreated. He didn't want to be stopped, but before Yi Mo could, the 2 Golden Core State cultivators came in his line of sight. Yi Mo immediately lay prone without thinking. He didn't even dare to let out his spirit sense. He just hid in a corner, not moving. Ji Changsheng were both Zhang Yuan sword sect cultivators. "I already gave you the thing, why are you still trying to kill me?" It was a woman's voice. Yi Mo didn't dare to scan with his spirit sense, so he peeked. He actually knew the woman. The woman was Song Yangzhu and Yi Ling's master, Li Yuqian. Why was Ji Changsheng trying to kill her? They both seemed heavily wounded, but Ji Changsheng was better off than Li Yuqian. Ji Changsheng sneered, "You gave me the thing, but you already took one." "Do you know what a Chao Wan fruit means to our Li family?" "It means a nascent soul state cultivator." "Of course I can let you go. Just leave behind a drop of your life essence blood." The Chao Wan fruit was a level 6 spirit herb. It was very rare, rarer than a face-preserving fruit because it could be made into a Chao Wan pill. It was a pill needed for reaching nascent soul state. A fully matured Chao Wan plant would bear 9 fruits. He didn't know how many Ji Changsheng had. Although Yi Mo also desired it, he knew he wouldn't be able to get his hands on it. "Keep dreaming. Your surname is Ji. How are you from the Li family?" Li Yuqian rejected the proposal without hesitation. Even if she saved her life, giving out her life essence blood meant that she would be someone else's puppet. How could she do something like that? Ji Changsheng sneered and stared at her. "I've always been from the Li family." Then, he flashed a jade card with the word Li. Yi Mo remembered that when he killed Li Bison, he also got a jade card with the word Li in it. It seemed that these 2 men were from the same family. Knowing that Li Bison had such a powerful family member, Yi Mo felt cold sweat on his back. If Li Changsheng had chased after him, he wouldn't have been able to get away even in the River State City. Ji Changsheng was at least at Golden Core State Tertiary stage, and although Yi Mo didn't know why 2 months had passed fine, that sense of danger rose up in his heart. "Then, should I call you Li Changsheng?" "Li Changsheng, even if you're from the Li family, was it necessary to kill Elder Han? Was it necessary to kill Elder Yu? You took the Chao Huan fruit.
Why are you trying to kill everyone from the same sect? Li Yuqian roared, ha ha ha.
Li Changqing suddenly laughed and put his sword away. He took out a golden single-edged sword instead. He waved it and said, "When I left my family, I stayed at Pingyao City. Yet, the Zhang Yuan sword sect, being a double-edged sword sect, wanted my Li family's illusion cloud 6 strikes. Yu Zhenfei and Han Mu, these two old fart ancestors, took people from the Zhang Yuan sword sect and robbed our Li family's illusion cloud 6 strike. We, Li family descendants, swore that one day we would come back to Pingyao City and make a bloodbath with the Zhang Yuan sword sect."
Killing Yu Zhenfei and Han Mu is just the beginning. You're from the Pingyao Li family? This means Li Bison is also from the Li family?
Li Yuqian was shaking. Clearly, she knew about this story. Li Changqing said hatefully, "If you give me your life essence blood, I can let you go."
The Zhang Yuan sword sect won't exist anymore anyways.
It will only remain the Li family. You took one of my Chao Wan fruits and you're now at Golden Core State Tertiary Stage. If you join the Li family, you could even reach nascent soul state. Li Chenyu's face went pale. Li Changqing said pridefully, "This time, I got 5 Chao Wan fruits. Other than Li Bison and me, there are 3 more Golden Core State cultivators in the Li family and they're all at Golden Core State Tertiary Stage. There will be at least 2 of us reaching nascent soul state. If that happens, we would have the foundations for a 4-star sect. The Zhang Yuan sword sect will be nothing. If you know what's good, keep dreaming. Even if I die, I won't hand over my life essence blood." Li Yuqian interrupted him without hesitation and spun her sword to attack Li Changqing. Li Changqing sneered and said, "I've reached the 5th strike of the illusion cloud 6 strikes. I want to see how many strikes you can block."
Yi Mo hadn't thought that Li Yuqian could already be at Golden Core State Tertiary Stage. That Chao Wan fruit was really not bad.
Li Changqing could take the upper hand easily, which meant that he was at least at Golden Core State peak. Li Changqing and Li Yuqian were more or less on the same level, so Yi Mo no longer had the intention of running. If he hit on the side, when they both got injured, he would have an opportunity. Suddenly, a huge explosion sounded. Li Changqing's first strike had clashed with Li Yuqian's flying sword. Li Yuqian spat mouthfuls of blood. Even from this far, Yi Mo felt the killing intent of the sword chi. Chapter 860, Ambushing a Golden Core State Cultivator.
Li Yuqian grabbed some runes expressionlessly and activated all of them in an instant.
She then took out a bright red feather and weaved a few hand signs. The feather immediately turned into a 10-meter-long fiery vortex that enveloped Li Changqing. Such power!
Yi Mo could tell this was Li Yuqian's trump card.
Now was best time to intervene. Yi Mo was a straightforward person.
He knew that Li Yuqian's means would bring Li Changqing some trouble, but it wouldn't be enough to defeat him.
If he didn't move now, he wouldn't have that opportunity. At the same time, Li Yuqian attacked. Yi Mo secretly released Shadowless. Li Changqing sneered and used the second strike. The runes Li Yuqian had activated turned into a sea of flames. Yi Mo could tell that it had been caused by at least level 5 or above runes. However, Li Changqing's one strike quenched all the flames. While not even a strand of his hair was burnt, Yi Mo thought that Li Changqing was so strong. Sizzle. Yi Mo knew that it was the flaming vortex. If that couldn't injure Li Changqing either, then Yi Mo decided not to send out Shadowless. Li Changqing sliced away the runes. He saw an overwhelming amount of flames come at him, but he smirked. The next moment, his golden sword gathered countless golden sword chi and sliced the flaming vortex. Sizzle. Li Changqing's expression changed drastically. The flames seemed to pose a great threat to him.
Li Fire Feather?
Li Changqing called out these words and the golden color disappeared from his sword. His clothes and hair turned into ashes.
Except his inner protection spirit artifact, he didn't have a single strand of clothes on him. Yi Mo realized that now was the best time to attack.
So without thinking, he sent out Shadowless to attack Li Changqing while gathering all the cultivation essence to activate the 3-birth sword ray. He would have sent out Winter's Arrival if he hadn't been concerned that it might affect the Li Fire Feather's power. Li Yuqian was already at her limit due to activating the feather. Hence, she had to burn her essence blood to send out her flying sword to attack Li Changqing, who was focused on defending himself against the flames. Li Changqing could only prevent her from damaging his vitals, but the flying sword still pierced his body. Usually, these wounds meant nothing. However, he was using his full power to defend himself from the fire and he couldn't heal himself. Just when Li Yuqian sat on the ground, she saw Yi Mo dart out.
When she saw Yemo attack Li Changsheng with his flying sword, she was truly dazed. She didn't know whether Yemo was simply innocently brave or had a plan, yet she could barely talk, so she could only watch as Yemo attacked Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng was furious when he saw that a mere Foundation establishment state cultivator dared to attack him. But all of his cultivation essence was being used up by the Li Firefeather and he didn't have a spare hand to fight back. When he saw countless sword rays birthed from Yemo's flying sword, his expression finally changed. He was going to be able to leave the fire in a little while, but that Foundation establishment state cultivator had chosen the perfect timing. Arg! Li Changsheng roared and burned his essence blood. But even so, Li Changsheng's cultivation essence wall was easily burned down by the fire. Who are you? How dare you ambush me? Do you think you can kill me? I suggest you leave now or you will die for sure today, Li Changsheng threatened him. Yemo smiled and ordered Shadowless to dash into Li Changsheng's body. When Shadowless got in, Yemo breathed at ease. He knew that Shadowless wasn't enough to take down a golden core state cultivator, but Li Changsheng was distracted by him and the fire. What is this? Li Changsheng felt Shadowless as soon as it got inside Li Changsheng's body, and he tried to push it out with his cultivation essence. Yemo hadn't expected Li Changsheng to be this strong. He had only used a little of his cultivation essence, but he had managed forced Shadowless out. Shadowless was Yemo's trump card. Yemo didn't think he stood any chance of winning a fight against Li Changsheng. Without thinking, he activated the second stance of the three-birth sword ray, attacking Li Changsheng's vitals. Li Changsheng couldn't deal with Shadowless anymore and focused his mind on dealing with the fire in the three-birth sword ray. At this moment, Yemo sent Shadowless in Li Changsheng's body again. Seeing that the fire was growing weaker, Yemo burned his essence blood to make his three-birth sword ray stronger. He couldn't let Li Changsheng have it easy now. Li Changsheng was furious at Yemo's way of fighting. Li Changsheng had decided to ignore that small thing. He didn't think something that a Foundation establishment state released would be enough to threaten him. He just needed to annihilate the flames and he could then easily kill that Foundation establishment state cultivator. Yemo immediately noticed Li Changsheng's intentions and rejoiced. He ordered Shadowless not to eat Li Changsheng's essence blood, but to eat his organs. However, it was a very slow process. When Li Changsheng found out that Shadowless was something that ate organs, he rested at ease and wasn't as careful as before, but he still kept an eye on it. Even if he didn't do anything, this thing wouldn't be able to eat his organs. Moreover, even if his organs were partly eaten, he could recover them quickly. Li Changsheng smirked. He knew he had one. When Li Yuqian saw the flames grow weaker, her eyes were full of despair. She hadn't expected Li Changsheng to be able to annihilate it this quickly. Yemo saw the flames die and knew time was up. He controlled Shadowless to devour Li Changsheng's Dan Tian and essence blood as quickly as it could. Instantly, Shadowless devoured all of Li Changsheng's Dan Tian. In that instant, Li Changsheng realized what was going on, but Shadowless was too fast. He couldn't even react and his Dan Tian had already been devoured. Li Changsheng was shook. He wanted to force out Shadowless, so he ignored the flames and the three-birth sword ray. However, Shadowless was too fast. It already was devouring Li Changsheng's meridians and essence blood. Li Changsheng forgot about the flames in his worry. Sizzle, there was a burning smell of meat. Li Changsheng's body crumbled down rapidly and Yemo dealt the final blow. Piercing Li Changsheng's body with the three-birth D-word ray. Curse you! Li Changsheng swore as he struggled. He had been killed by a Foundation establishment state insect. Li Yuqian, who couldn't move at all, stared at this shocking scene unable to say a word. Things had happened too fast and she fainted immediately when she relaxed. Chapter 861. This should be an adequate reason. Yemo saw that he had already killed Li Changsheng yet the fire wasn't dead yet. Shadowless was enjoying a big meal and he didn't want it to get hurt, so he sent out winter's arrival. A frigid coldness instantly extinguished the flame and formed an ice cocoon on the surface of Li Changsheng's charred corpse. After a moment, Shadowless flew out of Li Changsheng's body and wobbly fell into Yemo's hand. It stopped moving immediately and fell asleep. Yemo sent Shadowless into the golden page world and found that only a third of Li Changsheng's essence blood was gone. Yemo sighed. A golden core state cultivator wasn't someone that Shadowless could deal with now. Shadowless couldn't even finish all the essence blood. The reason that Li Changsheng could have been killed was due to a myriad of reasons, but his three-birth sword ray was the weakest one. Yemo scanned Li Yuqian, who had already fallen unconscious, and ignored her. He took Li Changsheng's storage ring immediately. there were a few encrypted formations on the ring, but Li Changsheng was dead and it posed no problem to a formation master like Yi Mo. Yi Mo didn't spend much time until he completely decrypted Li Changsheng's ring. When he saw the things inside, he couldn't keep calm anymore. What excited him the most was the Chao Huan fruit. Even in a clear jade box, it was very eye-catching. There were countless spirit stones. Even after comparing the earnings he had made from China Pharmaceuticals, they were nothing compared to Li Changsheng's. There were tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones and nearly 1 million middle-grade spirit stones. However, Yi Mo felt the most happy when he saw 1,000 top-grade spirit stones inside. Other than this, there were more than 10 cultivation jade slips. Yi Mo flipped through them casually. They kept record of some cultivation methods and sort abilities, as well as high-level pills. There were also at least 6 spirit artifacts and some materials. Yi Mo took Li Changsheng's ring happily. It was good business. He burned Li Changsheng with a fireball and looked at Li Yuqian. He didn't know what to do with her. If he was ruthless, he would have killed her and taken her ring. Yet, Yi Mo really couldn't do that mainly because she had treated Song Yangzhu and Yi Ling quite well. Despite looking down on him a little, realizing that she was still Song Yangzhu and Yi Ling's master, Yi Mo took out a Lotus Life Pill and gave it to her. The Lotus Life Pill was a scarce pill for recovery, but the ones he made were rather low quality. However, it could still wake her up. Yi Mo didn't have many left either, he only had 3 left now. Yi Mo took an essence recovery pill and started to recover his cultivation essence. He wanted to leave after she woke up. After all, it was a barren place. Also, he still wanted to find out about how powerful the Li family was. He had killed 3 members of the Li family. If they found out about it, they would never let him go. Li Yuqian woke up soon after taking the Lotus Life Pill and she saw Yi Mo, who wasn't far away. She remembered what happened before and struggled trying to get up before taking a few more pills. 15 minutes later, they both finished digesting the pills. Li Yuqian didn't get up. She just looked calmly at Yi Mo and asked, "I'm a golden core state cultivator. I have lots of good things in my storage ring, why didn't you kill and take it?" Yi Mo smiled calmly. "Your things don't interest me. But no matter how much I would want it, I wouldn't kill you." Li Yuqian hadn't expected this reply. She was dazed before asking, "Why?" Yi Mo stood up and smiled. "Because you're Song Yangzhu and Yi Ling's master." Li Yuqian was dazed. She hadn't expected it to have such a simple reason. She remembered that at the Miashan market, she didn't even consider Yi Mo to have good talent and she thought Yi Mo wouldn't even have a chance to see Song Yangzhu and Yi Ling later on, as they didn't belong in the same world. Yet ironically, she had met Yi Mo so soon again and had been saved by an insect in her eyes. Yi Mo, who she thought had no future, was now at Foundation Establishment State Level 3 Peak and had killed a Golden Core State Peak Stage cultivator not long ago. Even she had to recognize Yi Mo's absurd power since she also knew Li Changsheng's power very well. Even with her fire's help, it had been no easy task for Yi Mo to kill him. If he had been that easy to kill, then she could have done it after releasing the fire, yet she couldn't. Seeing Li Yuqian stare at him for a long time and not speak, Yi Mo said again, "Although Song Yangzhu and Yi Ling have left the Zhang Yuan sword sect, you were quite nice to them. I think that reason is adequate enough." "What? They left? What's this?" Li Yuqian asked in shock. Hearing this, Yi Mo realized that she had never even gone back since she last left the sect. No wonder she didn't know. It seemed Li Changsheng didn't know the Li Bai brothers were dead either. Yi Mo said, "Because I killed Li Balan and offended Li Bailson. Then I killed Li Bison, so I could only take them and run away." "What? You killed Li Bailson?" Li Yuqian immediately realized that Yi Mo had killed 3 elite members of the Li family. Yi Mo told her everything. Li Yuqian heard this and fell silent for a long while. It's inconvenient for a Foundation Establishment State cultivator to take them outside. If you believe me, then take them and come back to the sect with me. I can guarantee you their safety." Yi Mo sneered to himself. She wouldn't be able to guarantee her own safety. Li Changsheng had said himself that the sect would be run by the Li family soon. Li Yuqian noticed Yi Mo's feelings and smiled plainly. "Do you think the Li family will attack the sect? Our sect has been passed on for many generations. If we know about their scheme and we still can't deal with them, the sect won't need to exist anymore." Yi Mo smiled and didn't reply. It was impossible for him to go back with her. Just when he wanted to ask her some questions, a faint ray of fire landed in front of Li Yuqian and Li Yuqian grabbed it. It was Flying Sword message.
Yemo could tell by the fire that it was urgent, so he waited on the side. After reading it, Li Yuqian's expression changed drastically. After being in a daze for a long while, she said with disillusion. So that's it. This is such a pity, Li Qianbei, what's wrong? Yemo asked. Li Yuqian said, Yemo, where are you staying with Song Yangzhu and Yiling right now? Yemo didn't know why she was asking this, but he still replied, I opened up a pill shop at River State City, but I might be leaving there. I want to ask Qianbei, how much do you know about the Li family? Li Yuqian shook her head. You don't have to worry about them anymore. They are in the past, they were annihilated by the sect yesterday, Yemo rejoiced. It seemed like he didn't need to worry about being hunted. If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have told Li Yuqian where he was staying. Who knew if she would want the things in Li Changxing's storage ring later on? However, why was she acting weirdly? Chapter 862, Li Yuqian, victim of a scheme. Why didn't she seem happy about the news? Do you think that I should be happy about the news? Li Yuqian suddenly asked. Yemo nodded. Yes, you just said that the sect was strong and that it wasn't afraid of the Li family. Why do you suddenly seem like that you don't want the Li family to be annihilated? Li Yuqian gave the flying sword message to Yemo. You will know after you read it. It was sent secretly by my close friend. Yemo read the message. It was very short. The Li family was annihilated yesterday. The burst soul pill of the Li family is on Li Changsheng. If you get these news while still free, run away immediately. I've left already. If you're trapped, tell Dash. The message was getting unclear and eventually disappeared. Li Yuqian sighed. You opened up a pill store. Even if you're not a pill master, you should know about the burst soul pill, right? Yemo nodded. This pill was for golden core state tertiary stage cultivators. After taking it, one would gain a burst of power for 4 hours. A golden core state peak stage cultivator could even reach nascent soul state middle stage. This pill was similar to the burst essence pill, but the ingredients for the pill were even rarer than the Chaohuan fruit. Its side effects were also much more potent than the burst essence pills. The consumer would lose 3 levels of power. If a golden core state peak stage was lucky, he would be able to remain at golden core state primary stage. If not, he would drop to foundation establishment state. Moreover, the ingredients used for the pill could be used for hollow spirit state pills, so rarely anyone would use it to make such a useless burst soul pill. Yet, the message said that the Li family had one and it had been passed down. Li Yuqian then said despondently, the one who told us about the ruin and arranged for us to come here was the big elder of the sect, Chen Tuoshui. He was supposed to come, but he couldn't make it in last minute. Hearing this, he understood and asked. Are you saying Chen Tuoshui sent you 3 to die, hold Li Changxing back and make him take the burst soul pill? Meanwhile, the sect would annihilate the Li family. Li Yuqian nodded. That should be it. Yemo took a breath in. They had used the Chaohuan fruit as a bait. Then he said, if it had been me, I wouldn't want to lose these good items. Li Yuqian shook her head. You're wrong. He doesn't know about the Chaohuan fruit. If he did, he wouldn't have let it go. We never reached our target place, we were trapped in a trap formation for a few months. We only broke free yesterday and then we saw a stealth formation. After breaking in, we found the Chaohuan fruit. So in the end, we never got to the place Li Tuoshui told us to go. Yemo frowned. He felt things didn't seem right. He thought and asked, I still have 2 questions, Qianbei. First, how could Li Changxing get injured if he had the burst soul pill? He could easily kill a golden core state cultivator if he took it. Second, how could Chen Tuoshui be sure that Li Changsheng would want to kill you as soon as you guys found the place? Li Yuqian said, who can predict everything in the world? In his eyes, Jinfei and Hanmu are at golden core state peak stage and tertiary stage respectively. With my middle stage peak power, Li Changsheng would have never succeed if he didn't take the burst soul pill. He didn't expect us not to find the ruin he provided us, but instead we found the Chaohuan fruit. He also didn't expect Li Changxing to be this cunning and decisive. If you hadn't been here, Li Changxing would have succeeded. Did you 4 break the stealth formation first and then find the Chaohuan fruit? Li Changxing said for everyone to consume one first? Yemo asked. Li Yuqian looked approvingly at Yemo and said, yes, when we found the Chaohuan fruit, I was very happy too. No one objected to Li Changxing's proposal, so we ate one each. But while we were digesting the fruit, Li Changxing ate the fruit but didn't start to digest it. He killed Han Mu and heavily injured Jin Fei while they were cultivating. However, he was heavily injured too by Jin Fei's counterattack. But I was able to digest the fruit while they were fighting and reach Golden Core State Tertiary Stage. Yi Mo nodded. No wonder Li Changsheng hadn't taken the burst soul pill, Li Yuqian continued. I knew I was no match for him, so I ran. And you know what happened afterwards? Yi Mo understood the full story now. It seemed like a burst soul pill was in the ring and he didn't even know about it. He could sell it for money, even if he didn't need it. Yi Mo looked at the fatigued Li Yuqian and asked, doesn't the Zhang Yuan sword sect also have a nascent soul state cultivator? Why be afraid of the burst soul pill? Li Yuqian smiled bitterly. Grand Elder Wang failed in reaching hollow spirit state 30 years ago and died. If Elder Wang were still here, not even a 4-star sect would dare to fight us, much less the Li family. That Qian Tuoshui wouldn't dare use us as a bait either. Another reason that Li Yuqian hadn't mentioned was that Qian Tuoshui had sent them to die because they also disagreed with merging the sect with the Hidden Sword sect. Yi Mo understood what was going on, but he didn't want to stay with Li Yuqian. After all, she was at Golden Core State and he was at Foundation Establishment State. What plans do you have now, Li Qianbei? Yi Mo thought and asked. Li Yuqian hesitated before saying, I was born in the Zhang Yuan sword sect, but I don't want to go back now, so I don't have a place to go. If you don't mind, I can tell my senior disciple to come out and we can go together to your pill shop. Yi Mo shook his head. I don't mind that, but if you're coming with your senior disciple, then you don't need to come to my place. If I'm not wrong, your senior disciple allied with Li Bailson. Song Yangzhu and Yi Ling were in trouble due to her. Then, Yi Mo explained what happened at the peak. Hearing the story, Li Yuqian's face changed many times before giving a long sigh. In that case, I'll go to the river state myself. Yangzhu and Yi Ling are my disciples, I didn't teach them much. I can go to river state to recover and teach them. Yi Mo couldn't really stop her now. He took out 3 Chaohuan fruits and gave them to Li Yuqian. Qianbei, you can have these. I got 5 altogether. Li Yuqian's face changed and said with a sunken expression, Yi Mo, I've always lived in the sect and I rarely went out. So, I don't think about a lot of things. If you think I'm going to River State for the fruits, then I won't go. It's precious, but first, I don't know how to concoct pills nor do I know high-level pill masters. It's useless to me. Hearing this, Yi Mo took it back and said, sorry, Qianbei, I misunderstood you. In that case, I'll take back the fruit. I know a pill master who can make heaven grade level 1 pills. I can give you a Chaohuan pill later. What? You know a level 1 pill king? Li Yuqian couldn't stay calm anymore. Chapter 863, Nanshan Market. Even a nascent soul state cultivator had to be respectful to a level 1 pill king. The main pills used by nascent soul state cultivators were spirit grade level 8 and 9 pills and maybe heaven grade level 1 pills. Only pill kings could make heaven level pills. Yi Mo also felt proud of himself. Although he couldn't make the Chaohuan pill right now, he believed he could in a few months. Yi Mo nodded seriously. Yes, my master is a pill king. He can make the Chaohuan pill. Yi Mo felt like that non-existent master was quite a convenient card. So he played it again. Yi Mo's master was a pill king? Li Yuqian was dazed. She hadn't thought Yi Mo could have such a big background. Yi Mo probably met the master after encountering her, since it would have been quite easy to help Song Yangzhu and Yi Ling find a nascent soul state master. Thinking about this, Li Yuqian said gratefully, then I'm grateful to your master. Yi Mo smiled. You're Yangzhu and Yi Ling's master. Also, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to get the Chaohuan fruit. A Chaohuan pill is nothing compared to that, but since you have decided to go to River State, I think it's best to go as soon as possible. We shouldn't stay here for long, then. Do we go there now? Li Yuqian could sense that Yi Mo was a lot more experienced in the world and fighting than her, so she asked for his opinion. No, I'm going to the Nanshan market first. But first, I'll find a place for Qianbei to recover, Yi Mo replied. Li Yuqian thought for a moment and said, in that case, I'll go with you to the market after I've recovered. Yi Mo waved his hand. Qianbei, if I'm not wrong, it definitely won't be long until Zhang Tuoshui goes to the ruins he told you about. If he finds that none of you guys went, he will know that something went wrong.
No matter what, he won't be at ease. He will try to find one of you first. With your golden core state reputation, Zheng Tuoshui will know immediately if you go to the market. So, it's best that you head secretly to my place to recover. You should change your face too. Emo wanted to go to the ruins and damage it, making the scene seem like 3 out of the 4 cultivators had died and Li Changsheng had gotten away. However, Emo was aware that it would be very hard for him to do that with his current power. Even knowing that they had managed to break the trap formation Shin Tuoshui had made, he didn't dare to try anything. If they had happened to encounter the Great Elder, they would have never gotten away. Li Yuqian nodded. They packed their things and quickly left. Half a day later, they were more than 100,000 km away from where the battle had taken place. Li Yuqian was quite heavily injured, so Emo had no other option but to wait for her to recover. There were still 3 days left until the auction, so Emo wasn't in too much of a rush. After a day, Li Yuqian had recovered greatly. She took out a mask and gave it to Emo. This is for you. You are capable of hiding next to me in Li Changsheng and not be noticed, which means that you have a really good stealth cultivation method. I don't have anything good. This mask is called 9 transformations. After you spirit control it, it can change into 9 different faces. No one under hollow spirit state will be able to recognize you. It's yours. Emo knew it was a very good artifact. It was probably very valuable to Li Yuqian too. He quickly rejected it. Qianbei, I don't have a lot of enemies. Qianbei should keep this for yourself. Li Yuqian shook her head. I will put on a mask after I get to River State City. I will be staying inside China Pharmaceuticals until I reach nascent soul state, unless something happens. I don't need it. However, you might need it for the auction. Hearing this, Emo agreed and took it. He also found the burst soul pill in Li Changsheng's storage ring and gave it to Li Yuqian. Li Yuqian was aware that it wasn't much use to Emo, so she took it and the 2 cultivators followed their own paths. Emo only took a day to get to the Nanshan market. The place wasn't owned by a sect. It had developed into a large-scale cultivation market. It was said that there was a nascent soul state peak stage cultivator protecting this place, so everyone felt very safe making deals there. No one would dare offend a nascent soul state peak stage cultivator. Emo was planning on finding a hotel to stay for the night, but because he had arrived too late, many hotels were full. There were cultivation homes too, but Emo wasn't going to rent one just for one night. It was too extravagant. When Emo went to the 8th hotel, Emo finally was told by the receptionist that there was a room available. However, the room was more than twice as expensive as the other ones. It was 50 spirit stones a night. Okay, then I'll take this room. Suddenly, someone said, are there top quality rooms here? The voice was crisp and prideful. Emo turned around to see a pretty woman in her 20s. She was wearing a pink dress and had fair skin. Her hair was tied up beautifully with butterfly ornaments on it. She was even prettier than Son Yangzhu. Moreover, she was that young and was already at Foundation Establishment State Level 7. Behind her there was a not-so-handsome young man in his 20s. His skin was a little dark and he had a squared face. He seemed very innocent. He walked behind the girl but he didn't talk. However, he was also at Foundation Establishment State Level 7. The waiter was shook by the girl's beauty and it took him a while to react. There was just one top-grade room, but this friend here already took it. There's another low-grade room but it's rather cheap. 8 spirit stones a night. Emo heard this and wondered why the receptionist hadn't told him about it too. He could have saved 42 spirit stones. The difference was just in the level of spirit chi inside the rooms. Hearing this, the woman immediately looked at Emo and said, give me your top-grade room, you can have the low-grade room. If the woman had asked nicely, Emo would have agreed for sure. Yet she made it sound like she deserved to stay at the top-grade room, whereas he belonged at the low-grade room. Without thinking, he threw 50 spirit stones on the counter. I need to rest. Hurry up and do the procedures. Seeing that Emo was ignoring her, the woman raised her eyebrow. She was about to rage, but the dark-skinned young man quickly went to him and saluted him with his fists before taking out 10 middle-grade spirit stones and said politely, sorry, big brother, please help me out. This is a small amount but dash. Emo smiled and took back the middle-grade spirit stones and his own coins and gave 8 low-grade spirit stones to the receptionist. On this brother's account, I'll stay in the low-grade room. Chapter 864, Acquire Star Sand. The red-clothed woman saw Emo take the spirit stones and smiled contemptuously. She was just about to mock Emo when the dark-faced young man said, "Sir, since this big brother doesn't want the top-grade room, can you give it to us?" The waiter had no objections. He gave the top-grade room to the man and woman. Seeing Emo leave, the woman scorned, "Poor piece of SHT, how can you even dream about staying at the top-grade room?" Emo heard this but pretended he hadn't. He didn't even want to look back. Meanwhile, that dark-faced man shook his head helplessly. The woman saw this and cursed, "Yuruyu, why are you shaking your head? If you don't want to be with me, then PSS off." The man carefully replied, "Haydn, uncle said that there are many masters in the cultivation realm. We should try not to offend people outside, humph." The woman went into the room and ignored the young man. Although it was a low-grade room, Emo was very satisfied. It didn't have a spirit-gathering formation, but it had everything else. It still had quite plenty of spirit chi due to the nearby spirit-gathering formations. The 8 spirit stones were worth the money. Emo immediately started to cultivate. He made a few more defense formations and took a few benefit essence pills. Emo's power caused a big commotion. It formed a huge spirit chi swirl, but luckily, there were a lot of high-level cultivators in all the nearby hotels and they all didn't want to waste time. So, although Emo caused quite a commotion, it wasn't very eye-catching. 6 hours later, Emo felt his meridians expand once again, and after a light crack, the cultivation essence in his body expanded like dividing cells. It was almost twice as strong as before. As it spread to all corners of Emo's meridians before gathering at his Dan Tian again, Emo rejoiced. He had reached foundation establishment state middle stage. He took out tens of top-grade spirit stones without thought and started to use them for consolidation. He wouldn't mind if he had to take out all of his spirit stones for cultivation. Emo felt that not only had he gotten back all the essence blood he had burnt, but his spirit senses range also could reach tens of kilometers more. Emo got up and cleaned the dirt off his body. He no longer felt tired, so he used his spare time to take out 9 transformations. He simply spirit controlled it and walked out of his room. Not far away, Emo saw Yuruyu sitting at the doorway meditating. Without giving it too much thought, Emo realized that it must have been that rude girl not letting him in. Emo had a good impression of Yuruyu. Although that Haydn was pretty, she didn't deserve the dark-faced young man. "Brother Yu, if you don't mind, you can stay for the night at my place." Emo walked up to Yuruyu and said. He had finished his cultivation and didn't have anything to do. Yuruyu saw that Emo was walking over to him and talking. He couldn't pretend he didn't see Emo anymore, so he got up awkwardly and said, "Big brother, hello, I appreciate your goodwill but I can't." Emo smiled and didn't try persuading Yuruyu. He was just about to leave when he heard Yuruyu ask, "Big brother, you're also here for the auction, right?" Emo nodded. "Yes, I want to see if there is any star sand or segmented earth. And my name is Emo. Just call me Emo from now on." Yuruyu heard this and said in shock, "Top-grade star sand and segmented earth is very expendash." Yuruyu stopped halfway, realizing that some things weren't appropriate to say out loud. However, Emo knew that the reason Yuruyu was so polite to him was primarily due to his character, but also due to the fact that Yuruyu couldn't tell how strong he was. Emo laughed. "I don't need top-grade, just ordinary ones." After thinking for a moment, Yuruyu suddenly pulled out a fist-sized ore and gave it to Emo. "I randomly got this low-grade chunk of star sand. Do you have any use for it, brother Yi?" Emo hadn't thought Yuruyu would have star sand. Even low-grade star sand wasn't easily found. Emo grabbed the star sand and looked at it carefully. It was low-grade star sand indeed, and it wasn't big. However, it was enough for Emo already. After confirming this, Emo quickly thanked him. "Thank you, brother Yu. This is what I want. Please, name a price." Yuruyu saw that he had given Emo what he needed, so he said happily, "Brother Yi, I got this by chance. It has no use for me. If you need it, just take it." No need to talk about money. Emo was dazed. He had only met Yuruyu twice. They were just strangers. Why did he still choose to give him the star sand? Seeing this, Yuruyu quickly said, "I have a good impression of brother Yi and your power is great." My companion offended brother Yi, but brother Yi didn't mind. "So I want to give this to you. I hope you will take it." Emo realized that Yuruyu couldn't see his power level. He thought that he was a golden core state cultivator. Haydn had cursed him and Emo had heard it for sure, but he still didn't care about it. This made Yuruyu very grateful. Yuruyu seemed to want to connect with him. Emo heard this and quickly waved his hand. Brother, you might have seen wrong. My power level isn't as strong as yours. This piece of star sand is low grade, but it's still worth a lot. I don't feel comfortable taking it without paying you. Yuruyu heard this and was shook. He was just at Foundation Establishment State Level 7, but he could see through Golden Core State Primary Stage cultivators. However, he couldn't see through Emo at all. He had to come from a big sect, seeing that Yuruyu wasn't going to take the spirit stones no matter what. Emo just accepted the star sand and took out 2 more chairs. He then started chatting with Yuruyu. After introducing each other, Emo realized that Yuruyu really had big background. He was the core disciple of a 5-star sect, the God Sword sect. His father was the previous sect leader and the current Grand Elder. Emo didn't ask about his father's power. It was at least nascent Soul State Peak or even Hollow Spirit State. Haidan came from the duo Heart Valley, which also a 5-star sect. The parents of both parties had sent the 2 of them to the auction to also experience the world a bit. Yuruyu came from a 5-star sect, but he was very polite and humble. This reminded Emo of the 5-star Westflow sect's young master, Shen Jiansheng. He was beyond cocky, and if they hadn't transmigrated, he and Luoying would have died in his hands. He even annihilated their sect. Emo had endless killing intent when thinking about Shen Jiansheng. Yuruyu, how can you be so shameless? Connecting with any random piece of trash. You're making me lose all my face, a crisp voice sounded. Haydn was standing at the door. Chapter 865, the person who bought the core building grass. The night had passed, lost in their conversation, and it was daytime. Yuruyu heard Haidan's words and quickly said to Emo, sorry, brother Emo smiled calmly. He wasn't going to care about what that woman said on Yuruyu's account. He waved his hand. Brother as a friend, I'll give you a word of advice. There's plenty of fish in the sea. Then, Emo turned away to leave. Yuruyu understood this and Haidan heard it too, but by the time she reacted, Emo had already left. Haidan's pretty face was red with anger. Although she looked down on Yuruyu, her pride had been hurt being called not worth it. She couldn't exert her anger on Emo, so she kicked Yuruyu on the chest. Yuruyu didn't dare dodge and was kicked many meters away. He fell down the stairs. Emo saw this scene with his spirit sense and shook his head. Emo put on 9 transformations and changed into a middle-aged man before heading to the auction. The auction was quite busy indeed. The entrance was filled with people. There were no limitations, so you could go as long as you had spirit stones. The entrance fee was 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. People could sit anywhere they wanted, but 10,000 spirit stones was the price for a simple room, 100,000 spirit stones for a high-level room, and 300,000 for an extremely grand room. Emo simply spent 10,000 low-grade spirit stones for a simple room. The room was simple, but Emo was happy with it after going inside. It wasn't small and one could see the auction board through the display formation. There was no room service though. If you wanted a female cultivator to serve you, you needed to go to the 100,000 spirit stones rooms or higher. Emo scanned his spirit sense out carefully and found that he could only see the people sitting in open space, but no one from the rooms. Emo also found out that the higher level rooms had better spirit sense shielding formations. Emo immediately wondered whether he should make a better spirit sense shielding formation. He had the skills and materials. Just at this moment, a strong spirit sense scanned into his room and went through him without any pause. The spirit sense was very strong. It was from an at least nascent soul state cultivator. However, from the way he scanned everyone's room without concern, Emo could tell that this person could be at hollow spirit state already. Emo didn't hesitate and started building a spirit sense shielding formation. He didn't want people scanning his room so easily. In about 15 minutes, Emo finished a simple spirit sense shielding formation. This formation couldn't block hollow spirit state spirit senses, but together with the original formation of the room, it was enough to block nascent soul state spirit senses. The auction had started now, so Emo had to stop making more formations. He had made up his mind to make some more formation discs in his spare time. With that, he could just take one out and use it, instead of working on everything from scratch. As soon as Emo sat down, a few more spirit senses scanned over. But they were all blocked by his formation. It was as safe as a 300,000 spirit stones room now. A beautiful woman in her 30s got up on the stage and smiled at everyone. This auction is held by the Nanshan market. You and Mingqianbei, as well as me, will be hosting the auction. I'm Lu Yan. I hope everyone can get what you want from this auction.
We will be using middle grade spirit stones for everything, so please make bids using middle grade spirit stones.
Okay, let's get started. Yi-Mo noticed that the woman was at least at Golden Core State Tertiary stage. Yi-Mo didn't dare study the two old men behind her. From their temperament, they were at least nascent soul state cultivators.
The Nanshan market was powerful indeed.
Anyone could kill him easily. Yi-Mo didn't scan other rooms because he knew there wouldn't be anyone weaker than him. Lu Yan knocked with the mace-like artifact and said, "Everyone, the first item of the day is Gung Metal Essence. The starting bid is 10,000 middle grade spirit stones. Each increment must be no lower than 1,000. Lu Yuan raised the piece of Gung Metal Essence. It was the size of 2 fists. Yi-Mo sighed.
The one he had bought from the small world was the size of a basket, yet he had bought it with just some gold. Gung Metal Essence had a wide variety of uses. It could be used to make spirit and magic artifacts, soon. It was bought for 15,000 spirit stones. The next two items were spirit artifacts, both sold for more than 50,000 middle grade spirit stones.
Yi-Mo realized that he was lucky to have found Li Changxing's ring, or he wouldn't have been able to buy anything with his earnings. When a spirit grade level 2 cultivation method was sold for 500,000 spirit stones, the crowd was rowdy.
Yi-Mo realized that he had rejoiced too early. He only had about 2 million middle grade spirit stones and 10 million low grade spirit stones. That was more or less 3 million middle grade spirit stones in value. Yi-Mo could only hope that segmented earth wasn't too expensive, or he wouldn't be able to afford it.
Now, we're going to auction one of the most sought items in this auction. You guessed it. The core building grass. Its starting price is 1 million.
Each increment must be no less than 10,000. With this, the scene went wild.
Yi-Mo could only sigh. He couldn't fight for it at all.
Core building grass was one of the main ingredients for the cultivation increasing pill. It was very rare. It was a level 5 spirit herb. The cultivation increasing pill was a pill for foundation establishment state peak cultivators to reach golden core state. There were a few pills that could also do the same, but the cultivation increasing pill was undoubtedly one of the best. The only difficulty was that it required a level 7 spirit pill master to make it. There was only one level difference between spirit level 6 and 7, but some people were never be able to make this step in their entire lifetime. Yan Zhang was already very respectful to him for being a level 6 spirit pill master. If he knew that Yi-Mo could make level 8 or even 9 pills, he would definitely treat Yi-Mo significantly better. It was just a moment later and the price had already raised to 1.5 million. Yi-Mo didn't bid at all, knowing that he couldn't afford it. There were many foundation establishment state cultivators in this auction, but it was the golden core state cultivators or even the nascent soul state cultivators increasing the price. They weren't buying it for themselves. Of course, if their sector family had one more golden core state cultivator, their power would increase significantly. 2 million, a coarse voice sounded. Yi-Mo reached out his spirit sense carefully and found that the person who had claimed this price also came from a low-priced room.
Chapter 866. Not enough spirit stones. Yi-Mo could tell from the voice belonged to a woman.
Yi-Mo couldn't scan his spirit sense in, as it could shield golden core state spirit senses or lower. No one bid for the core building herb after such a huge rise, and the woman eventually got it. Yi-Mo was regretful. If he had known that woman, perhaps he could have negotiated with her to make the cultivation increasing pill and they could have gotten half-half. After the herb, the next few items were ordinary, so the audience gradually calmed down again. The next auctioned item is a stool of unknown origin.
No one knows what this seat is made of. I can only tell it's something special. I hope the buyer is lucky. If anything goes wrong, the auction holder will not be responsible.
The starting bid is 100,000 spirit stones.
Each increment must be no less than 10,000. Lu Yao placed a stone stool on the table.
It seemed difficult to handle and heavy, however, Yi-Mo almost jumped up in excitement. The stone stool in his ring had started shaking as soon as Lu Yao took it out. He had found the stone stool in the small world. He got the first one from Master Tianze, who had left it behind accidentally. He still couldn't understand what it was. The audience fell silent. Even the nascent soul state cultivators weren't hustling to get their spirit stones out.
No one wanted to spend 100. 000 to buy something that they didn't know what it was. 110,000. Someone finally made a bid after the silence. 130,000. It seemed like someone was taking the lead and it led to a round of biddings. 150,000. 170,000. It had just been moment, but the price had already gone over the 200,000. Mo was desperate. He knew he had to make a bid. 500,000. Mo called. Mo forgot that the more desperate he was, the more people would think this thing was relevant. 600,000. Someone else bidded. Mo was shook. He realized that there were too many wealthy people there. His wealth really wasn't anything compared to theirs. Even Mo stopped. He could tell now wasn't the time to bid. He had to wait until the audience calmed down. Lu Yan hadn't expected the stone stool to reach this price. She smiled sweetly. This unknown stone stool has reached 600K. Someone must have realized this is some kind of treasure. Although I also want the bidder to tell us what it is, I know it's impossible. Mo got furious at her when she suddenly said, okay, since one person recognized it, will a second person also recognize it? It's 600,000 now. Is there a higher price? There's only one opportunity. However, no one else made a bid and the scene fell silent for a while. Lu Yan then said, first time for 600,000. Any more bids? Second time dash, someone called, 700,000, 750. 000, 800,000. Soon, the new round of bids brought up the price to 1 million. Mo didn't care that much about the herb from before, but he really cared about the stone stool. He believed it was very extraordinary. He would feel very regretful if he couldn't get it. The price stopped at 1 million. Lu Ya was very satisfied with her persuasive skills. Okay, 1 million, first time. Is there a higher price? If not, you'll be missing out on the fortune the stone stool may bring you, Lu Ya said. 1.01 million. Mo calmed down and said, 1.2 million. The previous bidder called seemingly unhappy. Mo reached out his spirit sense, but he couldn't penetrate the room of the bidder. At the same time, tens of spirit senses scanned over to Mo, wanting to see what sort of a bidder he was. Yet what shook them was that although this cultivator had the lowest grade room, their spirit sense couldn't penetrate it. 1.21 million, Mo added. 1.3 million, 1.31 million, Mo added again. 1.5 million, 1.51 million. It seemed both parties were angry. Lu Yan kept making remarks to spice up the feud between the two bidders. When Mo called out 2.51 million, the cultivator finally raged and roared, 3 million. If you still want to bid, it's yours. I'm the hidden sword sex Fei Zijiang. I'd be very happy if you got the stone stool. Mo fell silent. He wasn't threatened by Fei Zijiang, but he only had 3 million spirit stones. Yet now, he had no option but to watch Fei Zijiang get the stone stool. Mo also realized about the importance of spirit stones while improving his power. Although he was rather wealthy for a foundation establishment state cultivator, his spirit stones were nothing compared to the truly wealthy people. Both of the things he had wanted to buy were taken. Seeing that Mo wasn't bidding anymore, everyone assumed that Mo was scared of Fei Zijiang since the hidden sword sect was almost as strong as a 5-star sect. Fei Zijiang was very unhappy that he had had to spend 3 million to buy the stone stool. After the auction, he would teach that guy a lesson. Despite not having gotten the stone stool, Mo had found out that Fei Zijiang was from the hidden sword sect, so he made up his mind. Once he had enough power, the first place he would go to would be the hidden sword sect. He must get the stone stool. Even Lu Yan hadn't expected that some random stone stool would get sold for 3 million middle-grade spirit stones. It was the highest priced item of the auction so far. Chapter 867, Rusty Hacking Sword. Lu Yan then took out a cultivation method and said, this is a sword ability called Illusion Cloud, but it's incomplete. There's only a third of it left and its grade is unclear. Illusion Cloud? Mo heard this and remembered the Li family's sword ability. If it was, then he didn't have any use for it. He had even gotten a jade slip after killing Li Changsheng that recorded the Illusion Cloud's 6 strikes. He couldn't even be bothered looking at it. Lu Yan said, only the last third of the sword ability remains. It has been impossible to cultivate it so far. The starting bid is 20,000 spirit stones. Each increment must be no lesser than 1,000. Mo thought about it. Did the Illusion Cloud sword ability not come from the Li family but from somewhere else? The Li family's one was incomplete too. Mo had had a close-up experience with the power of the Illusion Cloud's 6 strikes.
It was no weaker than 3 birth sword ray. The whirlpool sword Chile Bison had used was very hard to defend against.
If Yemo hadn't had the 3 birth sword ray, he might have not been able to stop it.
However, Yemo wasn't interested in it because it was a single-edged sword ability, not double-edge, 21,000.
Yemo bid again.
He still wanted to know if this one was connected to the one he got. Most cultivators cultivated double-edged sword abilities.
This sword ability was incomplete and it was the latter part, which couldn't be cultivated, so no one bidded after Yemo made a bid. Eventually, the sword ability became his. When Yemo got the sword ability and checked it, he found it was the last 3 strikes of the illusion cloud 6 strikes. He rejoiced. It had been so worth to buy it for 21,000 spirit stones. It was really called the illusion cloud 9 strikes. Yemo felt that if he learned the illusion cloud 9 strikes, his battle power would increase to a rather terrifying state. The complete version was 10 times stronger than the incomplete version. His flying sword was too low level, however. After getting the sword ability, Yemo decided to get a good single-edged sword. The following items were of no interest to Yemo. There were spirit herbs and ores that even nascent soul state cultivators needed, but it wasn't something Yemo could afford.
Yemo only bought one more thing, which was 10 pieces of a level 4 spirit herb, the Aeolian flower. It was a supplementary ingredient to the stalagmite benefit pill, but only that costed tens of thousands of spirit stones. Just when Yemo thought he was going to have to wait longer, Lu Yen took out a piece of segmented earth.
Everyone, we're going to auction a block of segmented earth. Everyone knows it's ideal for setting up formations. Many people also use it to forge artifacts. This is a low-grade kind of segmented earth, but it's still very valuable and I believe everyone knows this. The starting bid is 300,000 spirit stones. Each increment must be no lower than 10,000. 500,000. Yemo heard Fate Si Jiang bid almost instantly. 510,000. Yemo bid without thinking. Yemo still had about 2.9 million spirit stones now. When Yemo bidded, everyone was dazed. They had seen Yemo surrender when Fate Si Jiang told everyone about his sect, yet now Yemo was bidding against him again. Everyone had realized by now that Yemo wasn't afraid of Fate Si Jiang's identity, he had just wanted to make Fate Si Jiang spend more money. Perhaps there was conflict between the two men. Yemo and Fate Si Jiang were capable of easily bidding millions of spirit stones, so when they started competing, many people left. The piece of segmented earth was low grade and it could only be used for formations. Yemo's bids made Fate Si Jiang very angry. He had thought not long ago that Yemo was afraid of him, but now it seemed like he was a clown. That man was bidding 10,000 extra each time to toy with him, making him spend more money. Perhaps that person was laughing at how stupid he was. Very well, 600,000. Fate Si Jiang's cold voice sounded. 610,000, Yemo said calmly. He was also annoyed at Fate Si Jiang, who took what he wanted every time. 700,000, 710,000, 800,000, 810,000. It was just Yemo and Fate Si Jiang bidding. Each time Fate Si Jiang made a bid, Yemo would add 10,000 to it. Everyone was enjoying this show. It was not a fight for the piece of segmented earth, but two cultivators taking out their anger on each other. But Yemo knew he wasn't. Well, very well. Fate Si Jiang clenched his teeth and said when the bid was at 1.01 million, the chunk of segmented earth became Yemo's. It was considered quite lucky that Yemo could get it for 1.01 million. This was mainly due to their seemingly personal feud over it. Or else, the piece of segmented earth might have been sold for even 2 million. Yemo was prepared to leave once he got segmented earth. The next item is a level 6 beast core, that was also rare, but Yemo knew he couldn't afford it either. Hence, he left the auction. At the same time, Yemo felt Shadowless wake up. It hadn't grown much bigger, but the golden patch on his back had grown larger. Yemo rejoiced. On a certain degree, he needed Shadowless. Its power was very well hidden, yet strong. Yemo went to a corner and stayed there for a long while. When he was sure that no one was following him, he changed his clothes and face. The auction went on for 2 more days, so when Yemo went back, the marketplace was still very busy. Yemo walked around the market. He was planning to go back to China Pharmaceuticals. Do you want 500 spirit stones for this crappy sword? I have 90 low-grade spirit stones here. If you want to sell it, I'll take it.
A voice caught Yemo's attention. Two male cultivators were carrying a huge rusty hacking sword and arguing. The stall owner was an old man in his 60s. He was only at chi gathering level 9. Yemo shook his head. That rusty sword wasn't even worth 90 spirit stones, much less 500 spirit stones. Yemo was about to walk away when he suddenly felt something wasn't right. The two buyers were Foundation Establishment State cultivators. Couldn't they tell it was not worth the money? Yemo scanned his spirit sense on the rusty sword. Chapter 868, Counter Rob. Soon, Yemo realized that it was a very ordinary hacking sword, but there was something inside the sword that blocked out spirit sense. There were also tens of formations around this spirit sense shielding formation. Yemo believed he had quite a good understanding of formations. Yet he couldn't tell the type of a single one of them. The old man heard this and put away the sword before saying, "Sorry, Shenbei, this sword has been passed down by my ancestors. If it wasn't for the fact that I don't have a descendant nor have a way to reach Foundation Establishment State, I wouldn't sell this sword." Yemo walked up to the stall and took the sword. "I'll have a look." Yemo didn't even look at it and just gave the old man 500 spirit stones. "I like this sword. I'll take it, these are your 500 spirit stones." When the old man grabbed the spirit stones in a daze, one of the Foundation Establishment State cultivators stopped Yemo and said, "Friend, we saw this sword first. What right do you have to buy it?" Yemo smiled plainly. "That's really strange. I clearly saw you to bargain and pay 90 spirit stones, but the stall owner agree. Is there something wrong with me buying it from him for a price he likes?" They were a level 3 and a level 5 Foundation Establishment State cultivators. Yemo didn't care at all. He made his power seem like it was at Foundation Establishment State level 3. He was afraid that the two cultivators wouldn't go out and look for him later on. If they did, he would be able to figure out some stuff. His spirit sense was at false core level. He could see what the two Foundation Establishment State cultivators might not be able to see. Since the two men couldn't see the spirit sense shielding formation inside the sword, why did they want it? That's what Yemo wanted to know. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to find him if he didn't want them to. The level 5 cultivator sneered. "According to you, no one needs to bargain. You can just take what you want with money while people are still discussing business." Then, he looked around to the crowd watching and saluted with his fist. "Friends, is that how things work? I was discussing business with this stall owner, but this guy threw 500 spirit stones and just took the sword. How does he know I wasn't going to pay 500 spirit stones? I was planning on taking out 500 spirit stones. We should respect the order based on who came first, right?" No one dared intervene. Whoever had more money deserved the sword. Everyone knew that this Foundation Establishment State cultivator hadn't been planning on taking out 500 spirit stones. Yemo suddenly laughed. "Let's say you're right. Then I will earn a lot when I go to an auction. When something comes out, I will make the first bid. According to your logic, I made the first bid, so everyone else won't bother making bids because the item belongs to the first bidder. Your logic really makes sense." Everyone started laughing. Although Yemo had bent the truth a little, it was still reasonable. The Foundation Establishment State cultivator's face was red. He sneered, "People can compete with an auction. You didn't even give me the chance to make a bid. You just took it and left." Yemo's face suddenly became serious and he nodded. "You're right, very well. You can start bidding. I bid 500 spirit stones. If you make a higher bid, then it's yours." The Foundation Establishment State cultivator was dazed. He hadn't thought Yemo would suddenly be so easy to talk to and let him bid, but just after a moment of hesitation later, he said, "I bid 550. No matter what, he had to get the sword." Yemo said, 1,000. The two cultivators didn't expect Yemo to add this much at one time, but they still gritted their teeth and bid, 1,100, 2,000. Yemo knew he had reached his goal when he bid 2,000. The two men saw Yemo casually add 1,000 spirit stones and realized that it was pointless for them to keep raising the price. Yemo was only at level 3 Foundation Establishment State, but he was already very wealthy. Moreover, that sword dash. The two cultivators glanced at each other and didn't speak. Yemo could be certain now that they would follow him. Yemo gave the stall owner another 1.500 spirit stones and left. The two men also left and Yemo walked in the opposite direction. They went into a quiet room and started to change their appearance. The level 3 cultivator said worriedly, "Marshal Brother Gu, That guy is at Foundation Establishment State at such a young age and he had so many spirit
stones. Do you think he might have a big origin? The Marshall brother sneered. What do you think? If he had a big origin, would he use a storage bag? He probably just had some fortune.
That hacking sword concerns our future.
We must not let him go, no matter what. Moreover, he's only at Foundation Establishment State primary stage.
I can kill him easily. Emo left the market casually and flew away on his flying sword slowly. As expected, after flying approximately 30 kilometers away from market, he noticed the two Foundation Establishment State cultivators, but they were wearing masks. But without special magic artifacts to change their chi, spirit sense could easily scan through their masks.
Emo didn't go very fast, but the two men were patient.
They sped up to stop Emo after he was more than thousands of miles away from the market. What do you two want? Emo's face didn't change at all. The level 3 cultivator sneered. Nothing, you took what you shouldn't have.
Kid, give us everything and perhaps we might let you live, Emo laughed.
There was some story to that sword indeed.
His power level suddenly rose and surpassed level 4.
With his power cultivation essence and spirit sense, he could easily imitate the power level of a Foundation Establishment State tertiary stage cultivator. The two men had thought Emo was just some ordinary Foundation Establishment State primary stage. But now Emo's power level had drastically risen. They were quickly forced back by Emo's power. You're a false core cultivator, the level 5 cultivator called out in shock. He had realized that they had been baited by this cultivator. Emo didn't waste time talking. He sent out his flying sword and tens of sword ray shot out. He also released Shadowless. Emo's sword ray pulverized the level 5 cultivator's shield. The next moment, Shadowless was draining the essence blood of the man. All of this happened in an instant. By the time the level 3 cultivator reacted, he could only run away. However, he had just taken a step and Emo was already standing in front of him. Chapter 869. I'm here to watch the show.
Qianbei, I was lured here to stop Qianbei by Guyuwa.
I'm willing to give you everything I have just so Qianbei can have mercy on me. The level 3 cultivator had seen Emo kill his companion instantly and realized the difference between them was too great. Emo said, "Tell me why you must have that sword. Is there something special about it?" Emo sent out his flying sword again, covering the sky with sword rays, and waited to attack the level 3 cultivator. The cultivator, who had wanted to make a deal with Emo, shivered at the scene. He couldn't understand how Emo controlled the sword rays to this degree. He immediately said, "Qianbei, Guyuwa and I found the map of an ancient ruin.
We've been there, but we couldn't go in."
"The key to the door is a hacking sword," Emo asked. "So you're saying that the sword I just bought is the key?"
"There are millions of hacking swords in the world.
How can you be sure that this is the one in Qianbei? That hacking sword has 9 crevices.
Ordinary hacking swords don't have as many meaningless crevices."
"The sword you bought happened to have them, so the level 3 cultivator was shaking.
He didn't know if Emo would let him go afterwards. Emo hadn't really noticed the crevices until now. After perusal, Emo noticed that each crevice had a different shape and inside the crevice there were formations hidden inside. "Where is the map?" Emo asked.
"Inside Guyuwa's storage bag." The cultivator didn't dare lie and quickly replied. Emo searched Guyuwa's bag and indeed found an ancient map inside. Emo studied the map and realized that he had been there. It was at the All Herb Mountain Ranges. All Herb Mountain Ranges, Emo murmured. Yes, the Foundation Establishment State Master quickly replied, wondering what Emo would do to him as he had no value anymore. Emo wasn't going to be generous.
If he hadn't been a match for the two men, they wouldn't have let him live. Hence, he also didn't have any reason to let them live. Moreover, the sword and the map were all secrets. He wasn't going to let go off a ticking bomb.
Emo immediately activated the sword rays to kill this Foundation Establishment State cultivator and then he took his storage bag. Emo went on his flying pike, but he immediately realized that he shouldn't go back to River State immediately. He should go to some other place and set up the teleport formation before going back. 2 days later, Emo arrived in an unknown mountain range 100,000 kilometers away from River State. He was planning on setting up the teleportation formation there because the furthest one he could make with the materials he had was of a 100,000 kilometers distance. Emo found a distant valley in the ranges and opened up a cultivation cave. Inside, he was going to set up the teleportation formation.
It took EMO half a day to drill a hole in the valley, after which he started making formation flags. Luckily, he had already finished most of the flags. The main materials he needed to deal with were star sand and segmented earth. 3 days later, EMO finished setting up the teleportation formation and left some pills and spirit stones in the stone room before leaving. He then walked out of the valley and rebuilt the valley to how it was before. Finally, EMO could rest assured. Now he just needed to set up the other side of the portal inside China Pharmaceuticals. With that, even if he offended someone strong, he could take Song Yangzhu and Yi Ling and run away. EMO left the valley and went on the flying pike, heading towards River State City. He had been gone for around 10 days and he was very worried. However, he hadn't gone very far when he scanned 4 figures. 1 at the front and 3 at the back, all rushing towards the mountains he was in. EMO believed that ordinary people wouldn't be able to find his teleportation formation at all. He had large amounts of sound and spirit barrier formations in a spirit chi arid valley. Hence, EMO didn't care at all where they were going. They were 2 men and 2 women. The one at the front was a woman and seemed to be at Foundation Establishment State peak stage. The 3 people behind her were also all at Foundation Establishment State peak stage. One was nearly at false core stage. Even if I die, don't think you'll get it, the woman called out in rage. Her voice was coarse and she had heavy injuries. EMO heard this and realized that it was the woman who had bought the core building herb at the auction. EMO immediately realized why these people behind were chasing her. He sighed. This woman had been too careless and had let people recognize her. It was very important to not let people recognize who you are after an auction. Fei Zijiang had told people who he was because he had a strong background and people would respect him instead. The core building herb was very rare, rarer than bitter 10 years. Yet, EMO had now encountered it in such a barren place. There was no reason for him not to follow them and watch. With these thoughts, EMO also followed them. The 4 cultivators immediately noticed this and the woman ran even faster. The other 3 cultivators sneered. EMO was a small mere Foundation Establishment State Level 4 cultivator, but he dared join the party. He was asking to die. EMO followed behind them. In half a day's time, they had already passed EMO's formation. Although EMO could catch up to them easily, he still stayed behind carefully. EMO wasn't afraid of any one of them, but if they gang up against him, he would have to run. Seeing there were no more escape routes ahead, the female cultivator stopped and looked back. She brushed her messy hair back and stared coldly at the 3 pursuers, ignoring the level 4 man, EMO. The other 3 cultivators also stopped, forming a semicircle around the female cultivator. EMO stopped too and just stared at the group. EMO then noticed that the woman who had gotten the herb looked like she was in her 40s. Her skin condition wasn't very good. One could tell she had had a harsh journey of cultivation. She had average looks, but her body was very good. As for the 3 pursuers, one was a tall man who was more or less 2m tall and was nearly at false core state. But from his chi, EMO could tell he was a far cry from Li Bison. The other man was short and fat. He was at Foundation Establishment State peak stage. The woman was in her 30s and had a smile on her face. She was much prettier than the woman running. Seeing that the woman had stopped, the tall man said coldly to EMO, "PSS off or die." EMO sneered at the man and said in contempt, "Who do you think you are? I want to be here and watch the show. Do you have a problem?" Seeing a mere level 4 Foundation Establishment State cultivator dared curse at a false core state cultivator, the 2 people behind the man as well as the woman in front were dazed. They couldn't understand where EMO got his courage from. Chapter 870, Escaping from Death. "You're asking to die," the tall cultivator roared in fury, as his power drastically increased. He threw a stone drum at EMO. It was the size of a basket when he first took it out, but when it reached EMO's head, it had a circumference of 3m. It was so fast that it blasted through the air. The air below the drum seemed to have condensed, clearly due to the man's cultivation essence. This stone drum was at least a low-grade spirit artifact. The false core state cultivator couldn't form a chi field like a golden core state master would, but it was already similar. Low-level cultivators wouldn't even be able to escape the cultivation essence confinement, much less block the drum. The tall cultivator gave a lethal blow immediately, clearly wanting to kill that arrogant little cultivator as fast and bloody as possible. Chapter 871, Deal. EMO felt his power was increasing slowly. Ever since he had started cultivating the 3 birth chant, he was able to sense all 5 elements from his spirit chi and even control the wind element spirit power. However, he hadn't been able to control lightning and ice power. Thanks to the 2 eggs, he got ice power, and that way, the power he had happened to miss was lightning. However, now, he could absorb the power from the lightning rune, allowing him to cultivate lightning style. This created balance amongst the elements in his body and caused his power to increase drastically in such a short time. When his lightning power was completely balanced with all other elements, the increase would slow down. Yemo realized that the spirit chi in the world was mostly consisted of the 5 elements, but it had a really little amount of wind, ice, and lightning power. Hence, when he found a place to cultivate wind, lightning, and ice, his power would increase drastically. Yemo could feel his cultivation essence reach full capacity and break through a small barrier. Then, his cultivation essence and meridians expanded again, foundation establishment state level 5. Yemo rejoiced. He hadn't thought he could break through amidst a battle. However, his biggest acquisition had been that he had found out what he needed to cultivate from now on, when Yemo was ready for more lightning strikes. He found that his surroundings had quietened down. All of the power of the lightning rune had been absorbed by him. That tall cultivator looked dazedly at Yemo, as though he had seen the most unbelievable thing. Yemo sent out his winter's arrival. The intense frigidness immediately confined the false core state cultivator. The man shivered and came back to his senses. He immediately realized things weren't good. Yemo wasn't going to give him time to break free. His flying sword formed countless sword rays again and instantly pierced the cultivator into a honeycomb. When the intense cold permeated, even the other cultivators started shivering subconsciously. They stopped at the same time. But they just saw Yemo's flying sword tearing the tall cultivator into pieces. The scene quietened down. Yemo slowly put a new set of clothes on himself before taking back winter's arrival. Then, he walked up to the tall cultivator casually and took his storage bag. Xianbei, Wanbei will leave. The short fat cultivator worriedly saluted Yemo with his fist and disappeared immediately. The other female cultivator also copied the man and flew away on her flying sword. Yemo didn't chase after them. Although he could have killed them, his main target was the cultivator with the core building herb. The woman saw Yemo wasn't chasing after the other 2 cultivators and instead set his gaze on her. Her expression looked bad. She knew she was Yemo's target. With Yemo's power, she would die if she fought him. Moreover, she was already heavily injured too. She had spent all her savings on this herb and in the end, it benefited someone else. She sighed. Seeing Yemo's decisiveness, she could tell that she would die if she didn't take it out. Perhaps, she was bound to stay at Foundation Establishment State her entire life. The woman hesitated for a moment before giving Yemo the herb. This is the core building herb, it's yours. Yemo smiled. If someone dared to try steal from him, he would steal from them in return and even kill them. Yet, he also really couldn't just steal someone else's belonging without a reason. He had his moral principles. Yemo smiled but didn't take it. You're right, I came here for the herb but I'm not here to rob it. I would like to make a deal. If you agree, you won't lose anything. The woman took back her hand in bewilderment. The herb was quite a fortune. No one would let this opportunity slide. She had long been living in the bottom level of the cultivation realm and she knew how evil and selfish people could be. She was dubious about Yemo's words. If she had been pretty, she would have thought Yemo had come for her body, but she knew she was very average. Also, no matter how pretty she was, the herb would be worth more than her. Yemo said, I'm a pill master. A level 9 spirit pill master. This time, she reacted fast and immediately said enjoy. You can make the cultivation increasing pill. Yemo nodded. Yes, I can and I have great confidence in it. The female cultivator understood now. She could tell that Yemo was one of those rare cultivators who didn't like stealing other people's things. She knew that Yemo had no reason to lie to her. She had nothing valuable to be tricked for. Even if Yemo only had 10% chance of success, she would have a try. Without thinking, the female cultivator gave the herb to Yemo. I didn't think you to be a pill master. I'm Jin Shaoshan. If you can make the pill, then just give me one. Yemo took the herb and nodded. Don't worry, I will give you a pill for sure. I'm Yemo, the boss of River State City's China Pharmaceuticals. If you have nowhere to go, you can go there first. When I finish concocting the pill, you can go for Golden Core State there. Ha! Jin Shaoshan was shook by Yemo's words. She had thought Yemo would just give her a way to contact him and tell her to wait, but he was an actual pill shop boss. No wonder he could make pills. Having a safe place to reach Golden Core State was more important to her than anything. She immediately bowed and said, "Thank you, Brother Yi, I have no place to go." Emo waved his hand. "I'm younger than you, just call me Emo." Then, Emo took off his mask. "This is my real face." Vision Xiaoshan quickly asked, "What's wrong?" Emo took a seed from the herb and said, "These people are really generous. They didn't even take away the core building herb seed." Jin Xiaoshan smiled and shook her head. "The seed can only be collected before harvesting the herb. Otherwise, the seed would be useless. Even if it can be grown, no sect would spend 300 to 500 years to grow this herb." Emo smiled and didn't answer. He took out a jade box and put the seed inside. His golden page world was very big now. He wanted to see if the golden page world could grow it. Chapter 872, The 6 Big Halls of Fame. When Emo took out his flying pike, Jin Xiaoshan understood why he hadn't taken the herb too seriously. This flying spirit artifact was worth at least 1 million middle-grade spirit stones. Emo scanned his spirit sense into the city before he went in. When he found that China Pharmaceuticals formations were well and the shop was running normally, he breathed at ease. When Jin Xiaoshan saw China Pharmaceuticals inside, she was shook even more. Emo was younger than her, but he was a pill master and had such a grandiloquent pill shop at a place like River State City. When Emo went in China Pharmaceuticals, Shen Yizhong was working with a few attendants. The moment they saw Emo arrive, all of them went up to greet him. "Brother Yi, you went to Nanshan Market indeed. I didn't think I would be lucky enough to meet you just when I was about to leave." Yan Zhang walked out of the shop accompanied by Suyu. "Brother Yan Zhang, thank you." Emo saluted with his fist. He was truly grateful to Yan Zhang. He had helped to look after China Pharmaceuticals when he was gone. If it hadn't been for Yan Zhang, he really wouldn't have dared to leave Song Yangzhu and Yiling there by themselves. Yan Zhang waved his hand. "Brother Yi, no need to be so polite. We're lucky to have your help. I need your help with something, but you must have a lot of things to do. I'll come back tomorrow." Emo could feel that Song Yangzhu and Yiling were cultivating, so he was in no rush to see them. He said, "It's fine, we can talk about it now." Then, Emo said to Suyu, "Xiaoyu, take Jin Xiaoshan to rest. She'll be one of us from now on." Jin Xiaoshan was going to stay at China Pharmaceuticals for at least half a year, so he told Yan Zhang that she was a new recruit. Seeing the two women leave, Yan Zhang then said, "Brother Yi, I would like to know how long it would take you to concoct a level 7 spirit pill. If you can make it within half a year, we can provide you with some help, but of course, if you know a level 7 spirit pill master, that would be even better." Emo knew that although Yan Zhang had asked if he could reach level 7 in half a year, his real intention was to ask if he knew any level 7 pill masters. It was just a 1 level difference, but the gap was too great. If one could cross this gap in half a year, then there would be many level 7 masters in the world. Yan Zhang was asking about his non-existent master. If he could teach a level 6 pill master, then he might have other disciples that were at level 7. Seeing that Emo wasn't speaking anymore, Yan Zhang knew that Emo had understood what he was implying. He said awkwardly, "Have you heard about the 10 secret lands?" Emo shook his head. Yan Zhang said, "I only know about the Yunjin Palace and the Desert Herb Valley." "The Yunjin Palace?" Emo was shook because he had actually heard about it. When he used to be a part of the East Black State's magical herb sect, he had heard that there were countless fortunes in the Yunjin Palace. It would open every 30 years and cultivators less than 100 years old could go in, regardless of how powerful they were. The difference in power of those who went in was huge. Some geniuses even reached nascent soul state at the age of 100, so the palace was also very dangerous. Those who went in were usually at Golden Core State cultivator, rarely any Qi gathering or foundation establishment state cultivator would try it. However, there were limited spots, so the requirements were very strict. Emo only knew that 5-star sects and above had spots to go in. The magical herb sect was a 4-star sect, so they didn't have the right to go in. "You've also heard about the Yunjin Palace?" Yan Zhang asked. Emo nodded. "I've heard people talk about it before. It's said to be very hard to get into." Yan Zhang nodded. "Yes, it hasn't opened yet, but even if it does, we won't meet the requirements to go in. Those who go in are prodigies and some powerful cultivators. I'm talking about the other secret land, the Desert Herb Valley. It also has limited spots." Emo asked Yan Zhang, "What does this got to do with a pill master?" Yan Zhang replied, "There are many spirit herbs in there, even the Chaohuan fruit. The North Far State has very limited resources. So all spirit herbs are a huge attraction to sections. By the way, do you know that Luoyu continent has 4 states? Yi Mo nodded. Yen Zheng realized that Yi Mo did indeed know a lot.
Perhaps his master had told him all this. Yen Zhang continued. The desert herb valley has many herbs, which means it has cultivation resources.
Only 500 people can go in each time. People get sent outside if they're not among the first 500.
So the sects have come up with a way to divide it. Other than the spots sects usually get, the extra ones have been split based on the 6 big halls of fame. All the sects who have someone on the 6 big halls of fame get 3 to 10 extra spots. The 6 big halls of fame are the Qi Gathering Hall of Fame, the Foundation Establishment Hall of Fame, the Golden Core Hall of Fame, the Forgery Hall of Fame, the Pill Concoction Hall of Fame, and the Rune Making Hall of Fame. Yi Mo asked in bewilderment, why isn't there a Nascent Soul or a Hollow Spirit Hall of Fame? Or a Formation Hall of Fame? Yin Zhang smiled. The North Far State has a Hall of Fame for nascent soul state cultivators, but it's not called a Hall of Fame. It's called the Nascent Soul State 53 Kings. The number 1 king is a solo cultivator called Su Changjie. There's no ranking for Hollow Spirit State cultivators, but everyone has their own ranking. As for Formation Masters, there are too few people, Yi Mo then asked.
Do the big 6 halls of fame include the 50 best? Does that mean that if you're on the ranking, you can get more spots for your sect? Yen Jing shook his head. It's not like that. If it were, then there wouldn't be enough spots. Each Hall of Fame has 100 people.
Only the top 3 can increase spots for their sect. The only exception is for Pill Concoction.
If you're in the top 10, you can get your sect 3 spots. Why? Yi Mo asked in confusion. Yen Zhang explained, that's because the secret land is mostly filled with spirit herbs. Only pill masters can fully utilize them.
In half a year, the headquarters of the pill associations in the North Far State will hold a tournament for the Hall of Fame. After the tournament, the Desert Herb Valley will opens. Chapter 873, Genius. Thinking about the substantial amount of herbs in the Desert Herb Valley, Yi Mo got immediately interested. He saluted Yen Zhang with his fist and said, Brother Yen, I understand.
Don't worry, I can help you for sure, but I have one small request. Yen Zhang saw that Yi Mo agreed and immediately replied happily, Tell me, Brother Yi.
I'll do anything I can, Yi Mo nodded. I can probably help you get 3 more spots, but I want 1 spot for going into the secret land too.
Will this be possible? Yen Zhang had already thought of this before he went to ask Yi Mo for help.
Both Yi Mo and his master were pill masters, there was no way they wouldn't want a spot. Thinking about this, he immediately said, No problem, the requirement is that only those below Golden Core State can go in. It would be perfect for you to go in. Yi Mo was already at level 9 Spirit Pill Master. In half a year, he might even become a Pill King. Yi Mo was very confident in getting into the top 10 for the Pill Concoction Hall of Fame with his level of skills. After sending Yen Zhang off, Yi Mo went to see Li Yuqian. Li Yuqian's internal injuries had recovered. She was very happy with the cultivation environment there, so she had spent all her extra time teaching Song Yangzhu and Yi Ling wholeheartedly. Song Yangzhu and Yi Ling only went out for a moment, but they got to meet Yi Mo before going back inside to cultivate. Meanwhile, Li Yuqian waited on the side, as though she had something to tell Yi Mo. Li Qianbei, I believe I can make the Chaohuan pill in 3 months. If you can reach Golden Core State peak stage in that time, it would be perfect. Yi Mo thought she was going to ask about the pills. Yi Mo also wanted her to reach nascent soul state due to his plans. He was going to the Desert Herb Plain in half a year. He would feel much more assured if there was a nascent soul state cultivator protecting Yi Ling and Song Yangzhu. Li Yuqian hadn't come for the pill, but she was still shook that it could be ready in 3 months. Li Yuqian shook her head and said, I have no way of reaching Golden Core State peak stage in 3 months unless I get the Qinwen pill. Although I have the spirit herbs needed for the pill, I don't know any spirit pill master above level 7, so I don't have a way to make it. If your master comes, I want to ask your master for help. Yi Mo understood what she meant. He thought of a while and then decisively said, Li Qianbei, please forgive me for not telling you the truth before. I'm actually a level 1 pill king myself. I said I can get you Chaohuan pill, not because my master will make it, but because I can. So, I can help Qianbei make the Qinwen pill. What? You're a level 1 pill king?
Li Yuqian stood up abruptly. She really didn't dare to believe Yi Mo. How old was Yi Mo? And he dared call himself a level 1 pill king? Was he crazy? Yi Mo understood her shock.
If he hadn't been cultivating the three birth chant, he wouldn't have believed he could reach pill king at such an age. He hadn't thought there would be such a powerful cultivation method in the world.
It's like the original cultivation method from when the world was born.
He knew that his ultimate achievement could never be become a mere pill king, although he hadn't really made a heaven grade level 1 pill yet. He believed he could do it and he wouldn't need much time. The reason he wasn't too sure yet was because he hadn't had a pill to make. He had exaggerated his skills a little to assure Li Yuqian, "Yes, I'm not crazy. I'm indeed a level 1 pill king." Believe it or not, Yi Mo said word by word. Li Yuqian really wanted to believe Yi Mo, but his words were too absurd.
Her expression became serious and didn't ask anything.
She threw tens of herbs on the ground and said, "Then make the Qin pill right now." "I'll watch." Yi Mo didn't object and simply took out his Shin cauldron. He had been using it for many years and it felt very comfortable. Although he hadn't completely spirit controlled the cauldron, it was very effective with pill concoction. Seeing Yi Mo smoothly control the cauldron with his spirit sense and send out cultivation fire, Li Yuqian could finally start to believe him. Not all the herbs on the ground were needed for the pill.
Yi Mo knew she had done this on purpose.
Without thinking, he waved, and more than 10 herbs separated the rest and fell into the cauldron. Li Yuqian saw this and nodded, feeling that Yi Mo had some real capabilities. However, after seeing him just throw them inside without order, her expression looked a little bad. Even she knew that no matter what pill you were concocting, there was an order for putting the herbs in the cauldron. If you got it wrong, you would get a cauldron of ashes or the cauldron might even blow up. Yi Mo had done this intentionally. He had chosen to show her his means and it wasn't going to be ordinary means. Li Yuqian's expression soon looked surprised. There was no smell of burned bits. Instead, the impurities of the herbs came out of the mouth of the cauldron. Tens of minutes went past and Li Yuqian realized that Yi Mo's actions weren't slowing down at all.
Instead, they became smoother and smoother. She was shook.
Yi Mo was only at Foundation Establishment State Level 5, but his spirit sense was even a little stronger than someone at False Core State. Li Yuqian carefully sent her spirit sense inside the cauldron and found that the herbs had been rapidly refined and ordered. With this, she could tell that Yi Mo's skills were definitely at Pill King level. An hour later, the herbs had finished being refined into pure herbal liquid.
Meanwhile, Yi Mo controlled the liquid with his spirit sense while he kept pulling and stirring. Such rapid means. Yi Mo hadn't finished making the pill, but Li Yuqian knew he definitely could.
He refined the herbs in a little more than an hour, when usually it would take 4 hours. Moreover, Yi Mo was using an ordinary cultivation fire. If he used another fire, wouldn't he be even better? Yi Mo then weaved a few more pill signs and the liquid started to condense.
Another hour later, the pill was gradually taking form and the aroma of the pill sped out. Ding, dong.
12 turquoise pills were pulled out and placed into a jade bottle. Shenbei, the pill is made.
Have a look. Yi Mo gave the bottle to Li Yuqian. Li Yuqian subconsciously grabbed the bottle and poured one.
She immediately gasped.
Great quality.
Top-grade Qin pills, and you even made 12 pills in a cauldron. You're a level 1 pill king indeed. Li Yuqian was shook. She knew what a level 1 pill king meant. In the North Far State, every pill king had a mass followers. There was one in front of her right now that was this young and made pills that fast. Genius. Yi Mo interrupted her thoughts. Li Qianbei, with this will you be able to reach Golden Core State peak stage in 3 months? Li Yuqian came back to her sense and quickly said, Yi Mo, although I'm older than you and I'm your wife and sister's master, you're a level 1 pill king.
Just call me sisterly.
I'm sure I can reach Golden Core State peak stage with this in 3 months. Chapter 874, Pill King. At this moment, Li Yuqian had put Yi Mo on an equal or even higher status than her. The reality was that a pill king in the cultivation realm had a much higher status than a Golden Core State cultivator. Yi Mo rejoiced.
Great.
In half a year, I will still be needing your help, sisterly. Li Yuqian had calmed down after the initial shock. Reaching Golden Core State tertiary stage at around the age of 60 was already proof of her talent. However, Li Yuqian used to believe she wouldn't be able to reach nascent soul state until she was 150 or 200 years old, yet,
fortune was something unexplainable and she had met Emo. Instead of having to wait decades or even a century, she might be able to reach nascent soul state in less than half a year. Of course, in her eyes, her greatest fortune wasn't having gone to River State City and getting the pills, but the fact that she had met a pill king. Emo was a pill king at such young age. He definitely could reach higher levels in time. What was the most important thing in cultivation? Resources, of course. And pills were the most important resource. Pills came from Pill Master. If you had a stack of spirit herbs, but not a pill master to concoct pills for you, they would be useless. It was no simple thing to know a pill king and make him concoct pills for you. She wouldn't even have been able to afford a pill king's concoction fees. They usually only accepted ordinary requests. They didn't do out of the ordinary items since it would waste their cultivation power. Thinking about how she used to look down on Emo, she sighed. She understood what Emo meant when he said he would be needing her help in half a year. She had also known what Emo wanted her to do when he told her to stay at River State City in China Pharmaceuticals. He needed her to protect China Pharmaceuticals, and especially Song Yangzhu and Yi Ling. She had gone there because she really liked her two talented disciples and she had nowhere to go, as she was disappointed at the Zhang Yuan sword sect. Of course, another important reason was that Emo had saved her life. But now, it seemed her decision had been very right. Even if Emo told her to leave, she wouldn't leave. Unless she didn't want to reach higher cultivation states, she would never leave a pill king she knew. Don't worry, Yangzhu and Yi Ling are my disciples. I'm also used to living here. If you have something to do, then just do it. Leave China Pharmaceuticals to me. Li Yuqian expressed her intentions without hesitation. Emo was very happy with her attitude and nodded in satisfaction. In that case, I won't disturb your cultivation anymore. I'm going to cultivate too. In 3 months, I will give you the Chaohuan pill. Li Yuqian nodded. Regardless of whether I can reach nascent soul state, I will treat China Pharmaceuticals as my own place. But I do have something to ask you something. Li Yuqian paused and said, the cultivation method you taught Song Yangzhu and Yi Ling isn't an ordinary one, right? If I'm not wrong, it's at least above spirit grade level 7. If it really is, then Li Yuqian looked worried. Emo heard this and knew that Li Yuqian had realized what he was teaching them. It was to be expected. She was teaching them side by side and knew the way they ran their chi meridians. Emo didn't intend to hide it and just said, that's right. I was planning to tell you after you reached nascent soul state, but since you know, I'll tell you straight up. The cultivation method they are cultivating isn't at spirit grade nor even heaven grade. I don't know what exact grade it is at. Li Yuqian was shook again. Not even at heaven grade. What kind of notion was this? It was said that the highest graded cultivation method on Luoyu continent was only at heaven grade, at low-level heaven grade. Seeing her shock, Emo said, sisterly, if you hadn't been their master and they hadn't been cultivate right in front of you, you wouldn't have noticed the grade of their cultivation method. Emo knew what she was worrying about. If other people found out that they were cultivating a cultivation method at above heaven grade, the two women were dead for sure. Yet then again, if it wasn't someone really close to them, they wouldn't be cultivating in front of them in the first place. Moreover, not even Li Yuqian had managed to get it was at above heaven grade. Other people wouldn't be able to get it either. However, Emo still decided to warn Song Yangzhu and Yi Ling later that they couldn't do this no matter what. Sisterly, I was planning to give you this cultivation method after you reached nascent soul state, Emo said. He really did plan to do so. It wasn't suitable for her to cultivate the primordial chaos chant right now, or she would have to spend large amounts of time converting her cultivation essence. However, if she reached nascent soul state, she could choose a new cultivation method. Li Yuqian looked dazedly at Emo. You were planning on letting me cultivate this cultivation method? She really couldn't believe that Emo would be willing to give this to her. Even if it were from father to son, it would be passed down very carefully. She was aware that she had to choose a new cultivation method when she reached nascent soul state because it was impossible to reach higher states with her current cultivation method. She had been troubled, as she didn't have a better cultivation method. Yet now Emo was giving her such a big gift. Emo smiled and said, sisterly, since you can teach what you know to Yi Ling and Yangzhu, I can teach you this. Li Yuqian knew Emo was trying to tie them together, but she was still amazed by Emo's magnanimity. Emo knew that although the primordial chaos chant was really good, his 3 birth chant was definitely much stronger than it. Once he reached a certain power, he could produce a new cultivation method based on all sorts of spirit roots. Li Yuqian calmed herself down and looked at Yimo. Your pill concoction skills is the best I've seen. It's my fortune that I can come to China Pharmaceuticals, but I see that your skills are greatly limited by your pill fire. If you just use Foundation Establishment state-level cultivation fire, you won't be able to fully utilize your skills. If you had a good pill fire, your skills would be far superior than a level 1 pill king's. Yimo heard this and realized that he did indeed need a new one. He had thought of getting one before, but there was no big hurry. Yet now that he thought about it, he realized that he didn't need more concoction skills, but a strong pill fire. Chapter 875, Heaven and Earth Fire Seed. Li Yuqian saw Yimo's expression and she could tell that Yimo had understood this. I know a place with fire seeds. It's said to be at the Changfen Hill. There's a Leisure fire there. It ranked a little low, but it's already a rare treasure for fire-style cultivators. I got my Li fire feather from there, but I wasn't a fire cultivator so I didn't touch the fire seed. Fire seeds were not only helpful to pill masters, but also to fire element cultivators. If they have a rare fire seed, their offensive power and power level will be massively different than before. However, it was very hard to get rare fire seeds, according to what Yimo knew. There were 108 types of rare fire seeds in the world. It was said that the cultivation realm only contained 36 types. The Leisure Fire one ranked 29 of the 36 types, and it was near the very end of the 108 types general ranking, but even the last ranking rare fire seeds were insanely valuable. The Heaven and Earth fire seeds had a common property that other fire seeds didn't have, and that was potential growth. The speed of growth was based on their master's cultivation method and fortune, as well as fire element spirit items that they devour. In other words, if the worst ranked fire seeds grow to a certain extent, they can be more powerful than the fire seeds which ranked high before it. Pill masters also loved fire seeds. A good pill master must have a good fire seed. Without a Heaven and Earth rare fire seed, a pill master can never become a top-level pill master. Yimo had heard about the Changfen Hill. It was once a mortal city, but conflict between two big cultivation powers took place there. Both powers were very mighty and had a lot of allies. Eventually, more and more people died. It reached a point when most people forgot why they were even fighting and the place was completely destroyed. No one in the city was able to escape and the cultivators that died there were countless. Finally, the war gradually calmed down. Thousands of years later, most cultivators who were going to have a battle to death liked to resolve their conflicts there. Soon, the place became another name for graveyard. Yimo hadn't expected there would be a fire seed here. No one else could guess it either. Knowing that Yimo would be surprised, Li Yuqian took out a jade slip. She quickly drew a map on it saying, I found this place out of luck. You will know once you go there. The Leisure Fire was left behind by a pill master. He died before being able to spirit control it. Yimo took the jade slip gratefully. Yimo knew how precious that Heaven and Earth rare fire seed was. If she sold it for money, she could get countless spirit stones. Li Yuqian breathed at ease after seeing him take the jade slip. She always owed Yimo and never helped him with anything. What is more, she was going to owe him even more in the future. Finally, she could help Yimo a little bit now. 3 days later, Yimo gave a cultivation increasing pill to Jin Shaoshan and she almost cried out of excitement. She hadn't been this excited even when she bought the core building herb, because she knew how hard it would be for that herb to turn into a pill. Yet now, she actually got the pill. Yimo understood her feelings. Sister Jin, you can stay at China Pharmaceuticals to form your core. The spirit chi here is quite good. When you're at Golden Core State, you can choose to stay if you're willing. Yimo said, if China Pharmaceuticals had its own Golden Core State and nascent Soul State cultivators, then they would have the foundation to stand upright in River State City. Jin Shaoshan tried to calm herself down and she said word by word, Brother Yi, it was my fortune that China Pharmaceuticals was willing to take me in. I swear that as long as you're still in China Pharmaceuticals, I will be a part of China Pharmaceuticals. Jin Shaoshan was no idiot. She had been a solo cultivator and now that she could follow a spirit pill master, her future was like heaven compared to before. Seeing this, Yimo rejoiced. He took out an essence benefit pill and gave it to her. Use this bottle of pills to prepare for core formation. As for the spirit artifact and gears you need, I will get you these in half a year. After Jin Shaoshan left for solitary cultivation, Yimo took out the jade bottle and looked at it satisfyingly. he had concocted 6 pills of cultivation increasing pill and given one to Jin Shashan. He still had 5 left, which meant that Yiling, himself and the others didn't need to worry about pills all the way until Golden Core State. With the remaining time, Yi-Mo helped the Immortal Treasure Tower concoct pills while concocting the pill he needed, the Stalagmite Benefit Pill. Yi-Mo made this pill for the Ming Yuan pill. The way to the Changfen Hill shouldn't be too dangerous, but he still decided to go after reaching Foundation Establishment State Level 6. The Ming Yuan pill could help him reach that, and with the Stalagmite Benefit Pill, there would be no side effects. A month later, Yi-Mo reached Foundation Establishment State Level 6 with the help of these 2 pills. His cultivation essence was a lot stronger again. Although he really wanted to study the Illusion Cloud Sword technique, he knew he really didn't have much time. He decided to go get the fire first. Once he got the fire, he would make the Chaohuan pill immediately. To him, the earlier Li Yuqian reached nascent soul state the better. He had broken the All Pill Tower's branch store owner's son's leg, but they still hadn't gone to look for trouble with him. Although he knew it was Yin Zhang's doing, he had to make some preparations too. If that branch owner Lu Jiucheng reached nascent soul state and Li Yuqian didn't, then China Pharmaceuticals would be at a complete disadvantage. Yi-Mo couldn't believe that a nascent soul state cultivator would let him go after he had broken his son's leg. Although a broken leg injury was nothing in the cultivation realm, if people wanted to look for trouble with you, even losing a strand of hair was an excuse. Before leaving, Yi-Mo was also going to set up a teleportation formation. He didn't place it underground. The teleportation formation was for emergencies, and the more hidden it was, the less easy to access it. Hence, Yi-Mo had decided to place it at where Song Yangzhu and Yiling were cultivating. Song Yangzhu and Yiling were both at Qi gathering stage 7 now. Their spirit root was very good, and with adequate spirit Qi and pill supplies, their progress was very rapid. "Brother, are you going out again?" Yiling could tell that her brother was about to leave when he went to see them again. Song Yangzhu also looked worried. Yi-Mo nodded. "Yes, we must cultivate faster to be able to stand upright here. I'm going out to look for a fire seed and then help concoct pills for your master. In half year, I'm going away for a long time, so you guys need to work hard. Today I'm here to give you some pills and set up a teleportation formation here." "A teleportation formation in our room?" Yiling asked curiously. Yi-Mo nodded. "Yes, if you encounter strong cultivators that we can't beat, then escape through it. It will only recognize our spirit senses, other people won't be able to activate it." Chapter 876, Changfen Hill. After Yi-Mo set up the teleport and gave a few jade cards to Song Yangzhu and Yiling, he immediately left the city. He teleported out of the city and used the flying pike to travel for a day. Finally, at midnight, he arrived in the Changfen Hill. There was no one living there on radius of a few hundred kilometers. It was indeed a barren graveyard. This place didn't pose a threat for high-level cultivator, but for ordinary people, passing by this place almost meant death. The place had very strong yin qi, together with some strange beings and phenomenons. Yi-Mo immediately felt a bleak qi in the place. It seemed lifeless, and even the plants on the ground looked very gnarled. The spirit qi there was a lot less strong than in other places. If there wasn't the occasional shriek of a vulture, Yi-Mo would have thought this place was the underworld. Yi-Mo's spirit sense had scanned around. This graveyard hadn't been artificially created. It had been formed by countless bones and remnant weapons. On the top, spirit fire could be seen everywhere. Yi-Mo shook his head. He didn't understand why Li Yuqian would have come here. It was not a good place for cultivation, and it couldn't have any rare items. He looked at the marking on the map and wanted to go there immediately when he felt something wasn't right. Ever since he had started cultivating 3 birth chant, his sixth sense was very acute. Yi-Mo subconsciously hit himself. No matter who would come, Yi-Mo didn't want people to know he was there to take the Leisure fire. As soon as Yi-Mo hid, a flying cart magic artifact landed at the frontiers of the place. It was soundless. If he hadn't had his sixth sense, he would have never found out about the cart's arrival. Yi-Mo noticed that the cart was majestic. It seemed to be an extreme-grade magic artifact. Just when Yi-Mo was about to check this extreme-grade magic artifact out, he had an extreme sense of danger. He had met countless dangers before, yet never one as strong as that day. It was a feeling of irresistible danger, as though no matter what he tried he would die for sure. Without thinking, Emo immediately went into the golden page world and didn't dare move. After going in, Emo realized that the flying cart he had seen was no magic artifact, it was a cultivation artifact. Emo immediately felt cold sweat going down his back. Those who could use a cultivation artifact were at least at nascent soul state tertiary stage or even at hollow spirit state. Emo was sure that the cultivator on it was not at nascent soul state. In the cultivation realm, artifacts were divided into magic artifacts, spirit artifacts, cultivation artifacts, and immortal artifacts. Each one of them could be low grade, middle grade, top grade, and extreme grade. Usually, a cultivator at golden core state used mostly spirit artifacts. Those who used cultivation artifacts were all cultivator with great power. As for immortal artifacts, that was the foundation of big sections. Emo rejoiced that he had gone into the golden page world quickly. Otherwise, if that master had found him, he could have annihilated him with a finger. These power beings killed people without any restraints. They wouldn't even ask for their names. From the golden page world, Emo even felt that the cultivator in the cultivation artifact had slightly noticed him and scanned his spirit sense over. It was a pity that with his current power he couldn't let out his spirit sense in the golden page world. Emo had guessed right. The flying cart was indeed a cultivation artifact, and on it there was a dark-faced cultivator who looked like he was in his 50s. He had a black mole on his face and short hair. His eyes were extremely cold. He immediately frowned and scanned where Emo was repeatedly. The golden page world had fallen amongst the mud and bones. It really wasn't discernible unless he checked the bones one by one. The dark-faced cultivator scanned for a long time, but he didn't find anything. Hence, he took back his spirit sense. Emo didn't dare to be careless facing such a high-powered cultivator. He stayed in the golden page world for 24 hours. Only then, he suppressed his chi before carefully coming out. When Emo came out, he found that the cultivation artifact flying cart had been long gone. Emo breathed at ease. He had been scared to come out and find the guy waiting for him, but soon, Emo noticed something was wrong. There were some minor changes there, but he couldn't tell exactly what had happened. Emo sent out his spirit sense and carefully scanned the surroundings. Half an hour later, Emo took back his spirit sense and understood what had happened. The cultivator who had come yesterday had set up multiple formations, including a trap formation and a kill formation. These formations were very hidden and they had been linked together, which showed that the person who had set up this was very skilled. What did this guy set up these formations for? However, Emo immediately realized that since the guy had set up formations there, he would be back. In that case, should he still get his Leisure Fire? What if the guy caught him when he was trying to take the Leisure Fire? Emo hesitated for a moment, but he still decided to get the fire. He had limited time, and if he didn't get it today, he didn't know when he would the chance to again. Moreover, it would only take a short time for him to take the fire. Once he got it, he would immediately dash away. Emo didn't go take the fire immediately. He went back into the golden page world and made a few formation flags before coming out. He couldn't see what was going on outside the golden page world when he was inside, so he made a few surveillance formation flags. Although he really wanted to change the person's formation and control it, he didn't dare to. His formation skills were stronger than this person's, but the difference in power between them was too great. However, he still made many formation flags that could instantly change the trap and kill formation if he needed. If the guy caught him and he changed the formations, that would stop him for a while. After all of this was done, Emo then headed towards where the fire seed was. Half an hour later, Emo arrived at the southern east border of the hill. It was a deep valley. Emo got there, but he didn't find anything there after scanning his spirit sense. Hence, he decided to use earth travel and went into the ground. After going 200 meters into the ground, Emo stopped. He finally understood why his spirit sense couldn't find it. Chapter 877, Breaking a Formation. It was a natural cloaking formation. Even a body condensation state cultivator might not be able to scan the spirit sense inside, much less his false core state spirit sense. What shook Emo the most was that the place was very hidden, but it didn't have any unique marks. How did Li Yuqian find it? How did the cultivator before her find it? However, Emo cast these thoughts aside. He could ask her how she found it, and if she didn't want to talk about it, it didn't really matter to him anyway. Emo's spirit sense pierced the natural formation and went into a stone room. It was about 10 SQM. Someone must have found the natural formation first and built a stone room inside. There was a skeleton inside the room. It was probably the cultivator Li Yuqian spoke of. There was no Leisure fire there, but inside the stone wall behind the room, Yemo found a faint orange fire. Was that the Leisure fire? Yemo stared at the faint gust of fire in confusion. He had seen rare fire seeds before. The big elder of the magical herb sect had one. It was a Kenqing fire rank 26, but even that was countless times stronger than this alleged Leisure fire. The Leisure fire rank 29, so it shouldn't be this far off. However, the faint yellow fire had a sliver of white smoke. It was the signature of the Leisure fire. What surprised Yemo was that the flame was faint, but still had an orange color. Yemo knew the levels of rare flames. From low to high, it was yellow, orange, red, green, aqua, blue and purple. The lowest level was pale yellow, but when it was dark yellow, it could ascend to orange. This flame was already pale orange. Yemo shook his head. He was disappointed, but it was still a rare flame. When Yemo's spirit sense locked onto this flame, he immediately noticed something wasn't right. The flame hadn't been casually left behind, it was bound there. He had to break the restriction to take the flame. Restrictions had a lot of similarities with formations. But it was much simpler than a formation. Any cultivator could build simple restrictions, but the high-level restrictions were no easier than formation. Yemo believed the restriction would be no problem for him, but when he scanned the restriction with his spirit sense, he realized he was greatly wrong. The restriction was very strong. At least, he couldn't put it down. It was also an attack restriction, which meant that if it wasn't undone properly, it would attack the person. Yemo calmed down. He didn't think things seemed to be so simple. He scanned his spirit sense around carefully, and when he scanned the four corners of the room, he almost screamed. He found that the stone room had actually been formed before the natural formation there. Since the stone room had been completely embedded in the formation, Yemo knew there was no way that this world would form a stone room and then form a natural formation around it. The only explanation was that it was no natural formation, it was artificial. A person had managed to lay down a natural formation. Even Yemo was shook. The attributes of a natural formation were that there was no way for it to be found. Artificial formations left some traces behind. If someone could set up a formation without leaving any traces behind, how powerful were this person's formation skills? Yemo didn't even dare to imagine. Yemo looked at that skeleton and understood some things. It seemed that the cultivator hadn't brought the Leisure fire there. Perhaps he had wanted to get the fire and got killed by the restriction. Then, Li Yuqian found the cultivator and the fire. She had taken the storage ring but didn't take the fire. This meant that someone else had brought the fire there and restrained it. For some reason, that person never came back again. Yemo thought about it. Did that person leave it there for the fire to evolve? If so, then if he undid the restriction, he would get an orange-level rare flame. Yemo's heart was beating very quickly with these thoughts. However, he didn't let this blind him. He knew that the restriction was not easy to break. He also needed to figure out how the spirit sense barrier formation had been set up. If he understood that, it would benefit him greatly. Perhaps due to the experience he was going to gain today, he could build a natural formation as well. Yemo had cultivated the 3 birth chant and he was much stronger than an ordinary cultivator in terms of insight. He was a high-level formation master himself, so he didn't take long to notice the strange features of the formation. The stone wall seemed to be able to faintly suck spirit chi. How could a stone wall suck spirit chi? Yemo immediately realized that the stone wall was the core of the formation. The Leisure fire was inside the stone wall. If he broke the stone wall to take the fire, then the restriction would get activated. If he didn't break the stone wall and just tried to take the fire, the restriction would still get activated. If one wanted to prevent the restriction from getting activated and get the fire, he had to break the formation first in a non-destructive way. Forcefully breaking the stone wall or spirit controlling the Leisure fire would activate the restriction. However, since Yemo could see the core of the formation, he could solve it. It wasn't a very strong formation, it was just a spirit sense barrier formation. Yemo took out his materials and started to make formation flags. A few hours later, Yemo had made 30 flags and spread them around the corners. Then, he activated them. He even used top-grade spirit stones. An hour later, the stone wall cracked and Yemo rejoiced. He had broken the connection between the stone wall and the restriction. However, EMO found that at the same time he solved the problem with the formation, the restriction had also released the fire automatically. He didn't have to take care of the restriction anymore, but the next moment, EMO cursed. He had to gather all of his cultivation essence to stop the Legia fire, and he tried to forcefully spirit control it. He realized that breaking the formation wasn't exactly helping. Once the Legia fire escaped the restriction, it was going to escape. It seemed that the person behind all of this didn't want anyone to get the Legia fire no matter what. EMO had gone all the way there for the fire. He wasn't going to let it escape. However, EMO found he had been greatly wrong. He had thought the pale flame would be easy to capture, but when he surrounded the flame with his spirit sense and cultivation essence, it immediately emanated intense heat. Even the spirit stones he had thrown before became the flame's nutrition. Chapter 878, The Mist Lotus Heartfire. With Yemo's level 6 foundation establishment state power, his hair and clothes were instantly burnt away, and it even began to burn his skin. Yemo was shook. If it continued, he would turn into a pile of dust as soon as his cultivation essence dried out. Yemo immediately called out Winter's arrival. When Winter's arrival spread out, the stone room immediately sunk into cold frost. It was the first time Yemo applied Winter's arrival onto himself. The bone-chilling frost seeped into Yemo's burning body. The feeling of intense heat and cold was indescribable. Luckily, Winter's arrival was Yemo's belonging and it wouldn't harm his foundation. A moment later, Yemo felt his body's surface was covered by a layer of ice. He finally breathed at ease. The frost had stopped the Legia fire's rampage. However, just when Yemo was relaxing, he felt something was wrong. The thin layer of ice soon melted and the intense flame of the Legia fire quickly charged at him again. Yemo quickly urged Winter's arrival to form a layer of ice on his body. But it melted in an instant. Things repeated like this and Yemo soon realized how dire the situation was. Winter's arrival was getting weaker and weaker, while the Legia fire was getting stronger and stronger. If things went down like this, Winter's arrival would soon be completely extinguished and he would be burnt to ashes. With this thought, Yemo took a burst essence pill and used all his spirit sense to try to spirit control the Legia fire. The flame was still weak at that moment. If it returned to its prime, then he might not be able to spirit control. Even if he had been at golden core state, the burst essence pill allowed his power to increase drastically and reach foundation establishment state level 8 tertiary stage before stopping. Yemo was aware that time was limited. So, he used all of his power and spirit sense to envelope the flame and spirit control it. Otherwise, all he would be able to do was go into the golden page world. However, if he exhausted all of his spirit sense and cultivation essence, he wasn't sure if he could. Feeling Yemo's drastic increase in power, the flame seemed to notice danger and stopped fighting Winter's arrival. Instead, it was trying to free itself from Yemo's spirit sense. Yemo felt this and realized something. Had the flame developed its own will? Thinking about this, Yemo's heart fired up. Since the flame was trying to escape, Winter's arrival had an opportunity to retaliate. Thanks to Yemo's increased power, it actually controlled the flame. The flame had some intelligence, but it was too low level. Hence, as Yemo's spirit controlled it, the flame struggled, but it was getting weaker and weaker. An hour later, Yemo had completely controlled the flame. He hadn't finished spirit controlling it, but it was no big deal for the moment. Seeing how Winter's arrival had shrunk in size, Yemo's heart ached. For a long time, he wouldn't be able to rely on it for help. After putting Winter's arrival away, Yemo focused on spirit controlling the Legia fire. The more he focused, the more he was shook. He realized that the flame wasn't a Legia fire, it was a Mist Lotus heart fire. The Legia fire was an earth fire, but the Mist Lotus heart fire was heaven fire. There was a core difference between the two. The Mist Lotus heart fire could rank number 3 among the 36 types of fire found in the cultivation realms. It was a legendary flame. Yemo wanted to scream in excitement. Out of the 36 types in the cultivation realm, 10 were heaven fires and the rest were all earth fires. There were countless cultivation realms in the universe and the Mist Lotus heart fire ranked 3rd out of the 36 different flames. This was rather astonishing. Yemo had heard that on Luoyu continent, a fire element cultivator once got the extreme gunfire, that ranked 4th. He was invincible amongst those on the same state. For some reason, this cultivator disappeared, and so did the extreme gunfire. Many people believed that the cultivator had caused too many carnages and a lot of them wanted to hunt him down. Another reason could be due to the fire. Anyone would want such a high-level fire seed. The top 10 flames were all heaven fires. Its power was far from something earth flames could compare with. He also realized that if he had the Mist Lotus heart fire, he couldn't show it around. Otherwise, he would be dead for sure. If he got the Leisure fire, he could use it for pill concoction. People usually didn't dare to touch a pill master with Leisure fire. Even if he got Abyssal Earth fire, he would still be safe if he became a pill king. After all, it had still ranked 11th, it wasn't in the top 10, revealing that one had a heaven fire would be a disaster. The Mist Lotus heart fire was not only a heaven fire, but one that had ranked in top 3. Emo understood why Liu Chen had thought of the flame was the Leisure fire. They were quite similar. Both had a small gust of mist inside the flame. Yet, the Leisure fire only had mist on the outside of the flame. Once the flame got an orange color, it would gradually disappear. Meanwhile, the Mist Lotus heart fire was the opposite. It didn't have the mist to begin with and would only develop a little after reaching orange color. When the flame reached higher levels, the mist would become more and more condensed. Emo hurried to spirit control the flame. His burst essence pill time had almost ran up. Just when he was about to spirit control the flame, he felt motion on his surveillance formation. Emo didn't dare to look who was coming. He spat a mouthful of essence blood and forcefully spirit controlled the Mist Lotus heart fire. Then, he ran out of the room without thinking twice. As soon as he did, he went into the golden page world. Then, Emo immediately took a stalagmite benefit pill to mediate the side effects. Song Yangju wasn't there after all. Chapter 879, The Secret Inside the Formation. Emo didn't have time to check the situation outside and he just held onto the Mist Lotus heart fire. It was completely spirit controlled by Emo now, so it became a pea-sized flame which floated quietly about Yemo's Dan Tian. Emo thought about this. An orange flame with some white mist appeared above his finger. The flame seemed peaceful and calm. Nothing like the deadly burning fury Emo had unleashed before. It looked like cotton and it danced between Yemo's fingers. Emo happily put away the flame and started to check his body. His body was completely ruined, his skin was charred and he had no hair. He had no more Lotus Life pills, but Emo didn't worry. He had many other pills. He took a few cultivation recovery pills and took a shower with a water spell before putting on a clean set of clothes. Then, he checked his charred hair and just shaved himself bald. Afterwards, Emo looked at his surveillance formation. Rumble. As soon as his spirit sense went into the formation, a huge sound shook his formation. There wasn't just one person there. A black-faced man stood in the middle of the hill. He had short hair and a dark mole. Emo was sure that he was the person he had seen on the flying cart. He felt uncomfortable just by looking at him. Emo believed that if he stood before this cultivator, he might not even be able to move just from the power this cultivator was emitting. In front of the dark-faced cultivator there was a skinny old man. His hair was white and his eyes narrowed into a line. He seemed very innocuous, but Emo felt both were equally dangerous. There were tens of meters of distance between the two and a 10-meter deep ravine. Old man Sima Zhu, a few decades have passed and you're still at Hollow Spirit State middle stage. That's quite unexpected. The dark-faced cultivator had no expression on his face. The skinny old man smiled. Likewise, Tong Wuxing, you're also at Hollow Spirit State middle stage. Sima Zhu, cut the bullshit. Where is it? Tong Wuxing said coldly. The old man sneered and took out half of a book. He then said, I brought it here of course. Where is your thing? Tong Wuxing saw the book and looked desperate. At the same time, another half of a book also appeared in his hand. They both looked at each other's half with intense desire. They both smiled and put their half a book in a jade box. Then, they moved a few kilometers back, set up a defense formation and put the jade box inside. Emo noticed that both jade boxes were filled with restriction, which meant that even if the other person got the jade box, one only needed to want it for the box as well as its contents to turn into ashes. The two men were about to fight and they had done this to prevent the box from getting harmed. Emo could guess the story behind this. They had found a book together and fought over it, ripping it in half. In order to make the book become one again, they decided to fight to decide who could have it. Emo also realized why the dark-faced cultivator had set up a few trap and attack formations. He was scared he was no match for the old man. Tong, don't make me disappointed this time. The old man sneered and waved his hand.
A black gust of mist appeared, immediately reaching a 10 m circumference, and it approached Tong Wuxing. It was very fast and it could expand. Moreover, it moved based on where Tong Wuxing was. Yemo saw through the surveillance formation that the mist was actually a net-shaped cultivation artifact. Although he couldn't feel the cultivation essence wave through the screen, he could tell that the net wasn't simple.
It felt very eerie. Yemo even felt that the bleak net seemed to get more powerful in this place.
If so, why had Tong Wuxing agreed to battle there? Tong Wuxing's cloak suddenly expanded. His eyes turned red. He weaved many hand signs and instantly, tens of flying swords were shot out off his cloak. They soon turned into a sword formation which attacked the net. More flying sword flew out of his cloak incessantly, as though he would never run out of flying swords. Clash countless bones on the ground were swept away and turned into dust in the collision with their cultivation essence. Such a powerful motion. Sima Zhu, you're so sneaky.
You found an abyssaline net cultivation artifact. No wonder you chose to settle things here.
Tong Wuxing sneered. Sima Zhu sneered in contempt. Tong Wuxing, you're no noble gentleman either.
You have probably set up a trap and attack formation here, right? What a pity. It's been so many years and your formation skills are still the same. I'm really disappointed. Yemo heard this and was speechless. Both of their speeches were cunning as hell. However, Yemo was confused. With Tong Wuxing's knowledge of Sima Zhu, he shouldn't have used formations that Sima Zhu could see through to help him fight Sima Zhu. Tong Wuxing heard this and his expression changed drastically, as though he hadn't expected Sima Zhu to be able to see through them. Tong Wuxing's expression looked very bad and he attacked even harder. Meanwhile, Yemo found that the abyssaline net seemed to be having the upper hand, yet, Yemo felt something was missing. There was no way Tong Wuxing was this immature. Why did he use these formations to attack Sima Zhu, who understood about formations? Perhaps he knew he wouldn't be able to hide them from Sima Zhu beforehand. If so, why did he set them up? Yemo used his surveillance formation to check out Tong Wuxing's formations. He suspected that they weren't for Sima Zhu. After some time, Yemo noticed that these few formations were actually higher level than what he had thought. It was 1 trap and 3 attack formation. The outer kill formation had a hidden mechanism. If Tong Wuxing activated the outer attack formation and attacked Sima Zhu, the other 2 formations would immediately transform into a duplicate kill formation and a transmission trap formation. The duplicate kill formation was to attack Sima Zhu, but the transmission trap formation could instantly move the 2 jade boxes to his hand. Yemo realized that since Tong Wuxing dared to do this, he had a way to stop Sima Zhu from destroying the book. He wondered if the old man had seen through this. Yemo was expecting a good show. Chapter 880, why not steal it and run? Yemo saw through the mist that there were countless sword rays flashing through it. It seemed like the battle was at a stalemate. Yemo watched it for a while and found that his eyes couldn't follow their fighting marks at all. Hence, he changed his formation to watch the 2 books. Something that could get 2 hollow spirit state fighting shouldn't be a simple item. However, Yemo soon realized that he could only see the box, but not what was inside. If he wanted to see it clearly, he would have to use spirit sense. If he wanted to use spirit sense, he would have to leave the golden page world. He could only use the formation to see the outside world for now. Thinking that the 2 hollow spirit state cultivators were busy fighting, Yemo decided to put on 9 transformations and leave the golden page world. Those 2 cultivators didn't have the energy to mind him. It was fine for him to check the 2 books as long as his spirit sense didn't touch the boundaries of their battle. Yemo left the golden page world and waited for a long while. He hadn't noticed anything, so he carefully concealing his chi and extended his spirit sense to check the 2 books. Yemo knew that even if he used 9 transformations, it would be hard to trick a hollow spirit state cultivator. Hence, he could only put his hopes on the 3 birth chance stealth art. As soon as his spirit sense touched the 2 halves of the book, he was shook and immediately took back his spirit sense. He realized he had done something stupid. He was caught as soon as his spirit sense touched the jade boxes. He took back his spirit sense and immediately hit on the edge of the natural spirit sense barrier formation. Soon, he felt 2 powerful spirit senses scan on the spirit sense barrier formation. So powerful, Yemo thought, Tong, there's actually a 3rd person here. You're really weak. Sima sneered. Tong Wuxing said coldly, Sima, old man, you didn't find him either. A mere foundation establishment state cultivator dares to scheme against me for this book. He's asking to die, Both of them knew Emo was there, but they didn't care at all. Sima Zhu suddenly said, "A mere foundation establishment state cultivator is hiding in a formation that even our spirit sense can't scan. It must be a natural formation. Usually, these formations are created with rare treasures. Tong, how about I leave the natural formation and that foundation establishment state ant with you, and you give me the book? No matter what's inside the formation, I won't take it. Also, don't worry, I'll carve a jade slip for you." The dark-faced cultivator smiled and seemed interested. At least, his attack was slowing down. Emo knew he had been caught, but he didn't dare go into the Golden Page world. If they found out that he disappeared, they would know he has a pocket world artifact. Such things were extremely valuable to even truth realization state cultivator. If he let get known it, he only needed to wait to get killed. Emo had just scanned the book once, but he knew what sort of book it was. It was the most sought supplementary text. It was called Things. Emo had scanned through the spirit herb section and seen that all the herbs had images and were explained in detail. It even showed its characteristics and how to cultivate them, as well as what sort of pills they could be made into. Emo came from a herbal sect, yet by scanning the book once, he could tell that about 40% of spirit herbs in it he didn't know. Emo could only imagine how quickly his pill concoction skills would skyrocket after obtaining this book. However, what got him most excited was the pill concoction recipes he saw under each spirit herb. The 3-birth chant was overpowered, but it wasn't easy to create his own pill recipe. Even if he could, it would be after countless trials and it would waste countless spirit herbs and time. It was a heavenly big fortune. Spirit herbs were just a small portion of it. Emo suddenly had a crazy thought: why not just steal it and run? There was a knife in front of him and a knife behind him. Instead of waiting for death, he might as well fight for his life. With this thought, Emo could no longer resist his crazy urge. He forced himself to calm down and look at the two cultivators fighting through the surveillance formation. The black mist had spread out. Emo could barely see Sima Zhu's net. Meanwhile, Tong Wuxing's sword formation was also not as wild. They seemed to be about to stop. Emo was shook. If they stopped fighting, he was dead for sure. What should he do? Emo desperately wanted an answer. At this moment, he suddenly saw Tong Wuxing throw many formation flags and quickly weave a few hand signs. Emo could tell that Tong Wuxing was about to activate the formation to steal the book. He was disappointed. Just when Emo was about to run, he suddenly stopped and looked very excitedly. Sima Zhu hadn't disappointed him. After Tong Wuxing threw the formation flags, he also threw a few formation flags. The attack formation slowed down and the transmission formation didn't transmit to Tong Wuxing. But to Sima Zhu, Emo commended Sima Zhu's wits. He was sure that he had come to check the place after Tong Wuxing left. After knowing Tong Wuxing's plan, he decided to utilize it and make a few more formations on top of Tong Wuxing's formations. He had been waiting for Tong Wuxing to throw the formation flags so he could redirect the transmission to himself. Emo realized that this amicable-looking old man was actually more bleak than Tong Wuxing. However, Tong Wuxing was confused because he was sure he could prevent Sima Zhu from destroying the box. Yet, how had Sima Zhu managed to get it? Sima Zhu, you old fart. You love to play sneakily indeed. Tong Wuxing was very angry and attacked with full force. More flying sword birthed from his cloak and joined the sword formation. Sima Zhu sneered, "You're no better yourself." The mist rose again, as though it wanted to cover the skies. Tong Wuxing saw the box nearing Sima Zhu, so he yelled, "Sima Zhu, if you dare rob it, I'll make my half turn into dust immediately." Emo took out his formation. It was the best moment to attack. Chapter 881, The Foundation Establishment State Insect That Escaped. Emo was a very decisive person. He dashed out of the stealth formation immediately. As soon as he got to the Changfen Hill, he felt a bone-etching killing intent and a rampant cultivation essence. He didn't even dare to look at the two men fighting, and he just threw tens of formation flags. If he activated these flags, the formation that Sima Zhu had modified would change again. Then, Emo dashed towards the two jade boxes, protected by the restriction. Although Emo was as fast as lightning, he was still noticed the instant he came out of the formation. Seeing this, Sima Zhu laughed. He didn't even look at Emo and sneered. This Wanbei is interesting. Tong Wuxing didn't look at Emo either. However, he sneered and changed his sword formation. "Old man Sima, why don't we kill this Foundation Establishment State insect first and then fight?" Yet, Tong Wuxing kept putting pressure on the attack. Sima Zhu sneered and didn't even reply. With more cultivation essence input, the dark net became stronger and stronger.
He was having the upper hand and the transmission formation was transferring the 2 jade boxes to him.
How could he stop fighting now?
A foundation establishment state cultivator wouldn't even be able to touch the box, he would just get killed by the restriction outside. To them, Yemo's actions didn't pose a threat. A foundation establishment state would be daydreaming if he thought he could open up restrictions set by a hollow spirit state cultivator. Even if there were no restrictions and they gave the 2 jade boxes to the foundation establishment state, he wouldn't be able to get out of the trap formation. Despite the trap formation having been transformed into a transmission formation, it still had the functions of a trap formation. It wasn't something a mere foundation establishment state could break through. Even if he could, the time it would take for him to do it was enough for the 2 masters to kill him countless times, even if Yemo instantly broke free the restriction and ran out of the trap formation. There were destruction restrictions on the box. Moreover, even if they didn't destroy the box, they could follow the jade box, which would lead to the foundation establishment state cultivator. No matter what, even if he ran for 5 days non-stop, a foundation establishment state cultivator wouldn't be able to escape the hunt of 2 hollow spirit state masters. Although they didn't care about Yemo at all, Yemo had instantly triggered their killing intent for daring to try to deceive a hollow spirit state cultivator for his belongings. Before Yemo had even gotten to the restriction, the restriction was ready to kill Yemo under the control of the 2 hollow spirit states. Cultivator's spirit sense. Yemo was much better with formations than the 2 masters, and restrictions came from formations. He could tell he shouldn't forcibly open the restriction or he would lose his life. Yemo didn't care about the restriction. He left behind the last formation flag. He didn't attack them because he had realized the 2 men didn't consider him a threat at all. If Yemo activated the trap and destroyed the formation now, then perhaps the 2 cultivators would stop fighting and kill him instead. Yemo went up to the restriction and reached his hand inside, grabbing the 2 jade boxes. Afterwards, he darted out of the hill right away. It seemed that the restriction and formation didn't affect him at all. The instant he got out, Yemo didn't forget to leave the activation formation flag outside the trap formation. If someone got out of the trap formation, it would activate the attack and trap formation outside. It all happened so fast that even the 2 hollow spirit state cultivators couldn't have predicted this to happen. Even though it was just a quickly made restriction, the trap formation Tong Wuxing had left wasn't weak. Yet, he had easily escaped from it. Neither of them knew that Yemo had already studied this trap formation, so they were completely in shock. However, they didn't rage because they knew that no matter how far Yemo got, he wouldn't be able to escape as long as he had the jade box. Yemo immediately got on his flying sword outside the hill. He didn't use the flying pike, as it was easy to find out his identity through that. Moreover, he knew that no matter how fast he was, 800 to 1,000 kilometers was within the range of a hollow spirit state cultivator's spirit sense. On the flying sword, Yemo saw through the surveillance formation that the 2 cultivators were still fighting. He rejoiced. As long as he got out of their spirit sense range, he would be able to completely disappear. Old man Sima, the thing has been stolen. What's the point of you fighting with me here? Tong Wuxing was aware that Yemo wouldn't be able to keep it, but he still didn't feel happy about it. Sima Zhu nodded. Yes, although I'll get it back, it's angering that an insect took it. Okay, let's stop fighting and chase him. Whoever gets to it first, takes it. Tong Wuxing happily agreed to this as he got on a flying cultivation artifact. Yemo noticed the 2 cultivators were about to stop. He tried his best to fly faster. The 2 men immediately headed out of the Changfen Hill. Sima Zhu was fast and Tong Wuxing wasn't slow either. As soon as they got to the borders of the trap formation, it suddenly got activated. The other 3 attack formations were also activated too. When the 4 formations got activated, even they were hindered for a few minutes. However, they soon broke free. They stared at each other, wanting to reproach the other. Yet they realized that neither of them had activated the formation. Tong Wuxing grabbed a formation flag at the border of the trap formation and his expression turned bleak. How dare you tamper with my formation, P&K? There's not only a formation activation flag, but also a surveillance formation. FCK, Sima Zhu laughed. Tong Wuxing had set up the formations and not only he had used them, but the foundation establishment state cultivator had done it too. Yemo estimated that he was already out of their spirit sense range and got on the flying pike to reach maximum speed. At the same time, he placed the jade boxes into his golden page world. He was sure that no matter what spirit sense mark was on them, no one from outside would be able to scan it once he placed them in his golden page world. Not even a truth realization state cultivator, EMO, was outside of their spirit sense range, so he didn't keep running. He landed in a valley and went a few hundred meters underground before going into the golden page world. He was sure that after that great escape, not even a body condensation state would be able to find him. The only worry he had was that the two might have seen through his disguise. It was a very small possibility, but he didn't dare to be careless. EMO was betting on the thought that the two hollow spirit state cultivators had considered him to be an insect and hadn't used their spirit sense to closely watch his face. Tong Wuxing and Sima Zhu had suddenly stopped talking. They had used their spirit sense to contact the spirit sense marks they had left on their boxes again and again in disbelief, but after a long while, there was still no reaction. The two men glanced at each other and realized this was happening to both of them. HMPF. A mere Foundation establishment state cultivator dares to be this cocky. Tong Wuxing roared, "Draw me a painting of him. How dare he steal things from me? He. He's got balls." Sima Zhu licked his lips. Chapter 882, Searching for a Place. Tong Wuxing heard this and immediately realized that Sima Zhu hadn't looked at the Foundation establishment state cultivator carefully. Just like him. His heart sunk. If he knew what EMO looked like, he might be able to use his abilities to find this person. How were they supposed to look for EMO when they didn't even know how he looked like? That Foundation establishment state cultivator barely had any cultivation essence or spirit sense wave. It was very subtle, yet now it seemed intentional. Such means. Tong Wuxing sneered. Then he looked coldly at Sima Zhu. I just know that he was wearing a face-changing magic artifact. I really didn't look at what he looked like. He was a hollow spirit state master. Why would he look carefully at the face of a mere Foundation establishment state cultivator who was about to die? Moreover, he was concentrated on the fight with that old man. Sima Zhu heard this and his expression also turned very bad. He was a hollow spirit state middle stage master, yet he had had something stolen in front of his face by a Foundation establishment state insect. This was like a slap to the face. Sima Zhu sneered and didn't say anything. He took out a boat-shaped cultivation artifact and dashed away in a black ray. A cultivation artifact? Tong Wuxing saw this and his expression turned bad. He hadn't thought that Sima Zhu also had a flying cultivation artifact. It was also low-grade, but it seemed better than his. No wonder that old man had agreed that whoever caught the Foundation establishment state insect would get the treasure, so this was it. He had been played by the old man twice and felt extremely unhappy. Luckily, there was a Foundation establishment state that stole it from them, or the thing would be in Sima Zhu's hands by now. As long as it wasn't Sima's, he had a chance to get it. However, Tong Wuxing immediately thought of another problem. He had gotten the flying cart cultivation artifact from an auction. How did Sima Zhu have a black net cultivation artifact and a flying boat cultivation artifact? Had he found an ancient ruin or something? He chased after the direction of Sima Zhu had taken immediately. However, Sima Zhu simply returned to the Changfen Hill. He looked sardonically at the direction Tong Wuxing was coming from and scorned, "Dark-faced idiot. You want to fight over things with me?" Even without that Foundation establishment state insect, things would have never been yours. So what if he took my book and avoided my spirit sense? If I can't even deal with a Foundation establishment state insect, I would have lived these few centuries for nothing. Interesting. There's a natural formation here and a stone room inside. Sima Zhu suddenly paused and looked around. It's not natural. Someone set it up here. Who? Why did he do this? Sima Zhu looked around and suddenly dashed to the stone wall, grabbing a rock from behind the wall. He then put the stone inside his mouth. After a moment, he spat the rock out and stared at this wall in shock, before saying word by word. There was a heaven and earth rare fire seed here? Who used a formation to put the fire seed here? Is it the abyssal earth fire? Sima Zhu was shook. He was more and more certain of it as the place was full of yin qi and it was the best kind of greenhouse for the abyssal earth fire. Sima Zhu suddenly took out an orange flame and thought about it in excitement. His Leisure fire ranked 29th in the cultivation realm. If he got the abyssal earth fire, which had ranked 11th, wouldn't he have the ability to reach Pill King? Sima Zhu couldn't contain his excitement. He was more and more interested in that foundation establishment state insect. A foundation establishment state insect had managed to get the abyssal earth flame. If he got things too, his future possibilities were unimaginable. He. Sima Zhu smiled bleakly. Since he knew about it, that foundation establishment state insect's good fortune would be coming to an end. Just when Sima Zhu was about to leave, he remembered another rare fire seed, the mist lotus heartfire. It could also grow in places with abundant yin qi. The mist lotus heartfire not only needed yin, but also yin qi to upgrade. Sima Zhu was dumbfounded. If it really had been the mist lotus heartfire, he didn't dare to keep thinking. If he had to choose, then he would choose the mist lotus heartfire over a few books of things. It was a heaven fire. If he got it, he could even reach truth realization state. Thinking that the foundation establishment state cultivator might have taken away the mist lotus heartfire, Sima Zhu could no longer stay calm. He could feel his heart thumping like it used to a few hundred years ago, when he was young. At that time, he had fallen in love with a martial sister from his sect. When he first gave her a present, his heart was thumping like now. At the time, his talent was poor. But that martial sister had great talent and became Dao partners with another core disciple. He had been rejected and left the sect to become a lone cultivator. However, his fortune changed and he received a pill master's inheritance. He became a pill master and his power also rose drastically due to his pill concoction skills improving. When he became a nascent soul state cultivator, the first thing he did was to go back and get revenge. His martial sister was already at golden core state, so he raped his martial sister in front of her husband. Her husband was so angry that he died from it, but he loved the satisfaction it brought him. He had never felt so happy before, yet today, due to the mist lotus heartfire, he could feel that passion again. Perhaps he would be able to take it from that insect soon. Sima Zhu licked his purple lips. His eyes were full of greed. He looked around. He damaged the formation and the contents inside without hesitation. He didn't want any other person to know that there might have been a heaven fire there. Tom Wusheng got there not long after Sima Zhu had left. All he saw was ruins. The two cultivators believed that small foundation establishment state cultivator couldn't be more than 50,000 kilometers away from them. Since they didn't find EMO in a short time, they believed EMO was hiding near the Changfen Hill because only hiding could the two men not catch up to him. The two masters searched everywhere in a 50,000 kilometers radius. When they came across other cultivators and couldn't get an answer from them, they would cut their limbs off or kill them. Soon, the Changfeng Hill became a forbidden ground for cultivators because everyone knew two cruel masters were searching for something there. The two cultivators encountered each other a few times, but they never talked. They were very smart. EMO was indeed hiding within their search range. Chapter 883, abandoning the double-edged sword to start using the single-edged sword. EMO wasn't worried that the two masters would find him in the Golden Page world. His Golden Page world was hidden in the earth and it was impossible to find it unless they used spirit sense to look at that small block of earth specifically. The journey to Changfeng Hill had been full of dangers, but it had been very worth for EMO. Seeking for fortunes in danger was a wise decision. He not only got the mist lotus heartfire, but also things. He had spirit controlled the mist lotus heartfire. All he wanted to do now was break the restrictions on the two jade boxes and study things. EMO took out the two boxes and found they were covered with all sorts of spirit sense marks and restrictions. With one thought, they could destroy the box. These two cultivators were very calculative and selfish people. EMO laughed. If the two masters hadn't fought and had agreed instead to give each other the other half of the book, everything would have been fine. But now, it could only benefit him. There were a lot of restriction on the boxes, but it was no big deal for EMO. It just took him half an hour to remove all the restrictions. He then took out the two halves of the book and burned the boxes away with his mist lotus heartfire. The book seemed to have been severed by something sharp. EMO believed it had been torn apart before. The material of the book was very soft, but sturdy. EMO tried to tear it and he couldn't. He fused the two halves together. He got immediately immersed in the vast array of knowledge inside: the spirit herb scroll, the ur scroll, the beast scroll, the spirit insect scroll, the fire seed scroll, etc. EMO scrolled through the book. There were tens of scrolls. EMO flicked it to the fire seed scroll and looked up the mist lotus heartfire. The mist lotus heartfire ranked 17th in the 108 fire seeds ranking and 3rd in the cultivation realm. It was a rather good fire, even amongst the heaven fires. EMO liked it a lot.
The more he understood about the mist lotus heartfire, the more he realized why it had appeared at the Changfen Hill. It could upgrade through devouring Yin Qi. It seemed like someone had intentionally left it there for it to upgrade. Yi-Mo was confused. Why had no one gone to pick it up even though it had reached orange color? It was either because the person had died or because he hadn't had time to do it, so Yi-Mo got to it before him. Regardless, Yi-Mo had spirit-controlled the flame and he wasn't going to give it back. Then, Yi-Mo flicked to the spirit herb scroll. Time flew by, 20,000 kilometers away from Yi-Mo. Both of the cultivators felt the spirit sense marks and restrictions being destroyed, but they couldn't find the source. Their expressions didn't look very good. 3 days later, Yi-Mo had already roughly scanned through the book. He had looked at the spirit herb scroll very carefully, but he just vaguely remembered the other scrolls. After greatly increasing his knowledge, Yi-Mo had realized why there were so few level 7 spirit pill masters and above. Not everyone could get the 3 birth chant, or things. It was pretty much an encyclopedia of cultivation. That's why the two men were fighting over it so desperately. He put away things, but he didn't leave the golden page world. Even though he had destroyed the restrictions and the spirit sense marks, he didn't put them in his storage ring as it came from hollow spirit state cultivators. He had to be careful. It had been 3 days, but Yi-Mo was certain that Sima Zhu and Tong Wushing hadn't left yet. He took out the illusion cloud 9 swords and started studying it. Yi-Mo had decided to change his main weapon of attack to a single-edged sword. His 3-birth sword ray was made for a double-edged sword, but he could change it for a single-edged sword. However, Yi-Mo wanted to combine the 3-birth sword ray and the illusion cloud 9 strikes to form a new sword ability. He believes there were many similarities between the two attack techniques. So Yi-Mo wanted to melt the 3-birth sword ray into the illusion cloud 9 strikes. Yi-Mo gave a new name to the illusion cloud's first strike, the illusion cloud essence binding sword. The essence of this strike was the same as the original movement. The sword chi created from the illusion cloud was very extraordinary. It could be used to bind enemies. Yi-Mo was an expert in formations too, and he could feel that the first strike had an order. These orders were like a binding formation. The illusion cloud 9 sword was a very direct attack. The first move wasn't to attack the enemy, but to seal of the enemy's retreat. It was very harsh on oneself and the enemy. Yi-Mo really liked it. The second strike was given the name of the illusion cloud division strike. This move combined his sword ray so that after a sword ray was shot, it would keep dividing like his 3-birth sword ray. It was this strike that Yi-Mo felt was much stronger than the original move. The third strike was named the illusion cloud flying whirl strike. It was just like the original move. When using it, sword chi whirlpools formed. The amount of whirlpools depended on the person's cultivation essence and spirit sense. The power of the third strike completely depended on one's cultivation essence. However, once used, its power also depended on the person's understanding of sword will. The deeper the sword will, the more powerful the sword. In a month time, Yi-Mo had mastered the illusion cloud 3 strikes. However, Yi-Mo couldn't unleash the full power of the third strike, as he hadn't understood its sword will yet, but Yi-Mo knew there was no rush. He had decided to fully master the first 3 strikes before trying to learn the fourth strike. Chapter 884, Returning to River State. Yi-Mo had been out a month and a half. It was almost time that he gave Li Yuqian the Chaohuan pill as he promised, but Yi-Mo didn't go out yet. He wasn't sure if the 2 old guys had left. It had been too risky to steal things from the 2 hollow spirit state cultivator, but Yi-Mo didn't regret it. If he hadn't done that, how would he know about all the magical items in the cultivation realm? How could he have his current worldview? How else would he know that he could use the stalagmite marrow to make the spirit recovery pill? The spirit recovery pill was very precious. It was a heaven-grade pill. It was rather hard to make. Yi-Mo hadn't known what the main ingredients for the pill were, but he now knew that it was made of the stalagmite marrow. However, almost all the spirit recovery pills on the market didn't use the stalagmite marrow. The main ingredient was something else. Even so, it was still so expensive that most people couldn't afford. With the Mist Lotus Heartfire, Yi-Mo just took a day to make 4 cauldrons of the Chaohuan pill. Other than the first try, on which he only concocted 1, he concocted 3 on the other tries. He also put aside 1 more Chaohuan fruit because he found that it had another use in things. It could be made into the 60-year pill. This pill could extend one's life by 60 years. Usually, a golden core state cultivator's lifespan was estimated at about 400 years. In the cultivation realm, the lifespan of cultivators below nascent soul state was based on their power. At chi gathering state, there was no lifespan increase, the average was estimated at about 100 years. When they reached foundation establishment state, their lifespan could reach 200 years. At golden core state, it would be around 400 years, and at nascent soul state it would be 800 years. However, once they broke through nascent soul state, the lifespan stopped increasing as much. A hollow spirit state cultivator usually had about 1,200 years of life. A body condensation state cultivator could have about 1,600 years. Even a cauldron filling state cultivator only had about 2,000 years of life. EMO was really happy this time because he had made extreme grade pills. It was just 5 pills, but GMO believed that he could make more and more in the future. EMO had understood now why the pills he made before were at most top grade and middle grade. It was due to his lack of a good flame. Having made the Chaohuan pill meant that GMO officially had become a level 1 pill king. However, EMO knew that he could even make level 3 heaven grade pills. Afterwards, EMO made a cauldron for the essence pills and 5 cauldrons for the spirit recovery pill. Then, he packed his cauldron away. He was ready to leave. EMO made 6 essence pills and 6 pills per cauldron for the spirit recovery pills. EMO truly felt his progress. He burned down all of the clothes he was wearing and changed into a new set. Then, he took off 9 transformations and left all of his valuable things in the golden page world before going out. However, just when EMO was ready to go out, he realized that he was testing his luck doing this. What if he happened to be on the radar of the 2 hollow spirit state cultivators' spirit sense when he came out? A hollow spirit state cultivator didn't lack patience. They wouldn't mind searching the area for a few years, much less a month. Thinking about this, EMO decided to release Shadowless first, who would carry the golden page world, and run. Shadowless was his spirit insect and he could see the outside world through Shadowless. It wasn't the best method, but it was much safer than before. There were countless bugs like Shadowless in the barren wilderness. It should be no problem as long as it didn't get scanned by their spirit sense. When Shadowless got out of the golden page world, EMO immediately felt a faint sense of danger. He suddenly understood that it was a smart move to do this. Although he didn't know where the danger came from, he could tell that he would be over if he came out. After sensing the danger, EMO was very careful and didn't ask Shadowless to be very fast. It had been almost 10 days and Shadowless had only taken him more or less 40,000 kilometers away from before. That faint sense of danger seemed to be dissipating. But just when EMO was thinking it was about time and that they were ready to charge home at full speed, he had the sense of danger again. He didn't dare to ignore it. Ever since cultivating the 3 birth chant, his sensitivity to everything was far more acute than before. He told Shadowless to stop. He didn't dare be careless in front of a hollow spirit state cultivator at all. He used Shadowless eyes and looked around for 2 hours before stopping by a tree. He had understood what it was. 1 kilometer ahead, there was a hidden restriction that recorded one's movements. Once he crossed this restriction, his actions would be recorded. EMO saw this and he couldn't help to exclaim. The hollow spirit state cultivator had such powerful means. Such large restrictions needed countless spirit stones. However, EMO was sure that there was no way that they had actually made a restriction with a perimeter of 50,000 kilometers. There might be blank spots on some places, but EMO didn't try to look for them. What if he went into a place with an even more obscure restriction? He might as well try to leave through it there. However, EMO still told Shadowless to walk around. This allowed him to understand how determined the 2 hollow spirit state cultivators were in finding him. Tens of thousands of kilometers around him had been filled with recording restrictions. If they noticed him at all, the 2 hollow spirit state cultivator would appear in front of him at any time. EMO could feel the cold sweat. He had been so close. If he hadn't used Shadowless to roam around for him, perhaps he would have been caught by those 2 cunning hollow spirit state cultivators by now. A day later, EMO made Shadowless walk through the restriction. Shadowless quickly flew 20,000 kilometers. EMO was sure that the place they were at was out of their surveillance range. Thus, he came out of the golden page world and got on the flying pike. A few more days later, EMO went through the teleportation formation and returned to River State City. By then, EMO had been gone for 2 months. Even Song Yangzhu and Yiling were so worried that they weren't in the mood to cultivate. Seeing EMO come back, everyone came up to him with joy. When he saw their faces, EMO realized how dangerous the things he had done before were. If something had happened to him, his wife and sister's fate would be like his or worse. Chapter 885. Wanting to leave, Yemo saw Jin Shaoshan and said in surprise, Sister Jin, you're already at Golden Core State, before she could reply. Song Yangzhu said, Sister Jin had been at Golden Core State for half a month. Manager Yen came over to send his goodwill, even the city lord did so too. Jin Shaoshan's eyes were red as she said excitedly, Brother Yi, thank you. If it wasn't for you perhaps I would have never been able to reach Golden Core State myself. Jin Shaoshan came from a medium-sized cultivation family. However, since her grandfather, her relative's talent had been ordinary. Her father's talent had been even more ordinary and he hadn't even been able to enjoy the family's resources. Her father had been sent out to do business, but after a tragedy, both her parents died. The reason she had 2 million spirit stones was because she has inherited the savings of 3 generations just so that one day their branch could have a Golden Core State cultivator. Jin Shaoshan felt deeply grateful to Yemo. Yemo was also happy for her and nodded. Sister Jin, it's your fortune that you could reach Golden Core State. I just helped a little. Jin Shaoshan shook her head. I know me. I won't say much, thank you. China Pharmaceuticals is my family from now on. Okay, Yemo had been waiting for that. Sister Jin, you won't regret your decision. Don't worry, when I leave in half a year, I will bring you back the best magic artifact. Why don't you choose one from the Immortal Treasure Tower for now? Jin Shaoshan smiled. Thanks, but Manager Yen already sent me a low-grade spirit artifact. I don't really anything else for now. Yemo didn't agree. A low-grade spirit artifact was good, but he felt that people from China Pharmaceuticals should be using the best magic artifacts. Yemo had been to the shop in River State City and the Immortal Treasure Tower had the best pills there, yet they had no high-level spirit artifacts. After some thought, Yemo decided to make a sword for himself first. When he went to Broken Leaf City, he would go to a bigger magic artifact shop. When he noticed Suyu and Sheng Yizhong looking very envious, Yemo said, if you two work hard in cultivation, you won't have to worry about the foundation establishment pill either. By the way, where are Sun Jitsai and Sister Li? Marshall brother's son had some business at home so he went back for now. Master is still in solitary cultivation, Yiling said. Yemo nodded. He wanted the two women to go cultivate but Yiling said, Brother, Sun Jitsai said that Manager Yen seemed to have had an argument with someone before he came to congratulate Sister Jin. Your name seemed to have been mentioned. Yemo was dazed. He was a spirit pill master, thus Yen Zhang looked favorably upon him. He also believed he hadn't made Yen Zhang lose out on the deal. His 70% success rate was better than most people. Other than the land, he didn't know Yen Zhang anything. Song Yangzhu said, Husband, Yen Zhang's dad is an elder of the Immortal Treasure Tower so he has quite some power there. However, apparently his decision of giving us the land made another manager very unhappy. It's said that the two elders have fought over this countless times. The other manager wasn't happy that Yen Zhang was the tower's representative to congratulate Sister Yen, so due to this, Yen Zhang had to pay for the spirit artifact himself. Yemo frowned. How does Sun Jitsai know about this? Song Yangzhu replied, he has a friend that's a waiter at the Immortal Treasure Tower and his friend overheard their argument. Yemo fell silent. The reason he could stay there safely was mostly due to Yen Zhang's support. Without Yen Zhang's support, there was no point in staying there. For the first time, Yemo felt how bad it was to live under someone. When he had been at Luoyu City, he was free and did what he wanted. He didn't need to look at others for survival. Power. Without power, he couldn't get his own land. Without his own land, he would forever live under someone else. For the first time, Yemo wanted to leave River State City. Without the support of the Immortal Treasure Tower, even though China Pharmaceuticals had 2 Golden Core State cultivators, they couldn't take on the All-Pill Tower. Go cultivate first. Try to reach Foundation Establishment State as quickly as possible. I'll go visit Sister Li. Yemo really wanted to know if she had reached Golden Core State primary stage. Song Yangzhu and Yiling worked very hard and they were also very talented. It had only been 2 months and they were already at stage 8 Qi gathering. In less than a year, they should be able to reach Foundation Establishment State. After they left, Yemo thought in his room for a while and decided to go see Li Yuqian first. If in 2 months, Li Yuqian could reach nascent soul state, he would go to Broken Leaf City alone to participate in the pill concoction tournament. But if she couldn't, he would take everyone to go with him. Sister Li, are you done? Li Yuqian suddenly saw him. When Yemo's spirit sense scanned her power, he said, "Enjoy, Sister Li, you're at Golden Core State Primary Stage?" Li Yuqian was very happy that she had reached Golden Core State Primary Stage. Yet when Yemo said it, she was quite shook. Yemo was a mere Foundation Establishment State Level 6 cultivator, but he could see her power level. However, she felt it was normal after thinking about it. He was very young and already a pill king, Yemo said desperately. "Sister Li, this is the Chaohuan pill. When will you be able to develop your nascent soul? I'll help you stay on guard. Did you really make the Chaohuan pill?" Li Yuqian believed that Yemo was a pill king, but she was still shook when the pill appeared before her eyes. Yemo nodded. "Yes, I promised you so and I will live up to it." Li Yuqian grabbed the pill shakily. After a while, she calmed down and accepted the pill. "Thank you. However, my mental state right now isn't suitable for forming the nascent soul. It'll take half a month to prepare myself. I'll go for it at the end of the month." Yemo knew what she was worried about. She had just reached Golden Core State Primary Stage. Without enough foundation and preparation, she might lose her power or even her life in the wake of the nascent soul state heavenly punishment. Yemo said, "Sister Li, if you trust me, I can protect you. That nascent soul state heavenly punishment should be no big deal. A cultivator could only have their first heavenly punishment after reaching nascent soul state." This heavenly punishment was called the 4-9 lightning punishment. There were 36 strikes of lightning. Yemo dared to say this because he knew that lightning was a huge nourishment to him and a good source of lightning cultivation resource. He wanted to weaken Li Yuqian's lightning punishment by devouring it. Hearing this, Li Yuqian stared at Yemo for a long while before saying, "You're not thinking of helping me block the lightning punishment, right? You must face it yourself. Other people can't intervene, don't you know?" Yemo touched his head awkwardly. He really hadn't known. Still, his method wasn't directly helping. Chapter 886, Forming a Nascent Soul. Half a month later, on a plain 2,000 kilometers away from River State City, Yemo was working on laying down the formation to help Li Yuqian face the heavenly punishment. Although Li Yuqian didn't think Yemo could help her, she still agreed to let Yemo build a defense formation and a spirit-gathering formation for her. Yemo wasn't just laying down a defense formation. He was mainly setting up a lightning attraction formation and a lightning storage formation. Ever since that lightning rune had made him ascend a level, Yemo had been looking for a source of lightning. Thus, he wasn't going to let this opportunity go. He made a storage formation just in case the lightning was too strong and he would be blown to pieces before he could absorb it all. "I'm going to start." Li Yuqian saw that Yemo was ready and said. She had done all the preparation she could. If she still couldn't overcome the heavenly punishment, then it was fated to be so. Li Yuqian was very calm. Yemo quickly stepped back to the eye of the lightning attraction formation. He had calculated the range of the heavenly punishment. At the same time, he was aware that the eye of the formation happened to be at the border of the heavenly punishment. He believed he wouldn't catch the attention of the heavenly punishment with his Foundation Establishment State Level 6 power. Jin Shaoshan looked around anxiously, waiting for the heavenly punishment to arrive, although she didn't know why Yemo was so close to her and he might even be in the range of the heavenly punishment. Li Yuqian didn't have the time to worry about it. She took the Chaohuan pill and in the charge of a tidal wave of spirit chi, her golden core rustled. All the spirit chi in the region seemed to have gathered over there, forming a huge whirlpool in the air. Li Yuqian had never been taught about the experience of forming a nascent soul, so she could only keep using her cultivation method to devour spirit chi. Yemo and Jin Shaoshan were shook when they saw the big reaction. They noticed that the spirit chi around them seemed to have solidified. They knew that it would benefit them greatly to cultivate now, but none of them dared to. They were afraid to influence Li Yuqian's nascent soul development. Li Yuqian just kept devouring spirit chi. All of the spirit chi in a 1,000 kilometers radius swept down there. The huge spirit chi swirl immediately caught countless people's attention. All of them got on their flying swords and arrived at where Li Yuqian was. The city lord, Zheng Chengfeng, was sipping a cup of tea when his face suddenly changed. He immediately flew above the city. He could tell that it was no ordinary cultivation what he felt. Someone's forming a nascent soul? Is it Lu Jiucheng? Is he really forming a nascent soul? He subconsciously said. Then, he flew towards the spirit chi whirlpool. Inside the immortal treasure tower, Yan Zhang and the other managers also got news of this and rushed towards the place immediately. At the all-pill tower, Peng Shiping stood up in shock. Who was forming a nascent soul? Was it Boss Lu? That was impossible. He had just gotten news not long ago that Boss Lu was still in solitary cultivation. It wasn't long until they were surrounded by cultivators. Watching outside of Yimo's formation, Jin Shaoshan began to worry, seeing that more and more people came. Yimo regretted not having chosen a farther place. It was too close to River State City, but soon he calmed down. There weren't a lot of powerful cultivator nearby. The highest level person there was just a golden core state cultivator. If he went further away and attracted a stronger cultivator, then things might have gone worse. Thinking about this, Yimo got up and saluted the cultivators around. He said, "Today, China Pharmaceuticals' elder is forming her nascent soul. Dao friends, if you want to watch this event, please stay outside, 1 kilometer away from the formation. Otherwise, it will be considered a taunt to China Pharmaceuticals." Most people that heard this hadn't expected that China Pharmaceuticals had a cultivator about to form a nascent soul. A nascent soul state cultivator's power was very influential. Although Li Yuqian hadn't reached nascent soul state yet, no one wanted to offend a potential nascent soul state, so no one went near them. They all watched from outside of the formation. I really didn't expect that China Pharmaceuticals would soon have a nascent soul state Qianbei. I heard they've only been around for half a year. Some months ago, there was a Qianbei from China Pharmaceuticals who reached golden core state. No way. How is China Pharmaceuticals so strong? They sell pills, so they have a lot of them. Do you think core forming and soul forming pills are cheap? Even the all-pill tower might not have them, the cultivators discussed, but no one dared come up and ask Yimo and Jin Shaoshan. Most of them were at Qi Gathering, some at Foundation Establishment State and very few at Golden Core State. Congratulations, Pill Master Yi. I didn't expect it was someone from China Pharmaceuticals who was forming a nascent soul. Zhang Chengfeng heard Yimo's words as soon as he arrived, so he was very shook. However, he still smiled and greeted him. Yimo knew what sort of a person that guy was. He had taken his face-preserving pill and hadn't done anything. He didn't even put a good word for China Pharmaceuticals, much less do something. This person was very realistic and heartless, and nobody could see what he was truly thinking. Yan Zhang had genuinely went to congratulate them. He approved of Yimo's pill concoction skills, but he indeed wanted China Pharmaceuticals to get stronger. If China Pharmaceuticals had a nascent soul state cultivator, then even the all-pill tower wouldn't dare to easily offend China Pharmaceuticals. The power of a nascent soul state wasn't something ordinary cultivators could compare with. Moreover, in River State, Golden Core State was the strongest power. Peng Shiping looked at this coldly. He had wanted to wait for Boss Lu to finish solitary cultivation and then devour China Pharmaceuticals. Yet a month ago, they had gotten a Golden Core State cultivator and now they were about to have a nascent soul state cultivator. If this continued, how could the all-pill tower deal with China Pharmaceuticals? Li Yuqian knew quite a lot of people that had come, but she had to focus on herself. Her golden core seemed to have expanded to its maximum. Just when she didn't know what to do, her golden core started to crack. Li Yuqian rejoiced. She knew that core cracking was a compulsory step towards nascent soul state. Suddenly, the spirit chi whirlpool grew even bigger. Li Yuqian devoured all of the spirit chi. She felt like she needed more. Yimo was shook. He hadn't thought a nascent soul state cultivator needed this much spirit chi. Li Yuqian also felt the lack of spirit chi, but she knew now wasn't when she would need the most spirit chi. Once her cracked core slowly progressed to a soul, then she would truly need a titanic amount of spirit chi. However, she couldn't think about that much right now. She threw all of her spirit stones into the formation. She was grateful to Yimo. Without that spirit gathering formation, she would have failed already. Yimo saw this and so did Zhang Chengfeng, Yan Zhang and Peng Shiping. Peng Shiping sneered. They hadn't even prepared enough spirit stones, yet they were trying to form a nascent soul. The naive were really fearless. But he was happy. He wanted Li Yuqian to fail. Yimo calmed down. He still had 800,000 middle-grade spirit stones and 1,000 top-grade spirit stones. He was going to pour all these into the formation later on. Chapter 887, Heavenly Punishment. Although Yimo knew that Zhang Chengfeng had large amounts of spirit stones, he didn't ask to borrow any. If Zhang Chengfeng wanted to lend him some, he would take them out himself. If he hadn't taken the initiative and he borrowed from him, he would offend that bleak man. Moreover, Yemo knew that Zhang Chengfeng would never want them to succeed. Zhen Zhang would lend him, but Yemo didn't ask him. Yan Zhang was just at foundation establishment state tertiary stage. He wouldn't have much. However, Yan Zhang walked up to Yemo and gave him a bag. Use these first. If you don't have enough, I'll go get some more. Yemo looked at the bag and found there were 50,000 top-grade spirit stones. Yemo was shook. He was just a manager, how did he have that many? Brother Yen, thank you. Yemo will repay your kindness for sure. Yemo took the spirit stones. Then, he glanced and saw Zhang Chengfeng casually chatting with another golden core state cultivator. As though not seeing Yan Zhang's destitution, Yemo sneered. He had given him a face-preserving pill for nothing. Yan Zhang smiled. He was just about to say something when he heard a sneer. Manager Yan, you used the Immortal Treasure Tower's spirit stones to give to people. He. You're bold, Yan Zhang frowned. Manager Pei, it's my own earnings that I'm giving to Brother Yi. Is there a problem with that? Yemo saw the man talking. It was a fat-faced pig-like man, he had a pot belly and triangular eyes. It was very dislikable to look at him. He was definitely the ugliest guy Yemo had seen. Manager Pei saw Yemo look at him and sneered contemptuously, really? How come did I hear that China Pharmaceuticals land was given to them personally by Manager Yan? Did I hear this wrong? Is that land Manager Yan's private belonging? Yan Zhang had lost face in front of Yemo, and he reproached, I gave it to him, so what? Pei Yu, what right do you have to question my decision? Pei Yu laughed bleakly. I'm afraid of people selling us out. Perhaps one day that person's supporting pillar might fall. I want to see how that person will stay cocky then. Yan Zhang ignored him and saluted Yemo apologetically. Sorry, Brother Yi, Yemo smiled calmly. Don't worry, Brother Yen. I won't mind a barking dog. Pei Yu heard this and his expression sunk. He wanted to say something, but he got interrupted by Yemo. Yemo didn't even look at him and said to Jin Xiaoshan, Sister Jin, kill those who go more than 1 kilometer into the formation immediately. I'm going to check on Sister Li. When Yemo went inside the formation again, Zhang Chengfeng's eyes followed Yemo. His face still had a glamorous smile, as though he was happy for Li Yuqian. After throwing in her spirit stones, Li Yuqian felt an adequate amount of spirit qi again. Her cracked core had started to form the shape of a nascent soul. Yemo saw that the spirit qi whirl above her was growing larger and larger. He knew she was at a crucial moment and needed large amounts of spirit qi. Without hesitation, he threw all of his spirit stones, including the ones Yan Zhang had given him, into the spirit gathering formation. Everyone exclaimed when they saw Yemo suddenly take out so many spirit stones. It wasn't much for a golden core state cultivator, but for a foundation establishment state cultivator, it was a huge fortune. Zhang Qingfeng's expression, which seemed calm before, suddenly changed. He knew Yan Zhang had given his spirit stones to Yemo, but he hadn't expected Yemo to have this many spirit stones himself. Was China Pharmaceuticals this lucrative? Zhang Chengfeng felt like he needed to research about China Pharmaceuticals a little more. Feeling the sudden increase of spirit stones, Li Yuqian looked at Yemo and nodded. She was very grateful. It's not that she hadn't prepared, but she had limited financial power. Rumble the spirit qi whirlpool shook, as though lightning was shaking amidst it. Everyone knew the heavenly punishment was about to come. Yemo quickly went back to the lightning attraction formation and sat down. Everyone saw that Yemo wasn't leaving the nascent soul state heavenly punishment and looked at him in shock. Li Yuqian was expressionless as she waved her hand and a blue light sword appeared above her head. She moved and an aqua spirit armor appeared on her body. Yemo rejoiced. He hadn't expected her to have prepared a low-grade spirit artifact armor. It was good news. Her flying sword was even a top-grade spirit artifact. Yemo nodded. Crack crack, 9 chopstick-sized lightning rays struck down accurately on Li Yuqian and her flying sword. Yemo didn't use his lightning attraction formation yet. He knew that she had to deal with the first 3 waves of lightning herself. His formation could only attract lightning once for the nascent soul state heavenly punishment. After the first wave of 9 lightning rays, Li Yuqian's hair had gotten messy, but her spirit armor had only cracked a little. It seemed like she had easily dealt with the first wave. Li Yuqian was very happy. She had some faith in passing the 4-9 heavenly punishment, the second wave was slower than the first. After about 15 minutes of preparation, 9 thumb-sized lightning rays struck down. Rumble rumble, it seemed like it wanted smash Li Yuqian into the earth. Yemo began to worry. He hadn't expected the second wave to be this much stronger than the first. Yemo noticed a burning smell amidst the blue light. Li Yuqian's hair had burnt to a crisp. Her low-grade spirit artifact armor had cracked like cobweb. Yemo was sure that the armor couldn't stop the third wave. Immediately, the third wave came down. Its rays were also thumb-sized. But this time, it didn't struck down as 9 rays. 1 lightning bolt struck down first, cracked the spirit artifact, broke, and then the remaining 8 bolts of lightning followed. Li Yuqian's expression changed and she immediately rose her flying sword. Rumble, Li Yuqian spat blood. Her flying sword had been shattered completely. Just like her armor, Yemo's heart sunk. Although she had passed 3 waves, her armor and flying sword were gone. Could she still pass the 4th and strongest wave? Everyone had seen the terrifying power of the 3 waves of lightning. Some weak-hearted people had lost their confidence in cultivation. However, the 4th wave seemed to have gotten delayed for a long time. Li Yuqian took multiple pills and ran her cultivation method to speed up the soul formation. Suddenly, everyone saw Li Yuqian's face look very strange. Yemo wondered whether the 4th wave, Heart Heavenly Punishment, was coming now. However, after 45 minutes, Li Yuqian suddenly howled and took out a gray shield and another spirit artifact flying sword. But this one was only a middle-grade spirit artifact. When Yemo saw the shield, he breathed at ease. It seemed she was more prepared than he thought. Zhang Chengfeng, who was sneering on the side, saw this and his expression also changed. Suddenly, the serene sky struck down 3 lightning bolts without warning. The first 3 bolts together were already stronger than the third wave. Li Yuqian's shield had already started to crack and so was her flying sword. Li Yuqian's expression changed drastically. She hadn't expected it to be this strong. Before she could rest, another 3 bolts struck down. Crack dash. Zhang Chengfeng saw Li Yuqian's shield and flying sword turn into pieces and he breathed at ease. She wasn't going to survive the last bolts. Rumble. Yemo saw her getting smashed into the ground and was shook. He immediately activated the lightning attraction formation. Without his help, Li Yuqian would never be able to block the last 3 bolts. Chapter 888, Black and White Semi-Pilking. Li Yuqian's face flashed a sliver of despair. She was sure that she couldn't block the last 3 bolts, despite her body rapidly getting stronger. Rumble rumble rumble, the last 3 bolts didn't stop at all. Li Yuqian used all of her cultivation essence to block them. She knew that if she failed, she wouldn't die. However, the shattering of her nascent soul might lower her power to foundation establishment state. But soon, she was surprised to see that although the 3 bolts looked fearsome, they weren't even as strong as the first one. They disappeared after causing some light wounds on her. Without thinking, Li Yuqian immediately sat up to gather spirit chi and form her nascent soul. The moment the last 3 bolts struck down, Yemo spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. His formation had succeeded, but he had overestimated his tolerance. He felt that the lightning was about to annihilate his body. He was shook, so he used the 3 birth chant like crazy. At the same time, he wondered if his lightning storage formation had failed. Thus, spirit chi rushed to Yemo like crazy, but he couldn't care about it anymore. He knew that the more he cultivated, the less the lightning would affect him. With this, the lightning sparks circulating Yemo's body grew fainter and fainter. Yemo rested at ease. When he completely devoured all the lightning, he felt even more lightning getting devoured by him from another source. Yemo understood now that his lightning storage formation hadn't failed. There had just been too much power in the last 3 bolts and the formation couldn't store it. Yemo believed that the formation might have even exploded if he hadn't used his 3 birth chant to keep devouring it. Yemo rejoiced for his carefulness. If he hadn't used the storage formation, the lightning would have ripped him apart straight away. Li Yuqian had attracted large amounts of spirit chi and Yemo was inside this field. This benefited him greatly. While absorbing countless lightning rays, Yemo felt his cultivation essence grow at a rapid rate. The cultivators looked at the 2 spirit chi whirlpools in shock. After some time, Yemo felt his meridians rumble. He had broken through once again. Yemo opened his eyes in joy. He was at Foundation Establishment State Level 7 now. Foundation Establishment State Tertiary Stage. 3 months ago, he had just reached Stage 6. There was just 1 level difference, but the power difference was huge. It was the difference between middle stage and tertiary stage. Yemo immediately looked at Li Yuqian's situation.
However, she immediately told him, "Congratulations on reaching Foundation Establishment State Tertiary stage. I've formed my nascent soul, thank you, you're at nascent soul state cultivator now."
Yi Mo looked at Li Yuqian. Her cultivation essence seemed to have life now.
She was indeed a nascent soul state cultivator, Li Yuqian nodded. She tried to control her emotions, but her eyes showed the joy of having reached nascent soul state. She hadn't thought a mere Foundation Establishment State cultivator like Yi-Mo could make her have such big life changes in half a year. Where is everyone? Yi-Mo saw that the cultivators watching were all gone. Li Yuqian smiled.
"I told them to leave.
I told Xiaoshan to go back first.
I'm protecting you here, don't worry." Yi-Mo breathed at ease. A nascent soul state cultivator had the power indeed to give orders.
He hadn't seen what happened, but thinking about Zhang Chengfeng running away, Yi-Mo felt very satisfied. In fact, Zhang Chengfeng felt things hadn't gone as he expected when Yi-Mo went in. Indeed, shortly after, Li Yuqian's powerful nascent soul state chi rose. She just said, "All irrelevant people leave now or die," hence, Zhang Chengfeng had to leave. He knew that if he wanted to get his face back, he needed help from his family's Qianbei. He couldn't deal with a nascent soul state cultivator himself. When Yi-Mo and Li Yuqian came back to China Pharmaceuticals. China Pharmaceuticals and the entire city were heated up. News of China Pharmaceuticals having a nascent soul state had soon gotten out. Many people had to come to congratulate them, and so did Zhang Chengfeng. Nascent soul state was the highest power in River State City. China Pharmaceuticals business got huge after getting a golden core state and nascent soul state cultivators consecutively. Yi-Mo had to concoct pills non-stop for half a month. Teach Sun Jitsai without reserves. Yi-Mo could finally feel secure since China Pharmaceuticals now had a nascent soul state cultivator. He had decided to focus on preparing for the Desert Herb Valley after getting the spot. Yi-Mo wanted to go for two reasons. One was to pay back Yen Zhang, and the second was for the large amounts of precious spirit herbs there. Half a month later, Yi-Mo handed China Pharmaceuticals over to Li Yuqian. He taught her the primordial chaos chant before leaving River State City with Yen Zhang. Broken Leaf City was near the Heartless Sea. It was more than millions of kilometers away from River State. Yen Zhang and Yi-Mo took nearly half a month to get there using flying spirit artifacts and teleportation formations. The two cultivators had been together for half a month. Yen Zhang's attitude to him was the same, but Yi-Mo felt he was a little worried. However, Yi-Mo couldn't really ask. They had a good relationship now. But it was based on profit. Broken Leaf City was much bigger than River State City. Its spirit chi was also much denser. One thing that caught Yi-Mo's attention was that there were too many golden core state cultivators there. He could only occasionally see a golden core state cultivator in River State City. Yet there, they were everywhere. He could also frequently see a nascent soul state cultivator and sometimes even someone at hollow spirit state. When a dark-faced cultivator appeared before Yi-Mo's eyes, he subconsciously wanted to run. It was that hollow spirit state middle stage cultivator, Tong Wuxing. He hadn't expected that guy to have gone there too. He didn't know if that old man, Sima Zhu, was also here. Seeing Yi-Mo's strange behavior, Yen Zhang said to Yi-Mo, "Broken Leaf City is about to hold the Pill Concoction Hall of Fame tournament. Many famous people are coming over. The one who just passed by is a black and white semi-pill king, Tong Qianbei, a black and white semi-pill king?" Yi-Mo subconsciously asked. Yen Zhang nodded. Tong Qianbei and Sima Qianbei are both level 9 spirit pill masters. They're just one step from pill king, so people call them semi-pill king. Chapter 889, Complications. They're also participating in the tournament? Yi-Mo asked in shock. It would be really hard for ordinary people to rank well if these masters were coming. Yen Zheng shook his head. Of course, Tong Qianbei isn't here for the tournament. He's a part of the Pill Association. He's probably here as a judge. Those who participate in the tournament must be less than 300 years old. Tong Qianbei is already more than 800 years old. By the way, is your master at Broken Leaf City already? If possible, I would like to go meet him. Yen Zheng thought Yi-Mo's master was already there, since he promised that he could get a good ranking. Yi-Mo smiled awkwardly and said, "Brother Yen, I haven't contacted my master yet. I meant to say that I will be partaking the tournament." What? Yen Zhang looked at Yi-Mo in shock. He said with a stutter, "Brother Yi? Although I said a level 6 spirit pill master has hope,
but dash, Yan Zhang was comforting EMO. It was impossible for a level 6 to get into top 10. If Yemo's master really wasn't coming, then it was over. Yemo knew what he meant.
In Yin Zhang's eyes, there weren't many level 6 spirit pill masters, but it was easy for them to find them. Yemo patted his shoulder.
Brother Yen, don't worry.
I can make level 7 spirit pills. Hearing this, Yen Zhang didn't seem surprised or joyful at all. Level 6 spirit pill masters could also make level 7 spirit pills with luck, Yen Zhang sighed. He was just about to talk when he suddenly took out a communication bead.
He looked at it and said to Emo in a hurry.
Brother Yi, find a hotel to stay. I will come for you later. Then he stuffed Emo a communication bead and quickly left, disappearing into the crowd.
There were spirit sense inhibition restrictions, so spirit sense couldn't be scanned out at all.
Thus, everyone used communication beads there, but it had a limited distance. Emo shook his hand and put the bead away. However, he had a bad feeling. He had felt Yin Zhang's concern on the way there. When he told him that the one going to the tournament wasn't his master, he seemed even more worried. Moreover, he hadn't taken him to the Immortal Treasure Tower's place, but instead told him to find a place himself.
Things didn't look so simple.
Broken Leaf City's prosperity and rich resources were far from what River State City could compare with.
Emo was sure that there was something he needed here.
Perhaps he could buy the sword he wanted, yet immediately, Emo realized that he had very few spirit stones with him, only about 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones. And not just that, he still owed Yen Zhang 50,000 top-grade spirit stones.
Emo no longer was in the mood to shop around. Emo just went to a distant corner and found a cheap hotel. Emo was afraid that the Tong black-faced man would come.
He was wealthy and powerful, so he would be staying at the best place. Therefore, Emo went to a cheap place to stay away from him. The Immortal Treasure Tower's HQ weren't in this city, but the branch there wasn't small. It was much bigger than the one at River State. There were multitudes of businesses and powers in this city. Hence, the Immortal Treasure Tower wasn't very outstanding. When Yen Zhang went into the Immortal Treasure Tower, he clearly felt the atmosphere was different. Yen Zhang, why did you just come now?
The elders are having a meeting.
You need to go in immediately, another manager said desperately to Yen Zhang. Yen Zhang nodded.
I know, he hesitated, wanting to ask if his uncle was there.
However, the manager turned away to leave immediately, as though not wanting to stay there an extra second. Yen Zhang didn't dare to chase after him and ask. He walked quickly into the meeting room. As soon as he went inside, he felt the tension even more. Yen Zhang saw the 8 elders and a middle-aged man sitting at the top. He was shook even more. Even the big manager of the Immortal Treasure Tower had come. The big manager of the Immortal Treasure Tower was so powerful that he was the number 1 person under the owner. He hadn't imagined that the higher-ups had sent 8 elders and even the big manager this time. There were only 12 elders in the Immortal Treasure Tower. However, he saw that his uncle had come too and his uncle signaled him to calm down. Yen Zhang quickly bowed. The Immortal Treasure Tower River State Branch, Yen Zhang greet big manager and 8 elders. Then, Yen Zhang carefully stood behind his uncle. His uncle Yen Jun was an elder. However, although Yen Ju was Yen Zhang's uncle, Yen Zhang called him father because his parents had given him to Yen Jun to be his son. Yen Jun nodded and didn't speak. Elder Yen, now that Yen Zhang is here, I believe the pill master he spoke of should be here too? How come I don't see him? A sharp voice sounded. Yen Jun ignored that pill master and looked at Yen Zhang. Yen Zhang started sweating. He could feel this elder was targeting his uncle. He didn't know how to answer. Xiao Zhang, since Elder Feng asked.
Tell him.
The master of a level 6 spirit pill master is a pill master indeed. Yen Jun's tone was calm. Yes, very well, but no matter how good he is, we should see him at least.
Otherwise, how do we know if people aren't making up stories?
I also heard that Manager Yen did quite a lot of things at River State City, giving tens of thousands of SQM of land to someone for free. Although our Immortal Treasure Tower doesn't cherish such a small parcel of land, it should have been accepted first, right? If everyone does that casually, then the future of the Immortal Treasure Tower is truly concerning. The elder sneered. Feng Jipeng, what are you trying to say? In a place like River State City? Is it too much to hire a level 6 spirit pill master for that land? Yen Jun's expression sunk. Yen Zhang had understood. This elder Feng wanted to get his uncle in trouble. The land wasn't small, but it was nothing to the immortal treasure tower. Okay, stop arguing.
Yan Zhang, tell me, how confident are you in his master?
If possible, let him come here to make a level 7 spirit pill, the big manager spoke. Yan Zhang's heart sunk. It was a small thing, but his uncle's opponent would pick on anything. Although he had heard Yemo say he was very confident, Yan Zhang felt Yemo was desperate to get his help. What worried him even more was that even though it was his uncle managing the spots for the tournament, why was Big Manager involved now? He didn't dare to hide anything from the Big Manager. He took a step forward and bowed before saying, "We arranged for his master to come, but his master was caught up and so only he can come to the tournament for us." Yan Zhang didn't dare to say Yemo was a level 7 spirit pill master. He didn't believe Yemo's words. Chapter 890, Sudden Turn. Yan Zhang's words made the scene fall into silence. After a moment, Feng Jipeng laughed out loud. "There's no way a young man can be a level 6 spirit pill master, and even if he is, you want him to represent our immortal treasure tower to go to the tournament? Elder Yan, you're really ingenious. Perhaps you're right. Before the end of the tournament, our immortal treasure tower could very well become famous." Yan Jun's face sunk, and he didn't talk. He knew what Feng Jipeng meant. If there was a mere level 6 spirit pill master in Immortal Treasure Tower's team, people would know that the Immortal Treasure Tower had no power. They would not only laugh at them, but it could even adversely affect their business. Yan Zhang wasn't dumb, but the Immortal Treasure Tower had never taken the tournament this seriously before. Yet this time, even the big manager and the other elders had come. There were also other recommendations for the Immortal Treasure Tower's participation in the tournament. There were 5 in total. Even the big manager's face looked bad after this. He looked coldly at Yan Jun and said, "Elder Yan, the tournament is important. Elder Feng will deal with the tournament matters now." This time, the Hall of Fame suddenly added bonus rewards for the top 10, so you must get a top 10 spot no matter the cost. Then, he looked at Yan Zhang. "You can let go of the River State branch. HQ will send someone else there." Yan Zhang's heart sunk as he knew he had impacted his uncle. He was kicked out of River State, and his uncle was in some trouble too. He had thought that if the person he recommended got into the top 10, his uncle would benefit from it, yet a problem occurred instead. Yan Jun didn't rebuke as he got up. "Yes, big manager." Yan Zhang could only say, "Yes, I'll arrange the handover immediately." Big manager waved his hand. "No need, a new manager will be arranged. You may leave for now." As GMO stayed in the hotel, he was a little worried. He didn't have the mood to cultivate, and he wouldn't improve much in the next few days anyway. There were 3 days left until the tournament, yet he still hadn't gotten any news from Yan Zhang. Just when he didn't know what to do, Yan Zhang sent news, and soon, he arrived. Yi Emosa Yan Zhang's face was bad and looked dejected. "Brother Yi, why are you staying in such a distant place?" Yan Zhang knew Yi Emo didn't have a lot of spirit stones, but he could definitely stay somewhere better. Yi Emo waved his hand and said, "Brother Yan, what happened? You seemed worried before and now things seem even more serious than I thought." Yan Zhang didn't hide it. He sighed and said, "Sorry Brother Yi, the tournament." He didn't explain why. Even if he did, Yi Emo wouldn't be able to help him. As Yi Emo heard this, he was disappointed, but he had expected it. He didn't ask why either. He patted Yan Zhang's shoulder and said, "Brother Yan, I know it isn't your fault, I'm still very grateful to you." Seeing that Yan Zhang seemed to feel guilty, Yi Emo smiled and said, "Brother Yan, would I be able to enter the tournament myself?" Yan Zhang shook his head. "It's possible, but you have to sign up a month before for that. Now there's only 3 days until the tournament." After sending off Yan Zhang, Yi Emo was still thinking about how to go to the tournament. Yi Emo started feeling annoyed. If he couldn't go to the tournament, he wouldn't be able to go to the Desert Herb Valley to get rare spirit herbs either. Then, his pill concoction skills would be of no use. Yi Emo felt he shouldn't just accept his fate. He walked out and asked for the sign-up location. He didn't want to give up just like that. If there really was no way, he would think of a way to pay Yan Zhang his spirit stones back and then leave River State with his people. Yi Emo didn't take long to find the sign-up area, although only 3 days were left before the tournament. When Yi Emo came, he found out that there was still 1 more day left for signing up. Yi Emo touched his level 6 spirit pill master badge and was grateful to Yan Zhang. Without him, he wouldn't even have this. A shy-looking girl was at the sign-up place, and her face was clean and pretty, giving people a good impression. Yi Emo squeezed in and took out his badge. "Little sister, I want to sign up for the tournament. Can I still sign up now?" The little girl was dazed and blushed.
please wait a bit, Marshal Brother Chui will be here soon, you can ask him. Friend, may I ask if you're here to sign up for the pill concoction tournament? A middle-aged man's voice interrupted Yi Mo's thoughts. Yi Mo turned around and looked at this middle-aged man. He had an average build and distinct facial features. He had a scar on his chin. However, he was only at the Foundation Establishment State Level 9. There were 4 people behind him, among which a dark-faced young girl, a youth of medium build and an old man. Yi Mo glanced at the old man a few times. He was at the Golden Core State primary stage, but his chi and blood were weak. Yi Mo could tell the old man was almost at his age limit. Can I help you? Yi Mo studied the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man saluted with his fist. I'm Muiching. If you're not representing a sect, friend, then I'm afraid it's too late for you to sign up now. Yi Mo hesitated and said, I am indeed representing myself. The little girl heard this and seemed to have woken up. Sorry, Mu Qianbei is right. The personal sign-up period has ended already. Then she blushed again. Yi Mo looked disappointed. He knew Yan Zheng wouldn't lie to him, but he was still disappointed. Thinking about this, Yi Mo saluted to Muiching. Thank you for the heads up, Brother Mu, I'm Yi Mo. My luck is really bad, Muiching smiled. The tournament happens every decade, so don't mind it, Brother Yi. 10 years pass by really quickly for us cultivators. Yi Mo looked at Muiching's face and understood something. He immediately said, Brother Mu, I didn't sign up for the sake of the Hall of Fame, but because I want to go to the Desert Herb Valley. Muiching's eyes flashed with joy, and he immediately said, if you don't mind, we can talk somewhere else, Brother Yi. An hour later, Yi Mo had joined Muiching to his hotel. He didn't expect to be able to find a spot for the tournament at the last moment. Muiching was the sect leader of a small 3-star sect, the Pill Herb sect. They didn't have any famous pill master or any special pills, so the sect was declining rapidly. Although they had also signed up for the tournament, their highest-ranked pill master was only a level 4 spirit pill master. It would be impossible for them to get into the Hall of Fame, much less the top 10. Muiching came this time to bring his daughter and eldest disciple to experience the world, so he had signed up for the sect. He then happened to meet Yi Mo, who didn't have a spot to go in. He was willing to give Yi Mo a spot, and Yi Mo too agreed to go to the tournament in their name without hesitation. Yi Mo only asked for 1 spot into the Herb Valley, so both parties agreed immediately. Chapter 891, Pill Concoction Hall of Fame Tournament. After some talk, Yi Mo realized that the tan girl behind Muiching was his daughter Mui, at Stage 8 Chi Gathering. The young man was Lu Ming, Muiching's big disciple, who was at Foundation Establishment State Level 5. The old man was the strongest person in the Pill Herb sect and he had no name. People called him Uncle Zao. These few people soon became familiar to him. Yi Mo could tell that other than Muiching, Mu He and Lu Ming were simple-minded people that didn't have second intentions. Mu He was a bit tanned, but she was still pretty, and Lu Ming clearly liked his little martial sister. Their sect had 2 spots. Muiching and Lu Ming were going to go. But due to Yi Mo, Lu Ming wasn't going. Yi Mo also found out that each sect had limited spots. 5-star sects had 5 spots, whereas those below it only had 2 spots. It was 3 days until the tournament. Lu Ming and Mu He had never been to such prosperous place, so they couldn't wait to go out. Yi Mo didn't dare to go out as he didn't have much money left and he was scared to see that Tong dark-faced cultivator. Yan Zheng never went to find again. Muiching and the Uncle Zao went to the auction that was held every tournament. The 3 days passed quickly and it was already the first day of the tournament. Muiching took Yi Mo and the others to the Pill Association's square early in the morning. But it was already filled with people, so many people. Mu He sighed. Even Yi Mo was shook with how many people there were. At the top of the square, there was a huge restriction that separated the watching area from the tournament area. There were already more than 10 judges sitting in the tournament area. Yi Mo immediately saw that Tong dark-faced man amongst the judges. He was expressionless. Yi Mo quickly looked down. He felt a little better not seeing Sima Zhu. He was much harder to deal with than dark-faced Tong. Yi Mo estimated there to be about 6,000 people in this tournament. How long was this going to take? Muiching told Uncle Zao to take care of the 2 kids and he took Yi Mo to sign in. Marshal Brother Mu, there's so many people here. How long is the tournament going to take? Yi Mo asked. Muiching clearly had been there more than once. He smiled. Marshal Brother Yi, don't worry. Although there are really a lot of people here, the first round is eliminatory. 90% of people will get eliminated here, Emo was dazed. Is there such a high elimination rate? He was worried. What if the first question wasn't about pill concoction? What if it was slightly related but he didn't know? Muiching patted Yemo's shoulder. There's about 3 times more people this time. I believe the eliminatory round will be even faster. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked to the stage and said, "Everyone quiet down. The once every decade Pill Concoction Hall of Fame tournament is about to begin. This tournament is held by the North Far State Pill Association and the number 1 Pill King of the North Far State, Level 5 Pill King Kongqianbei." After the wave of applause, the middle-aged man spoke again. "As the city lord of Broken Leaf City, I, Feng Hongjian, represent this city to welcome all the friends from the cultivation realm, as well as Kongqianbei and the 10 famous judges. The names of the judges are Pill Cauldron Sect Leader Qiao, Immortal Herb Valley Leader Ming Xian, etc." There was another round of applause. The higher-ups really take this tournament seriously. Even that old man, Kong Yi, is here. Isn't that obvious? Look at the judges. The least powerful ones are semi-pill kings. I heard that Ming Xian Qianbei is already a level 1 pill king. Yemo didn't know anyone other than Dark-Faced Tong. Muiching saw Yemo's face and realized that he didn't know these people at all, so he said quietly to Yemo, "Old man, Kong Yi is a level 5 pill king. He's very good at pill concoction, but he usually stays hidden." Another one is Ming Xian Qianbei, from the Immortal Herb Valley. They usually don't come, but this time they did. They are a 5-star sect. What is the Immortal Herb Valley? Yemo asked Muiching. Muiching was dazed. He said with envy, "The Immortal Herb Valley is the most famous pill sect in the North Far State. They're very famous in all of the North Far State. Many people want to go there, but they only take in women. Ming Xian Qianbei's disciple, Cheng Muxin, is a rare beauty of the world. She is number 5 on the Foundation Establishment State Hall of Fame and number 22 on the Pill Concoction Hall of Fame. Is she that outstanding?" Yemo was shook. "Of course," Muiching said. "I heard Qin Muxin is preparing to reach level 7 Spirit Pill Master right now, but she's not even 30 yet." Another cultivator on the side heard this and intervened. "Friend, that's old news. She reached Golden Core State 3 months ago and she is no longer in the Foundation Establishment State Hall of Fame. She might soon appear on the Golden Core State Hall of Fame." Yemo fell into silence. He had never thought of himself as a genius. The reason he had what he had today was due to the Golden Page World and the 3 Birth Chant. He knew how long it had taken to become a level 7 Spirit Pill Master. Perhaps it could take longer than forming a Golden Core. That meant that if she focused on cultivation, perhaps she would have reached nascent soul state by now. Were there really such geniuses in the world? For the first time, Yemo felt his confidence had been struck. Qin Muxin is strong, but she was only number 5 on Foundation Establishment State Hall of Fame. I believe that in the pursuit of Tao, the most important thing is cultivation. Other things are less important. The number 1 on Foundation Establishment State Hall of Fame, Li Xiaohua, is worth admiring. He's only 23, someone else said. The other cultivator nodded. The Sea Palace's Li Xiaohua managed to reach Foundation Establishment State Primary Stage at the age of 23 and become number 1. He's indeed talented, but the abundant resources the Sea Palace has are far from what other sects can compare with. Yemo no longer wanted to listen to this. He was more than 30 years old and only at Foundation Establishment State Level 7. What is more, this was with the help of the Golden Page World. Otherwise, he wouldn't have even had the right to talk. His speed was far inferior compared to those geniuses. Feng Hongjian's deep voice sounded again. Everyone knows that the top 10 can get 3 spots into the Desert Herb Valley. Other than this dash, the top 10 may get a free pill concoction from Kong Yi Qianbei. The crowd immediately erupted. Old man Kong Yi concocting pills for them. It was a dream. Chapter 892, Sinister Test Question. Yemo felt at a loss. He didn't need that old man to make pills for him. He didn't need Heaven Level 5 pills. With his current power, he only needed those below Spirit Level 7. He just wanted a spot for the Herb Valley. Yemo patted Muiching and said, "Martial brother Mu, be realistic, this top 10 doesn't seem easy." Yemo was worried if even he could get into the top 10 anymore. If he took out his Miss Lotus Heartfire, he might even be able to get in first place. but if he planned on living for a few more years, it was best not to take it out. Yan Zhang, who was spectating, finally realized why the Immortal Treasure Tower took this so seriously. The tower had Golden Core State and Nascent Soul State primary stage cultivators. To these people, finding spirit herbs wasn't hard. It was hard to turn the spirit herbs they found into pills. If Master Kong Yi were to concoct pills for them, then they would easily get spirit condensing pills. He looked up and felt some bitterness in his mouth. They were fighting over the opportunity of letting Master Kong Yi concoct pills for them. If his side with Yimo could have won, it would be his uncle's great fortune. As Yanjing thought about this, looked up and saw Yimo. He was shaken instantly. How did Yimo come in, and how did he get into the group of people participating in the tournament? Did he find another sect to let him represent them? He really wanted to ask Yimo, but the tournament was about to begin, so he couldn't go. Okay, now that I have announced the prizes, I hope everyone can do their best in the tournament. I hereby formally declare the start of the 213th Pill Concoction Hall of Fame tournament. Fireworks erupted at the statement of the announcer. All the participants entered the tournament stage based on their jade card, Yimo, and each handed up their card and followed everyone into the tournament grounds. Yimo immediately knew this was a special magic artifact. The room didn't look big from the outside, but it was huge once one went inside. Even with everyone taking a seat, it still didn't seem squeezed. Yimo found that each seat had a restriction that prevented others from looking. When everyone sat down, a jade card appeared before them. Yimo scanned it and saw there were images of 12 types of herbs inside. An examiner then went in and said to everyone, the first round is 15 minutes. During this time, 90% of the participants will be eliminated. Yimo heard this and was shook, but other people seemed ready for it, and no one objected. The examiner said, everyone, you have the image of 12 types of spirit herbs in front of you. Please write their names and characteristics on the jade slip provided. Then use the herbs to make a pill recipe. This simple? Yimo thought at first, but he soon realized it wasn't. It was actually very hard to form so much as one pill recipe. The only reason why he felt it was simple was because he was a pill king. Yimo let his spirit sense scan the jade card again and realized that he knew all 12 types of spirit herbs. 3 of them he wouldn't have known in the past, but after reading things, he knew. Thinking about this, Yimo rejoiced. This question was made for him. If he didn't have things, he would have only been able to recognize 9, but Yimo was sure that most other people wouldn't even recognize that many. And without things, they wouldn't recognize the last 3 types for sure. Yimo was about to write the names of the spirit herbs without a thought, when he suddenly felt like something didn't seem right. Then he started to sweat cold. That was close. He almost fell into Dark-Faced Tong's trap. Luckily he didn't start writing. Dark-Faced Tong, Light-Faced Sima, and Yimo himself were the only 3 to have read things. These 3 herbs must have appeared here due to these 2 guys. Whoever recognized the last 3 would be the most suspicious. What a sinister question. It was targeted at him. Yimo cursed and wrote down only 9 types of herbs. He might be eliminated, but that was much better than losing his life. Besides, Yimo felt that he might not be eliminated, even if he only wrote down 9 names. Some of the 9 were very uncommon too. Yimo knew them from the journal written by that Foundation Establishment State cultivator who never left East Black State his entire life. Yimo then wrote his own pill recipe based on the characteristics of the herbs. Pill recipes needed to be tested, but Yimo couldn't, and he was sure other people couldn't have either. The recipe he wrote wasn't likely to succeed, but he logically explained why it could work. Yimo wrote a recipe called the Weave Spirit Pill, a level 4 spirit pill recipe. He wrote it based on a level 4 spirit herb called the Attract Spirit Herb. The Attract Spirit Herb had an important function, which was to strengthen spirit sense. However, this spirit herb couldn't be made into a pill and thus had to be consumed directly. This way, only 10% of the potency was utilized. Yimo used what he learned from the new Illusion Cloud Sword to theorize the separation of the Attract Spirit Herb's potency into many gusts before forming a spirit chi whirlpool to surround the potency of the herb. This way, the potency wouldn't be lost, and more than 80% of the potency could be utilized. However, he made this from the Illusion Cloud Strike, so if it really was feasible, only he could make it. One would need to be a level 4 Spirit Pill Master and know the Illusion Cloud Strike, otherwise, one wouldn't know how to control the Spirit Chi. Most importantly, one needed a rather strong spirit sense. Yimo was quite interested in testing it after creating this recipe, in the cultivation realm, those pills related to spirit sense were very rare, because without special methods, they were the hardest to make. Yemo just finished writing when the examiner announced, "Time is up. Please go to the square and wait for the results." Yemo followed everyone out. He heard the discussions and knew that there had truly been a lot of people who couldn't answer the questions. Making up a pill recipe was already hard, and then there were also quite a few herbs no one had ever heard of. Chapter 893, Myriad of Masters. Yemo saw that the judges had started looking at the jade slips. There were thousands of them, but it wasn't a huge workload for them. Most contestants were discussing the questions at the waiting area. Muiching squeezed through the crowd to get to Yemo and said, "Martial brother Yi, how many did you recognize?" "I only recognized 5. Yemo heard this and knew Muiching had been disqualified for sure. 5 herbs and not even in recipe, there was no way Muiching was going to pass. "You recognized 5 of them." "I only recognize 3, another contestant said with dejection. "Yes, these herbs are too hard. We rarely get to see them at all." "I've only recognized 6, someone else said, but he was clearly satisfied with his result. Yemo nodded. 6 herbs were enough to form a simple recipe, but he was soon caught up in the conversation of others and eavesdropped. "Martial brother Kai, what were those spirit herbs?" "They were really uncommon," a beautiful woman in her 30s asked a man, who also didn't look very old. She looked very fond of him. All the contestants around them stopped talking and formed a circle around the martial brother Kai. Waiting to hear his answer, Yemo studied this martial brother Kai. He didn't seem very old, but he was already at false core state. He was probably in his 40s to 50s, despite looking like he was in his 30s. Seeing Yemo study this guy, Muiching said quietly, "He's Kai Shang, the core disciple of the Heaven Pill sect. He's only 49. He's a famous pill concoction genius in the North Far State. He even ranked 10th on the Pill Concoction Hall of Fame. No wonder he was so popular." Yemo also wanted to hear how many herbs the guy had recognized. Martial brother Kai seemed very polite. He smiled and saluted with his fist. "This year's questions are a bit hard indeed. All the herbs on there were uncommon. To be honest, I don't think these questions can reflect a pill master's abilities. Some people are very good at pill concoction, but they weren't able to recognize these rare herbs." This immediately was confirmed by everyone. Some people were very good at pill concoction, but they didn't know many uncommon herbs. The test's questions weren't very good indeed. Yemo thought that guy was quite smart. His words had resonated with everyone. He got on everyone's good side without doing anything. When the voices quietened down, Kai Shang continued, "But we also need to be understanding with the Pill Association. There are too many contestants this time. A question like this is simple and can reach their goals in the shortest time. So those friends who have real skills don't need to mind it too much. You just need to know yourself that you're truly skilled." There was another round of applause from the people around him. Clearly, they all agreed. Yemo realized the guy first had spoken for the contestants, and then spoken for the Pill Association's sake. He really knew how to react. "Kai Shang, stop saying good things. You've ended up saying good things for both sides. Now, we want to hear the answer to the question. You don't need to comfort us and then comfort the Pill Association," a man said impolitely. Clearly, he didn't like the way Kai Shang had spoken. Kai Shang wasn't angry at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "You're right, friend. I was lucky enough to have read a book left behind by Enshenbei. Thus, I was able to recognize 10 herbs." Yemo heard this and his heart sunk. Kai Shang had recognized 10. He was so good. Yet, this guy had only ranked 10th in the Pill Concoction Hall of Fame. It seemed like it would be really hard for him to get into the top 10 while conserving his real strength. Yemo just hoped that the next question didn't have content from things on it. Kai Shang clearly hadn't read things, but he could recognize 10 herbs, which meant that there were really a lot of capable people in the cultivation realm. Of course, Yemo would never believe that Kai Shang had just read some book left behind by a Qianbei. He didn't understand how the Heaven Pill sect worked, but it was probably not a simple sect. As soon as Kai Shang said this, everyone was shook. "Martial brother Kai is so good. You managed to recognize 10. I think that even if you hadn't written the recipe, you would still pass. I think Martial brother Kai can improve and get into top 3 this time." "Martial brother Kai, what were those 10 herbs? What do they do?" Just when Kai Shang was about to speak, a sneer interrupted him. Everyone looked at where the sneer came from. A woman in a pink dress said in contempt, "You've only recognized 10 herbs? What's there to show off about? Looking at you, I thought you would have recognized 12. Or have made a heaven-level pill recipe." Clearly, the pink-dressed female was targeting Kai Shang. Those who wanted to defend Kai Shang saw the sect logo on her clothes and shut their mouths. The immortal herb valley wasn't something ordinary cultivators could mess with. However, Kai Shang wasn't angry. He saluted with his fists. "So it's Marshall's sister Guang from the immortal herb valley." My insubstantial knowledge made Marshall's sister Guang laugh. "I believe you've recognized 12 types of herbs," the pink-dressed lady said calmly. "Kai Shang, you don't need to act like this. I've only recognized 10, but my Marshall sister recognized more than you." This woman is called Guang Wei. She's from the immortal herb valley. She ranks 17th on the Pill Concoction Hall of Fame, but her Marshall sister is famous. Qin Wuxin, she ranked 22nd, but that was 10 years ago, Muiching explained to EMO. "Marshall's sister Qin, come here." The pink-dressed lady waved her hand to someone in the distance. A blue-dressed woman saw this and immediately walked over. She said to Guang Wei, "Marshall's sister Guang, you dash, Marshall, Ister Muxin, say the names of the 12 types of herbs. Otherwise, some people think they're number one in the world after just recognizing 10. Guang Wei then glanced coldly at Kai Shang. Kai Shang smiled bitterly, but she didn't speak. "Marshall brother Yi. This blue-dressed lady is Qin Muxin of the immortal herb valley, a definite genius," Muiching said again. EMO studied Qin Muxin. She appeared to be in her 20s. Her new moon-like eyebrows with her flower-like face seemed very peaceful, like a poppy in the depth of a valley. Her dark silky hair laid on her back with a few loose strands around her ear. The first feeling she gave EMO was that she was pretty, but she didn't like to talk. She wasn't cold, however. He just couldn't connect this serene water-like girl with the fifth cultivator on the Foundation Establishment State Hall of Fame. Those on the Foundation Establishment State Hall of Fame weren't easy to mess with. How could they not have very powerful means? Was she really strong at fighting too? Qin Muxin walked over calmly and said, "Marshall's sister Guang, I could only recognize 11, not 12, 11 is 11. Still better than 10. Guang Wei said. Kai Shang was like a gentleman. He walked up to Qin Muxin and saluted her with his fists. "Marshall's sister Qin, please enlighten me." "I will be very grateful," Qin Muxin nodded and said. "The ones I recognized were the firefox flower, the earth dragon root, the spirit attraction grass, the moon attraction ice, the yellow walltail, the socketwood skin, etc. 2 of them were indeed in things. It seemed there were quite a lot of knowledgeable people out there. I wasn't able to recognize the last one," Qin Muxin said. "The last one was the sea mud flowerless weed." Another voice said, Chapter 894, the controversial pill recipe. Someone had actually recognized 12 types of herbs. EMO was feeling less and less sure of himself. Although he knew that he wouldn't be eliminated in the first round, he didn't feel so easy anymore. EMO was aware that the first round's points would be counted into the total score. Even 1 point less might affect him for getting into top 10. EMO and the others looked at the person who claimed to have recognized the last herb. Even Qin Muxin had beams in her eyes, clearly not expecting someone to have recognized the 12th herb. The person who spoke was an old man who was at Golden Core State Tertiary stage. EMO felt a burning sensation from the old man. He immediately knew that the old man must have a rare fire seed. He was a pill concoction master. However, EMO didn't regret his decision. Dark-faced Tong wouldn't dare investigate the prodigy of the immortal herb valley, but he was no one. It's Chen Xianbei. Muxin learned something. Qin Muxin saluted the old man with her fists. It was obvious that she truly respected him. EMO found that everyone else also looked very respectful to the old man. Muiching could tell that EMO didn't know the old man, so he explained again. He's called Cheng Yejuan, the number 1 on the Pill Concoction Hall of Fame 3 times in a row. He's a level 1 pill king. There is rarely anyone who doesn't know him. EMO now understood why so many people were so respectful to him. EMO glanced up at the judge's stage, but he found in surprise that everyone else was there except for that dark-faced Tong. EMO felt a little at ease. It was best that the guy never came back again. Cheng Yejuan was a little older and a level 1 pill king, but he had no arrogance. He answered any question people asked him. Shin Xianbei, can you please estimate how many herbs you must recognize this time in order to not be eliminated? Someone asked what everyone wanted to know. Chen Yejuan thought for a moment and said, the questions this time were indeed strange. It's strange because there was the spirit attraction grass. But if you managed to answer 8 questions and didn't use the spirit attraction grass to make a recipe, then it should be fine. Hutchin Shinbei. Why is that? I used the spirit attraction grass, someone immediately asked in shock. The red-dressed lady replied, isn't it obvious? Everyone knows that the spirit attraction grass shouldn't be added into pill. If you included it, then you will be eliminated for sure. Shen Yejuan nodded. Why can't it enter a pill? Why did they put such a herb into the questions? Someone asked. Clearly, he had used it in his pill recipe too. Yemo was days 2. Did that mean he had been eliminated too? Yemo didn't want to believe Chen, but he felt the old man might be right. Chen Yejuan looked at the unsatisfied contestants and said, if I'm not wrong, the pill association used it to make the eliminations faster. Yemo had solved the problem of the grass not being able to enter a pill, but after hearing Chen Yejuan, he realized that the judges would immediately eliminate you if they saw the spirit attraction grass in the recipe. They wouldn't even look at it just so that they could save time, so that's it. People around them discussed and Yemo felt worse and worse. He had been screwed up by his intelligence. He could have made a random pill recipe. Why did he have to add the spirit attraction herb? Marshal Brother Yi, are you alright? Muiching realized that Yemo was a bit down after they started talking about the spirit attraction herb. Yemo waved his hand. It's fine, Sai, I used the spirit attraction herb in my recipe too. I think I can leave now. Muiching was dazed when he understood what happened. Even he knew that the spirit attraction herb couldn't be used. Why had Yemo, a level 6 spirit pill master, used it? Yemo cursed. If it hadn't been that he needed to be so wary of that dark-faced Tong, he could have written the 12 types of herbs and easily found a recipe and things. He wouldn't have even needed to think about it. Yemo felt down. While everyone else was waiting for the results, the judges were amazed by his pill recipe. Genius idea. He thought of using his spirit chi whirlpool to preserve the potency and fully utilize the spirit attraction herb to make the spirit weaving pill. If this method really works, it would amaze the entire Luoyu continent. A judge praised, Brother Wang, did someone really put the spirit attraction herb into the recipe? Did you actually bother looking at such recipe? An old man stopped checking the jade slips and turned to the other judge in shock. The conversation attracted all the other judges. They all wanted to look at the pill recipe. This is blasphemy. If the spirit attraction herb can be added just like that, then I will eat this jade slip. Yet, Vice Association Director Wang, you're saying this pill recipe is creative, someone said in contempt. Elder Yu is right. Many people write bullshit for the question. It's already hard to form a spirit chi whirlpool in the cauldron. Much less circulate the spirit attraction herb's herbal contents in the whirlpool. At least I can't do it. Perhaps that contestant is better than me, another judge said. Elder Yu sneered. Sect Leader Chiao, we're just level 1 pill kings. Perhaps that contestant is more than that? Perhaps he's stronger than us, or perhaps he just happens to be able to do something we can't do. The irony in his words was obvious. At this moment, another pretty middle-aged woman sneered. Elder Yu, just because you can't do it, doesn't mean other people can't. Sect Leader Ming Xan, I'm just stating the facts. Elder Yu was just a level 1 pill king, but Sect Leader Ming Xian was already a level 2 pill king. The middle-aged woman said plainly, let's not argue if this pill recipe is feasible, but if its theory is right. Elder, you just rejected this pill recipe just because you saw the spirit attraction herb. Isn't that a bit too rushed? By the way, where is Tong Wuxing? I heard he got a substantial pill book. Let him see this pill recipe, someone else said. Brother Tong just looked at a few contestants who had recognized 10 or more and left. He seemed to be in a rush, another examiner said. Sect Leader Chao said at this moment, since everyone has different opinions about this pill recipe, then we should let Kong Yi Chinbei see it. Chapter 895, Black Horse, Herb Pill Sect. What an innovative idea! Using a spirit chi whirlpool and... Kong Yi looked at the recipe for a while and exclaimed, but then he shook his head. The idea is great, but it's almost impossible to make the spirit weaving pill. Controlling spirit chi like this in the pill is unheard of. Yeah, I don't believe the idea to be feasible too. Elder Yu quickly confirmed. Then eliminate him. A pill maker with such absurd ideas won't accomplish much anyways, Sect Leader Chao commented. However, Kong Yi shook his head. Although I don't believe the contestant can concoct the spirit weaving pill, his idea creates a whole new branch of pill concoction. His theory is also completely correct. Such a pill master shouldn't be eliminated.
He was also able to recognize 9 herbs and use these 9 herbs to write the spirit-weaving pill recipe. That is genius enough already. Yes, Kong Yi Qianbei is right. I also noticed his pill recipe because he recognized 9 herbs.
I believe this is very amazing. Wang Zhangjian approved of this contestant greatly. Kong Yi nodded. Give him 8 points. Kong Yi Qianbei, wouldn't that be too high?
Elder Yu didn't care if Yimo got 8 points, but he cared that Wang Zhangjian had found him. There were only 10 points in total for this round. Kong Yi shook his head. A person who can have this train of thought is a genius. If the spirit-weaving pill could actually be made like that, then even full points should be awarded to him, but he didn't recognize 3 other herbs. Another judge muttered quietly. Kong Yi shook his head but didn't say anything. He just glanced at the pill recipe once again and left. Just when the contestants were anxiously waiting, a judge came up to the stage and said, "The first round of the Pill Concoction Hall of Fame tournament has ended." A total of 500 contestants succeeded in reaching the second round. I will announce the names now. Please stay behind for the second round. Those who don't hear their names called out, please leave the test region and go into the observing region. Yimo had already given up on all hope of reaching the second round. Only 500 had remained out of 6,000. That was a higher than 90% elimination rate. Solitary Cultivator Qin Juda, 6 points. Demon Spirit Sexy Jilong, 6 points. Duo Heart Valley's Wang Hui, 6.2 points. All Pill Towers Mangwu, 6.2 points. Yimo was shook. He knew this round was out of 10 points, but he didn't expect it to be calculated so accurately up to the decimals. He should have been able to get 6.5 points if he hadn't used the Spirit Attraction herb. Sea Palace's Jinlong, 7.7 points. Solitary Cultivator Wu Yonglin, 7.7 points. Heaven Pill Sexy Liang, 7.8 points. Immortal Herb Valley's Guangwei Dash, Yimo's heart sunk. Already 480 names had been announced, and there was still no mention of his name. Muiching knew how Yimo was feeling and patted his shoulder. Don't be disappointed, the Herb Valley only opens once every 50 years, but the tournament happens every decade. With this experience, perhaps you will have a chance next time. Muiching was also disappointed. He'd wanted Yimo to represent his sect and get into the top 10 or at least earn a spot on the Hall of Fame, or even at least pass the first round so that the examiner would mention their sect's name. That way, perhaps their pill business would get a little better. Meanwhile, the examiner started speaking even louder. I'm going to announce the last 10 people now. These are the top 10 contestants of the first round. Herb Pill Sex Yimo, 8 points. Heaven Pill Sex Kai Sheng, 8.1 points. Pill Cauldron Mountains Wan Guoping, 8.2 points. As Yimo heard his name in the top 10, he was dumbfounded. But immediately, that turned into immense joy. Even he didn't expect to be able to reach the next round with the Spirit Attraction herb in his recipe and even get 8 points. The Desert Plain Herb Valley was filled with resources, and the fastest way to get stronger was with resources. Only with enough power could he find Luo Ying and the others. He didn't have that power as of yet. Luo Yu continent wasn't Earth. Earth wouldn't make so much as a splash if it were to be thrown into the heartless seas. Yimo also vaguely heard that Qin Muxin got 8.7 points and that Yi Qingjun got 9 points, becoming number 1. That wasn't important to him, though. He was just happy he made it into the next round. Muiching was also dazed for a long time. After a long while, he shouted in joy, "Martial Brother Yi, did I hear right?" Herb Pill Sex Yimo reached top 10 with 8 points. Yimo had calmed down and patted Muiching. "It seems I'm quite lucky." "You heard right, I really did get into the top 10, arrogant. You just happened to get 8 points, and you don't even know what your name is anymore," another man sneered. Muiching pulled Yimo to the side. "Ignore him, he's Pill Cauldron Mountains Wan Guoping. He also got 8.2 this time, so we can't mess with him." Yimo smiled. He didn't care at all. The Herb Pill Sex Mu He and Lumin etc. were all very excited. Even Uncle Zao, who rarely spoke, was obviously happy. They soon heard many onlookers ask about the Herb Pill sect. They really wanted to get up and shout that they were Herb Pill sect members, but instead of letting everyone see how weak they actually were, it was better to let them guess. Yen Zhang looked at Yimo in disbelief. He didn't think Yimo would not only be able to pass the first round but also get 10th place in the first round. Yen Zhang finally came to believe that Yimo was truly a level 7 spirit pill master. Thinking about how the Immortal Treasure Tower only had one of their 5 contestants reach the second round and only with a score of 7.3, Yen Zhang felt bitter. If the big manager had let Yimo join for them, the Immortal Treasure Tower's name would be on fire,
but no one expected that even though Yemo was so young, he could have such pill concoction skills. Everyone including him had judged wrongly. Yan Zheng suddenly got his uncle's message. Reading it, he quickly went back to the immortal treasure tower. Xiao Zhang, is that Yemo who reached top 10 with 8 points the Yemo you recommended? His uncle asked immediately.
Chapter 896, do you have a fucking problem with that?
Yan Zhang saw the big manager sit down in silence with a bleak face.
He nodded and said, yes, that Yemo is the pill master I recommended.
I didn't expect him to go to the tournament representing the herb pill sect after being rejected by us, the big manager suddenly said in a deep voice. Elder Yan, as an elder of the immortal treasure tower, you don't even know the skills of the pill master you recommended.
Do you even know to what degree you've neglected your job? Yan Jun didn't dare to talk.
If he had known about Yemo's skill, he would have argued in his favor, but he hadn't.
This meant that he didn't know where Yemo came from anyway.
He wasn't happy with the big manager's words.
If it hadn't been for his intervention, Yemo would have represented the immortal treasure tower.
Now, the big manager messed things up and put the blame on him. Yan Zheng stared dazedly at the big manager. He hadn't thought he was such an unreasonable person. He had suggested Yemo, but if his big manager hadn't intervened, this wouldn't have happened. Instead, the big manager didn't blame Elderphone, but instead blamed his uncle. However then, the big manager immediately stared coldly at Feng Jiqing. Elderphone, is our immortal treasure tower a place for you to fight for power and benefits? For your own benefit, you pushed away a top 10 spot.
Where is the person you recommended?
The one who passed the first round for us seemed to be one of our own people. Feng Jiqing was very horrified. He hadn't expected a pill master from a small place like River State to be that good. He hadn't even researched about him, yet Yemo was this good. He not only had reached the second round, but also got into top 10. If he had known Yemo was this strong, he would have killed him. Although he had been yelled at by the big manager, he didn't dare to rebuke. However, Yemo was a dead man to him in his heart. Yan Zhang looked at his emotional big manager and suddenly shivered. The big boss of the immortal treasure tower rarely managed things. IR was usually the big manager who made decisions. It was very easy to lose one's life working for someone like him. He looked at his uncle and sighed.
If it hadn't been for his uncle, he wouldn't have stayed there.
It looked glamorous, but if you offended the big manager, your life could be very hard. He had set up the River State Immortal Treasure Tower all by himself, but it had been taken away from him by the words of the big manager. He hadn't even been praised for any of his work, but was instead yelled at. In the tournament area, only 500 contestants were left. The top 10 had been surrounded by the others, wanting to connect with them or fawn over them. Almost every pill master of the top 10 was famous.
Yemo knew what these people were thinking.
It was beneficial for their future and their sect to know one of the top 10. The judges up there and the elders of the Pill Association were mostly from the Hall of Fame. It was good to connect with these future pill kings, not to mention how good it could be to know Cheng Yejuan, who had been first 3 times in a row. He was a level 1 pill king and his skills were better than even some of the judges. If he was willing to, he could become a Pill Association elder at any time. Yemo was the dark horse. No one knew him. Hello, friend, I'm Demon Spirit Sex Yi Zhilong. I was lucky enough to make it to the second round.
How many points did you get? A contestant came up to him from the side.
He had no one to share his joy with, so he found Yemo. Yemo heard this name and remembered that he had gotten 6 points, barely making it. Yemo saluted with his fists and said, I'm Herb Pill Sex Yemo. I was lucky to make it to the second round too, Brother Yi. Your surname is also Yi.
It seems we're really fortunate.
Sorry, I've never heard of the Herb Pill sect. Yi Zhilong had an apologetic look on his face. Perhaps he had gotten so excited that he hadn't found out that Yemo was top 10. Yemo smiled and didn't get angry. He knew Yi Zhilong was speaking his heart. The funny thing was that he hadn't heard of the Demon Spirit sect neither, so it's the Yemo who was said to be halfway into the top 10 of the Pill Concoction Hall of Fame. You're good. I, Wan Guoping, want to see how you're going to get into the top 10 of the Hall of Fame.
But it seems you're not that good.
You're stick around with a little P and K from the demon sect. A contemptuous voice interrupted them. You're Herb Pill Sex Yemo, top 10 of the first round. Yi Zhiping remembered now and looked at Yemo in shock. Yemo saw that Wan Guoping was looking for trouble with him more than once. He stared coldly at him. What does me being in top 10 got to do with you? I'm talking with someone from the demon sect. Do you have any F-King problem with that? Yes. Do you have a F-King problem with that? One whooping? Ha ha ha.
I, Zhuang man, like these sort of words. A coarse voice sounded and laughed.
Yemo found a man that looked extremely bulky. He was nearly 2 meters tall.
His were full of muscles. Yemo really couldn't picture such a person to be a pill master. Wait.
Zhuang man.
He was from the All Beast Mountain, with 8.6 points.
Yemo sighed.
One really couldn't judge a book by its cover. One Guoping saw this and his expression looked bad.
Zhuang, you're really going to go against me, aren't you? Go against you? Do you deserve it?
Let your Pill Cauldron Mountain's big martial brother decide this.
Then, Zhuang man couldn't even be bothered to look at him.
He walked up to Emo and saluted him with his fists. I'm the All Beast Mountain's Zhuang man.
I highly approve of Brother Yi.
I'm different from you. I have large amounts of spirit herbs and materials supplied by the sect to concoct pills and good masters to teach me.
Only then did I get 8 points.
However, brother, you relied on yourself to get 8 points. I look favorably to you. Zhuang man looked coarse, but he was quite meticulous. He could tell that guy was no simple character. He had slapped Wan Guoping's face to get on his good side. Perhaps he was using him to strike Wan Guoping, but Yemo didn't care. At this moment, the examiner said, all contestants, the first round has finished.
The second round is about to begin.
Please find a place to sit and listen to the second question. Chapter 897, Concocting the Spirit Weaving Pill. Everyone sat down and prepared himself. The examiner announced, the second question is based on the first question. Everyone here recognized at least 6 herbs. The second question is for you to concoct the pill recipe you made based on the herbs you recognized in the first quest. Before the examiner finished, the scene already erupted.
Yemo's heart sunk too. Had he made the wrong decision?
The pill recipe each cultivator made was only theoretical, just like his spirit weaving pill. It was too hard to make a pill purely based on theory. The other pill masters had similar thoughts, so it was very noisy.
Yemo frowned, but he didn't make a noise. He didn't believe that the examiners and judges couldn't think of this.
When the noise quietened down, the main examiner spoke again. Everyone, quiet down and listen to the question.
If you miss something, that will be your responsibility.
The voices suddenly stopped. Clearly, no one wanted to miss anything. The examiner nodded and continued. The second round's points aren't based on the pill being concocted or not. Of course, if you were to actually make the pill you wrote about, you will definitely reach the third round. The main points of the second round, however, will be awarded for the herbal refinement and pill concoction steps. Everyone will get the herbs they recognized in the first round and start the pill concoction. The cauldrons you use are special ones provided by the Pill Association that can record your herbal refinement and pill concoction process. The final points will be awarded based on your pill concoction skill. No matter who it was, they had to refine the herbs with fire before concocting a pill.
So the second round was based on herbal refinement.
As for the actual pill concoction, it was probably prepared for the top 10.
Not everyone could concoct the recipe that they had made impromptu. Someone asked, does this mean it's more beneficial to those who recognized more herbs?
Wouldn't this be unfair? The examiner replied calmly, you know in your heart whether it's fair or not. If other people were able to recognize the herbs, why couldn't you? Moreover, if you can only refine one herb, but refine it to 100%, then no one else might have as high marks as you even if they refine 12 herbs. If you just recognized 6 herbs and your refinement isn't too good, but you make the pill you devised on the spot, you will also still have higher points than others. If you weren't able to make your own recipe, will your final mark be 0? Another cultivator asked. The examiner looked at him and said, you clearly didn't listen to my words. Your pill concoction methods also count towards your marks. They are recorded, and the judges will give points accordingly. If your process was perfect, then even if the pill wasn't formed, your points won't be low. Yemo recognized 9 herbs, so even if he couldn't make the spirit weaving pill, his refinement technique wouldn't lose to anyone. Even if he didn't use the mist lotus heartfire, he should be able to refine the herbs more than 90%. The pill concoction process also counting was good news to him. Even if he didn't make the spirit weaving pill, he shouldn't have low marks.
after the question came out, even the spectators were discussing that although everybody had a chance, clearly those who had recognized more herbs stood a better chance, YMO, and the others didn't wait too long before getting their cauldrons and herbs. His number was 10 as he was ranked 10th in the first round. He checked his cauldron with his spirit sense and found a recording formation indeed. The contestant couldn't see the data, but it definitely was being transmitted through a special formation to the judges. YMO didn't start refining immediately. He only had 9 herbs, and he only had one chance. He wanted to see how good the other contestants were. YMO scanned the contestants and was shook. Out of the 500 people, he saw 12 types of pill fire and 6 rare fire seeds. Pill fire was an external fire, and it couldn't live too long. It was harvested by cultivators to become their fire for pill concoction or forgery, but pill fires were far inferior to the rare fires of heaven and earth. They were much stronger than one's own chi fire. However, other than this, Kai Sheng of the Heaven Pill sect was using the stone skin fire. Ranked 30th in the cultivation realm. One other cultivator who was among the top 10 used the bleak shin bone flame, ranked 19th. Mu Qinshin used a blue phoenix flame, ranked 21st. YMO looked at Zhuangman, he used beast heart fire, ranked 27th. While the old man who had ranked first used Ken Qin fire, YMO took back his spirit sense and started using his own foundation establishment state chi fire. He didn't dare to use the mist lotus heart fire. Most people were disappointed by the flame YMO used. This meant that he was just a solitary cultivator. If he were to do anything exceptional, many sects would want YMO, but YMO didn't even have a rare flame. A pill master's future was mostly based on his flame. Without a rare fire, he wouldn't be able to become a strong pill master, much less a pill king. Rare flames weren't something ordinary people could get in the first place, they were passed down by the sect. Nobody would think YMO could get a rare flame by himself. Still, even some other contestants rested easy after seeing YMO take out his foundation establishment state chi fire. YMO didn't hold back in terms of skill, though, and went on to refine 3 herbs at a time. His chi fire wasn't as fast as those rare flames, so his speed was just average, but YMO had his strong points. His pill formation was very fast. Once the herbs were refined, no one would be able to beat him in terms of pill formation speed. After the 9 gusts of herbal liquid were refined, YMO simply threw the impurities outside of the cauldron and started to control the liquids with his spirit sense. He was very careful. Making the spirit weaving pill was his only certain way of getting a good mark. The pill had a high requirement for spirit sense, so YMO took out more than 70% of his spirit sense to form the spirit chi whirlpool to separate the herbal attributes of the spirit attraction grass. He used the remaining 30% to control the other 8 herbs. The whole process was even harder than making the Chaohuan pill. Chapter 898, shocking the scene, not all judges neglected YMO. The sect leader of the immortal Herb Valley. Ming Xian recognized YMO for his spirit weaving pill with the 9 herbs. 3 of the 12 herbs had been supplied by Tong Wuxing, and only because they had been supplied were they added to the test. Even Ming Xian only knew 2 of the 3, and that had been thanks to a special occasion. They were very uncommon. YMO has managed to recognize 9, he had just missed the 3 supplied by Tong Wuxing. In Ming Xian's eyes, YMO's knowledge was already very rich. The main thing was that she was very interested in the spirit weaving pill YMO had created. She believed that someone who could create something like this was definitely a genius, hence, she had been watching YMO. She sighed when she saw Zhuangman try to connect with YMO. 2 disciples from her sect had passed to the first round, but both of them, Qin Muxin and Guang Wei, had been chatting with Yi Chengjun and ignored YMO. She felt that although Chang Yejuan was the Pill Concoction Hall of Fame's number 1 and a level 1 pill king, he wasn't important to their sect. He was near the end of his lifespan, and if he couldn't break through, being a level 1 pill king would be his limit. Moreover, she was a level 2 pill king herself. When she saw YMO use chi fire, she was disappointed. However, she didn't move her attention. YMO didn't disappoint her. She had checked YMO's refinement level immediately. She found that all 9 herbs had been refined more than 93%. She took a breath in and couldn't help to compliment him to herself. Such skill. Refining herbs more than 93% with an ordinary foundation establishment state chi fire is impressive. When she saw YMO start pill concoction without stopping at all, she almost stood up in shock. He's really starting to make the spirit weaving pill. YMO was using his spirit sense to make the herbal liquid spin inside the cauldron. He weaved pill signs one by one. He didn't care if it wasn't being recorded at all. He knew that they could only record his hand signs, but the pill signs wouldn't be recorded. Emo no longer cared if he could make the spirit weaving pill. He just wanted to do his best within his capabilities. Even if he failed, he would get a good mark. The herbal liquid kept taking form and getting separated by his pill signs. After 15 minutes, the herbal liquid in the cauldron had spiritual attributes. Emo then used the illusion cloud whirlpool strike spirit chi technique into the pill. Emo knew that this was the most crucial step, which would determine if his spirit weaving pill could succeed. If he failed, it wasn't likely that he could reach the top 10. Emo knew that he would eventually be able to succeed if he had a pile of herbs to practice with, but he only had one chance in this tournament. When sect leader Ming Xian saw Emo really form spirit chi whirlpools in the cauldron and control them to direct the spirit attraction grass's herbal attributes into the whirlpool, she was shook. She didn't dare to believe this was real, but it was more real than ever. She looked at the surveillance formation dazedly and kept asking herself, how could that cultivator do it? How could he control the spirit chi whirlpool and form multiple ones in the cauldron while using his spirit sense to lead the herbal attribute into it? Had he concocted pills like that one before? Otherwise, he would have never been able to do it. Little did she know that Emo had only used such technique while fighting. Emo was probably the first guy to use a sword technique in pill concoction. Emo was sweating a lot. He had enough cultivation essence, but his spirit sense was getting exhausted. Emo wanted to form 9 spirit chi whirlpools, but when he started controlling the 5th, his sea of consciousness hurt as though needles were stabbing it. It was too difficult, Emo yelled. Not good. Usually, he would have given up already. Using his spirit sense so much was hurting his sea of consciousness, but he knew that he couldn't give up now. Emo took a spirit recovery pill without thinking. With the pill, the 9 spirit chi whirlpools got formed. Emo rejoiced. If he stabilized the Yetis and pulled the pill out, everything would end up well. Emo had wanted to form a spirit chi whirlpool for every pill, but now, he had changed his mind. He decided to use 3 whirlpools per pill. There were 9 in total, so he would concoct 3 spirit weaving pills. Emo was aware that when he was more familiar with this pill concoction method, he would be able to concoct 9 pills per cauldron, each pill having 1 whirlpool. Pulling a pill out was easy, but spirit weaving pill was a completely different story. If he handled it just slightly incorrectly, the spirit weaving pill would become a useless pill. When the first liquid was pulled out, Emo felt his spirit shake. Crack! Emo cursed. One of the 3 pills had turned into dust. Emo didn't dare to hesitate. He charged at it again with a few pill signs and separated them with his 2 hands. 2 spirit weaving pill flew out of the cauldron into the jade bottles Emo had prepared. Emo wiped his sweat. Strictly speaking, his cauldron of pills had failed. However, he had the spirit recovery pill, the strong pill pulling technique, and excellent pill signs, thanks to which he finally succeeded in concocting 2 pills. Emo wasn't too happy, however. The spirit attraction grass had lost a part of its herbal qualities when he was refining it. Also, it had lost some more when he had been inundating the pill with spirit whirlpool. However, Ming Xian was full of shock at that moment. She hadn't expected Emo to actually be able to concoct the spirit weaving pill. Not only that, he had made it but with an ordinary cauldron and an ordinary chi fire. This meant that if he had a better pill fire and a better cauldron, with a bit more practice, he could make it easily. Genius, Ming Xian murmured. Do such geniuses really exist? She really wanted to approach Emo and look at his spirit weaving pill. Could it really recover spirit sense? Chapter 899. Kong Ye's excitement. What genius? A judge heard Ming Xian's murmurs and asked, but right after that, he was dazed as his eye fell on the surveillance formation. He paused and exclaimed, he really made the spirit weaving pill. He was so shook because it was a spirit sense healing pill, and even Kong Ye said it would be impossible to make, yet this fellow really made it. Spirit sense recovery pills were rare, they were at least heaven-grade pills. Ordinary people wouldn't even be able to see one, much less use them. People mostly used spirit attraction grass directly to repair their spirit sense, but that was actually a huge waste of its potency. This caused most cultivators who had their spirit sense injured to never be recovered. If someone really created the spirit weaving pill, that would fill the missing gap in terms of spirit sense recovery pills. It would cause an uproar in the entire Luoyu continent, yet this pill was created by a pill concoctor in this tournament. Emo evaluated his process and let go of his spirit-weaving pill as he started checking out the other contestants after opening the restriction around his spot. Emo immediately heard a few explosions. He looked over, and a contestant was jumping around with ash all over his face. Clearly, his pill and cauldron had exploded. When Emo scanned other places, he found out that there were far more explosions than just that one. There were tens of explosions on just a casual glance. Emo knew that this was unavoidable. This involved a new pill recipe after all, and everyone wanted to succeed on the first time. Usually, people would stop if they knew they couldn't finish the pill, but this was a tournament, and so they forced it until the end. This resulted in explosions. Emo then looked at Yi Chengjun and saw him pull out 3 pills. Emo sighed. This old guy was good indeed. As expected of the triple first-placed Hall of Fame winner. He designed a recipe, made it, and even ended up with 1 more pill than Emo. His capabilities was perfect, recognizing 12 herbs, designing the right recipe and successfully making it. The first to finish is Emo from stage number 10. This is unexpected, the judges noticed and said. They all went to watch Emo's surveillance formation. Huh? He really made it. How is this possible? Amazing, amazing. If it really is the spirit-weaving pill, Emo's contribution to the Luoyu continent is immeasurable. Who is this Emo? Herb pill sect? What sect is this? How come I've never heard of it? Kong Yi Qianbei is here. The judges saw Kong Yi, who was rushing over, and all got up. He was clearly very excited and was even shaking a little while walking. Muiqing and company were watching stage 10 nervously. When Emo finished, they finally saw him. Mui shouted in excitement, "Martial Uncle Yi seems to be the first to finish. He really is good, isn't he?" But Uncle Zhao and Muiqing's hearts sunk. They saw Emo finish first, but he might not have been the first to actually finish the question. Every one of the top 10 were more famous than Emo, yet Emo finished before them. They just hoped Emo didn't mess up too much. That Emo finished already. Did he finish the task? The big manager was also watching Emo. Feng Jiqing saw this and breathed easy. Clearly, he assumed that Emo had failed. He probably failed. What a pity, but he's a greenhorn after all. He has never come to such a tournament, and he used Foundation Establishment State Chief Fire. Yan Jun said coldly, "Elderfan, how can you be sure that he failed? I see him sitting there calmly. He didn't seem to fail anything." Big manager sneered, and they both shut up. 15 minutes later, the examiner said, "All contestants please stop. Time is up. Whether you have finished your pill or not, please put your jade bottle in the teleportation formation and remain seated on your seats. The judges will give a ranking of the top 100. Emo heard this and thought, does this mean that even before the 3rd round, the top 100 of the Hall of Fame will be decided? The examiner continued at this moment, the 2nd round's top 20 will go into the 3rd round. The 21st to the 100th contestants will end at the 2nd round, but they will be the new members of the Hall of Fame. Emo understood. This meant that the exact rankings of the 1st to 20th spots were still yet to be decided. If this were on Earth, there would be at least 7 or 8 rounds. But Emo liked how quick they did things here more. Emo just wanted the tournament to end now. He didn't have to go to the 3rd round. Meanwhile at the judge panel, everyone stood around Kong Yi, who was looking at the spirit-weaving pill in his hands. Kong Yi Qianbei, the pill tester, is here. Should we test it now? Someone came up and bowed to Kong Yi. Kong Yi frowned and said, "When did I say to let a pill tester test the spirit-weaving pill?" The man was dazed and subconsciously replied, "Elder, you ordered this." He didn't understand why Kong Yi said this. Each tournament, there would be pill testers to test the pills. Even big sects who came by some new pills would let pill testers test them. Kong Yi waved his hand, "No need, I will test this spirit-weaving pill personally. If it really can recover spirit sense, then this is a revolutionary pill." Kong Yi dazed for a moment as he looked to the south. Our North Far state could be called lucky if so little as 1 cultivator were to reach the hollow spirit state each year, yet in the South Peace state, there are often cultivators ascending into the immortal realm. One reason for this is the lack of spirit chi here, but the main reason is that we don't have excellent talent, and when we do, we can't keep them either. Then he looked around and said, "This pill concoctor was able to create the spirit-weaving pill. That is not only important to our state but also to the entire Luoyu continent. This is talent." Emo, Kong Yi sighed and ate the pill. Chapter 900, The Contestant Who Set a Precedent. The contestants didn't have to wait too long until the examiner came again. Everyone held their breaths. It was the decisive moment when they could know whether they had entered the Hall of Fame. The examiner looked around and nodded. The results of the second round will be released now. The 21st to 100th rankings have been chosen. I will read the names now, listen carefully. However, it had already quietened down a lot there. The examiner cleared his throat and started calling names. Aqua C-Sex Wang AI 6.4 points, total points 13.4, ranked 100th. Snow Mountain Mosques Jingqi 6.4 points, total points 13.5, ranked 99th, etc. Solo Cultivator Wu Yonlin 6.8 points, total points 14.5, ranked 53rd. Immortal Treasure Towers Lu Chenyu 7.2 points, total points 14.5, ranked 52nd, etc. Yemo noticed that there were ranking differences even among people with the same points. It might have been based on minor aspects. Sea Palace's Zhenlong 7.8 points, total points 15.5, ranked 23rd. Ghost Immortal Sex Lu Woliang 7.8 points, total points 15.6, ranked 22nd. Heaven Pill Sex He Liang 7.9 points, total points 15.7, ranked 21st. Then, the examiner paused for a moment before continuing. Immortal Herb Valley's Guangwei 7.9 points, total points 15.8, temporarily ranked 20th, etc. Heaven Pill Sex Kai Shang 8.1 points, total points 16.1, temporarily ranked 14th. Pill Cauldron Sex 1 Guoping 8.2 points, total points 16.3, temporarily ranked 10th, etc. Ghost Immortal Sex 1 Ren Fu 8.5 points, total points 17, temporarily ranked 6th. All Beast Mountains Zhuangman 8.5 points, total points 17.1, temporarily ranked 5th. Immortal Herb Valley's Qin Wuxin 6.8 points, total points 17.3, temporarily ranked 4th. God Sword Sex Shichi 8.5 points, total points 17.4, temporarily ranked 3rd. Solo Cultivator Yi Chengjun 9 points, total points 18, temporarily ranked 2nd. When the examiner read this name, the entire scene burst into disbelief. Yi Chengjun, the Pill King, first one for 3 consecutive decades, had only ranked 2nd. No way. This impossible, some cultivator screamed. Something smells fishy. Definitely. Call out the first guy. Let's see what kind of backdoor means he has. It's obvious something is not right. Chen Pill King was first for 3 consecutive decades and got 18 points. How can he be second? I think it's because he's a solo cultivator and has no connections. This isn't right. Other than the ones you've already called out, even if it were someone who got 10 points in the second round, they wouldn't be able to beat his 18 points, some cultivator said, who had a high rank in the first round and hasn't been called out. Someone called Emo, from the Herb Pill sect. He's a dark horse, but he only got 8 points in the first round. Even if he got 10 points in the second round, he can't be first. 10 points? Keep dreaming? This tournament has been running for thousands of years. Who did you see that got 10 points in a single round? Chen Yejuan was also shook. How could someone get higher results than him? The examiner hadn't expected this chaos. He pressed his hand together and said, "Everyone calm down. The first master of the second round will be announced by Kong Yi Qianbei. I believe he will give everyone a satisfactory explanation." With this, everyone calmed down. Kong Yi Qianbei was very respected. He was just in the most high-achieving Pill King in the North Far State. No one dared to doubt his words. Even Emo was suspicious. He hadn't thought he would get 10 points on the second round. He knew the Spirit Weaving Pill was rare, but he had the even better Spirit Recovery Pill, so he didn't think much about it. His heart had sunk when his name hadn't been called in the last 20 rankings. He subconsciously glanced at Wan Guoping. If someone was playing tricks, Wan Guoping was the most suspicious, but he still had a sliver of hope. After all, the last name hadn't been called out. Perhaps he would be lucky enough to get it. When Kong Yi appeared, Emo couldn't tell the man's age, but he could see he was definitely stronger than Tong Wuxing and Sima Zhu. He wasn't tall and instead seemed feeble. However, he tried checking the man's power and realized he couldn't see it at all. It was the first time this happened. He could sense even the hollow spirit state middle stage power dark-faced Tong had, but that old man felt like an enormous ocean to him. Emo was sure that the man was at least at hollow spirit state primary stage, or even beyond that, At this moment, Emo felt the old man look over at him. He had felt a benign will from the old man, but he still quickly took back his spirit sense. He couldn't even resist against a master of his level. Kong Yi stood at the stage. There seemed to be excitement in his eyes. He glanced at Emo and then said, "Everyone must be wondering why I must personally announce the number one master of this tournament, but I believe everyone will understand why after hearing me out." His voice wasn't loud, but everyone heard it clearly, as though he was speaking in front of them. Herb Pill Sex Emo 10 points, total points 18, ranked first. Kong Yi didn't even say temporarily ranked, but rumble dash, the discussion below could no longer be stopped. Emo had been a dark horse until the end and gotten first place. How had he done it? There had never been a single person with full marks. Some people said in enlightenment, "I finally understand why he ranked first." Although he has the same points as Yi Qingjun. He got 10 points in one round. So, he's first, that should be right. 10 points. I don't think Kong Yi Qianbei would lie. It seems he really is a genius. Chen Yejuan's heart was bitter. He had thought that it didn't matter if he got first or not, but when it really came to it, he felt it hard to accept this fact. He had a subconscious thought. They both had 18 points. Had first place been given to that new guy because he had been first 3 times in a row? Emo was also surprised. He had never expected he would get 10 points in the second round. Kong Yi waited for people to quieten down before saying, "If everyone thinks that Emo got first place because he received 10 points in the second round, then you're all wrong." Hearing this, people started to listen closely again. Was it not due to Emo getting full marks, which had never happened in the millenniums the tournament had been held? Kong Yi continued, "Yes, it's due to another reason. Everyone knows that the spirit attraction grass can't be added to a pill, so the spirit attraction herb was used in the first round to increase the judging speed. However, someone used it in a pill recipe and formed the spirit weaving pill recipe. To be honest, when I saw this recipe, I admired the contestants' innovative idea and intelligence, but I never dared to imagine it would succeed," suppressing the once again heated discussion. Kong Yi continued, "Hence, I would like to thank Judge Wang Zhangjian. He didn't easily neglect our contestants," replied. "He looked carefully at this pill recipe and gave us a positive feedback." So, Kong Yi looked around and said slowly, "This contestant should have gotten 9 points on the first round. If we had taken into consideration his recipe, then he might have even gotten 10 points again. However, I only gave him 8 points before, and this in itself is unfair, so that's it." Doesn't that mean that Emo got 20 points in the first 2 rounds? It sounds a little unfair. Some people doubted his words. Kong Yi said again, "It's not unfair. Even if he had gotten 20 points. It's not the reason I want him to get the first place. Emo ranked first because he made the spirit weaving pill, a spirit pill that can repair and recover spirit sense. He has set a precedent on Luoyu continent." With this, the crowd finally erupted uncontrollably.